Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the final Super Saturday of March here on the Sim Grid. And we're at the home of British Motorsport, Silverstone. Alex Goldschmidt and Luke Rogers will be taking you through all the action for the first three races, the support races here. The Super Trofeos, the Ginetta G55 Cup and the BMW Challenge. Luke, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm quite excited. This is another one of the classic British tracks that have always been so good to watch racing at. And now today we've got 4 different races with 4 different categories that are all going to be pretty exciting. So I think today's going to be a great event.
Yeah, very much the case. Obviously, it's myself and Luke on comms duty for the first 3 races, but then we have the midway point of the first ever season of Best of British, which will have Lewis McGlade and our very own David Christie. That'll be round 3 of the season. You can see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screens the format for today. So for each of the 3 support races here at Silverstone, it is going to be a 10-minute qualifying session and then a 30-minute sprint race. For the Best of British this evening, it will be a 15-minute qualifying session followed by a 90-minute race, and quite a lot of action happening here at Silverstone. So realistically, with one of the premier one-make series, first up will be the Super Trofeos. These cars are powered by a 5.2-litre V10 naturally aspirated engine, pushing around about 610 brake horsepower at a top red line of just over 8,250 RPM. And it's the longest circuit, Luke, that we will be using for the Super Trofeos for the first time here on Super Saturday.
Yeah, I'm quite intrigued to see how it plays out, because the Super Trofeo is the only car in ACC that I'm yet to drive. I've never got around to driving it, but it looks like quite a fun car. It looks like a real challenge as well. It's not an easy car to drive and to get fast, so it's going to be really challenging. And a track like this, where you've got those really high speed, fast left-right corners, that I think the Super Trofeo tends to struggle with in terms of extracting lap time from what I've seen in races. So I think this track is going to be a real challenge to the field of drivers we have today, not just in the Super Trofeos, but through the whole day.
Yeah, I think you're going to exploit. The drivers are going to be able to exploit all the maximum amount of horsepower. These cars produce 570 newton meters of torque. Obviously, you've got the Wellington Straight coming out of Aintree and heading to Brooklands, then through Chapel Curve after going through Maggots and Beckett's, one of the most iconic fast sweeping sections here in motorsport, before you head down to Stowe Corner. If you are watching on YouTube, don't forget to hit the like button. Also, why not subscribe and also hit the notification bell whilst you're at it. You can also follow us on the relevant social media channels at sim_grid on Twitter, the SimGrid on Instagram. You can also type in the SimGrid on Facebook and maybe give the page a like as well. And there is a lot still to come here. But one of the big things is now qualifying underway. And we have, at the particular moment in time, we have 19 drivers out of the 29 that had initially registered. And one of the biggest things here is not the evolution of the Super Trofeo car, but the original generation that was brought out a few years ago. I mean, these cars sound absolutely glorious here, Luke.
Yeah, and just by looking at them, you can see the difference between the standard GT3s and the Super Trofeo cars. There's a lot less sort of little winglets. The sort of intricacies of the aero package is all stripped off for this car. It's still got that under tray that it can generate a bit of power from, but in terms of dive planes, in terms of little winglets on the side of the cars, they're all missing. So these cars are harder to drive in the corners. They have to be more precise. They have to be a little bit more precise, especially with the acceleration and the braking. Using that to turn the car is so critical to these kind of series. It's very similar to the Porsche Cup, where you're using more of that mechanical grip rather than the aero to extract lap time. So it's not going to be easy for any of these drivers. But I look at this grid and I'm thinking, we've got some sort of familiar faces now from our Super Saturdays. Immediately Fusi, Reardon and Bezier stand out as drivers that we've seen compete in various cars through the Super Saturday events we've had so far. They've got a new one again today. How well are they going to do in it? I'm not sure.
Well, yes, you did mention Hungary's Marcel Fusi, who I've actually given the moniker of Mr. Super Saturday. And there he is, the Sidemax Motorworks driver in the number 94. You've got a few other drivers, such as Martin Buchan, who's from Scotland, so he shares countrymanship with our very own DC. Well, not the DC as in David Coulthard, that celebrates his 50th anniversary today. We've had a couple of disqualifications in qualifying, and those two drivers, we've got Dimori, and it looks like Alugobi in the 21 will be starting from the back part of the grid. But Fusi now making his way out of Copse Corner through into Maggots. We'll keep with Fusi at the moment, through into Beckett and then into Chapel Cove. And you can see that the front end looking rather skittish on that car, trying to... you were saying about the stripped down aerodynamic properties of these Super Trofeo cars, and you can just see the amount of bounce in the front suspension as Fusi makes his way out of Chapel Curve, down the Hanger Straight and into Stowe Corner.
Yeah, what that's suggesting to me is either the car is sort of unstable and not quite gripped up on the track, or he's just set it up in a specific way. And usually when you have those cars where, they're missing aerodynamic parts, you tend to want the car to be a little bit pitchier, so that you can use your throttle and you can use your brake to sort of direct the aerodynamics on the car to either pick up more or pick up less air, and, give you that little bit of oversteer if you pitch the car forwards, or give you a bit of understeer if you go the other way. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's got this car fairly soft, fairly pitchy, so that when he does enter those sort of left and right handers, he can use a bit of trail braking to get the car turned in and to get back on the throttle early to keep it nice and stable through the corner.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the first benchmark times to come through. We've got just under 6.5 minutes of this qualifying session still to go. The number 26 there of GDL Racing's Chris Humphreys now goes across the line and onto his first hot lap. But One of the biggest things here is that the weather looking rather fearsome. There is cloud cover overhead for the next half an hour, according to the server. Track temperature still pretty good, 26 degrees Celsius, as Humphreys makes his way through into Village and then into the left-hander at the loop, which will then bring him through out of Aintree and onto the Wellington Straight. Track temperature is optimum right now, and it looks like some drivers just really trying to get that initial banker in, and that's the main thing here in terms of qualification, Luke.
Yeah, it's not necessarily about finding that perfect one-lap pace. When you only have 10 minutes of qualifying, you just have to get times on the board. You know, you don't need to find your perfect 100% all three sectors, but if you can hook up, you know, 1-2 sectors and then get a respectable one in the others, you can at least get towards the top of the board. And with half an hour in these cars at a track where traditionally overtaking is not impossible, you know, really anyone in that top 5 is going to have a solid shot at the title. So those first laps, those bankers, are critical, because then once you have those decent laps, your 2-minute 2s, your 2-minute 3s, you can start to pick up the weight. You can start to push your car a little bit more, maybe take a few more risks, and see if you can get a couple extra tenths.
Marcel Fouzy leading the qualifying session with a 2-minute 2.991. Henscher is currently 7 tenths behind in second position, and he is currently 4 tenths up, so that will put him in around about the 2-minute 3.2s. Jan-Niklas Ebrich, a regular here on Super Saturday.
It was a little bit. I think he went off. Did he invalidate his lap there coming out of Stowe? There, I'm not.
Yeah.
No, he just lost a bit of time. Yeah, it looks like he went wide, but you generally can go a little bit too wide in the corner, and you get away with it sometimes. There's obviously usually the game, the sim. I always get crucified when I say game. Usually the sim punishes you by invalidating as soon as you put 4 wheels off, but there are certain exceptions. You know, one that stands out to me is Eau Rouge. You know, it tends to be that you could jump the curb a little bit and get away with it. There's a couple on Silverstone as well, where if you can find that tiny section of the track where it lets you run a little bit wide, you can use that to extract maybe not a tenth, but a couple hundredths of a second. And sometimes those hundredths are what you need to gain a position.
Yeah, Martin Buchan in the pinkest Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo I think I've ever seen. He now comes out of Woodcote and will go across the line. Currently P4. That particular lap time was just under half a tenth off of his best effort so far as he goes flying his way through Copse Corner. 3.5 minutes to go. Fouzy, Henscher, Ebrich. You've then got the number 86. That's of Matt High, rounding out the top 5. Well, Rotondo has just gone second in there as well in the 172 from GTWR Racing Team. Chad Dillon representing the Stars and Stripes. He's half a second up. That's going to put him round about the top 5 or top 6. Goes P6, 12 thousandths slower than Germany's Jan-Niklas Ebrich, as the top 14, which does have the likes of Latvia's Samir Foch just in the lower part of it, still having set a lap time, but with just under 3 minutes to go, it's still all to play for here, Luke.
Yeah, Fouzy currently seems like the class of the field, which, you know, based on the fact that he's Mr. Super Saturday, you maybe kind of expect, but it kind of feels like everyone else is sort of picking up the confidence, finding that little bit of extra pace now. And with those drivers that are all, you know, in that top 6, especially those drivers within a second of him, they can now start to really push and find that bits of lap time. We already saw Rotondo put in a really good improvement on his lap time. Whether he can do it again and get another few tenths, I'm not sure. But, you know, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're 6 tenths off in qualifying, because you'll still be starting in second. So it's already looking pretty good for him. You know, it's a very close gap to those cars right behind. So if you can find a couple more tenths at least to try and secure his position, it might be critical over these last 2 minutes. But moving further back in the grid, those drivers that either haven't set a time yet, or those drivers that haven't set, you know, perhaps up to pace, like Mills, Humphreys, and to a lesser extent Fogg, they're going to really struggle to push in these last 2 minutes and take those risks and try and get those sort of perfect laps in. Instead, they're going to be looking for those, not quite a banker now, you know, it's too late for your banker laps, but you've got 1, maybe 2 more shots at it. You have to throw it all on the plate now.
Yeah, Epic Sim Racing has just said, oh, why are we not seeing, 158s? And Alex Gleason rightly points out, these are Super Trofeos. These are the non-Evo version. It's the first generation of the Super Trofeos. which were reintroduced for 2018, as Matt High rounds out the top 7, just 8.5 tenths. There's Alu Gobi from Mat 1 Racing in the number 21. That's definitely radioactive looking, that colour, if I don't mind saying so. Currently not having set a lap time, but is coming through down towards Stowe Corner. So if Gobi actually has an opportunity to get towards the start-finish line at just past Woodcote, then could maybe find his way up the order a little bit. But some drivers deciding to call it a day. Henscher, who will round out the second row on the grid in P4, was just 12. Well, Yannick Lesebrich, I think, has just jumped up into P2. That is on a 2-minute 3.603. There is the 2.99 from Germany. And he still has another lap in his pocket, and he's going through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. And yeah, that's a straight line there, but Marcel Fusi making his way down to Stowe Corner. And just keeping an eye a little bit further down the order. Well, 16 drivers have set a lap time. There's Samir Foch from Latvia in number 8. And that is very, very reflective, very much of a Yanimai's rap style right there, as he goes P10 with 2 seconds. He crossed the line, so the checkered's out for the session. Samir Foch could have another lap in the bag here, as Marcel Fusi goes towards the finish line. And he's just gone through. That's the international pit lane that he's just gone through.
Oh, I'm going to be doing that all night, don't worry.
And he's 3 tenths up. And Alu Gobi has just gone P2, half a second off of Fusi on his last attempt.
I think that was his only lap as well. So to put it P2 already, it's still half a second off. But going from no time to P2 is a pretty impressive performance. And I mean, in theory, this is the best time to be setting your laps. You know, you've got the most rubber on the track. There's a lot of sort of gaps on the field because not everyone is out on the grid. So all these drivers now that are still out there, still getting that lap time in. This is the perfect time to set your fastest lap. And that's what we're seeing. Gobi just putting it onto P2. We've still got Butters, and I think Rotundo's just crossed the line and didn't improve. Same with Butters there. But we've still got a few more drivers out on track back outside the top 10 that could sneak in at the last second.
Yeah, Fusi about to complete his final hot lap here. Half a second up, 2-minute 2.472 from the Hungarian on the dying moment of qualification. That's how you pull a lap out of the bag. And that puts Alu Gobi a second behind in qualifying. Yannick Lesebrich rounding out the top 3, but Samir Foch coming through the loop, and now he's going to make his way through Aintree. Has dropped out of the top 10. And yeah, for those wondering about what the weather's going to do, here at Silverstone, like any time, it can be rather unpredictable. We found that out at Snetterton for round 1 of season 3 of the Sprint Cup about a fortnight ago, as myself and David Christie can definitely testify to that one. But Samir Foch now coming through Luffield, lets the car drift to the left-hand side, takes a little bit of curb, tries to keep it as close to the barriers as he will dare, and goes P8 on that effort, a 2-minute 3.840. But Marcel Fusi there, Luke, had an absolute doozy.
Yeah, he's really in a class of his own, and I think it's just a testament to how good a driver he is, because it doesn't matter what car he's in, doesn't matter what series he's in, he's always either right up there or right at the top. And once again, is it purple in all 3 sectors? Yes, it is. Look at that. Over half a second up just in Sector 1. It was close in Sector 3, but those first 2 sectors are Fusi's.
Fusi was on an absolute mission, and that's, you know, we've seen it before where he has scored podiums, he has scored victories here on Super Saturday, and I think he's definitely earned his moniker on here on the sim grid for that particular occasion. And it's it's going to be rather interesting how things do develop over the course of this race. And again, Marcel Fusi is doing every single one of the races today, and what's even more astounding is that he is currently leading the standings in the Best of British, and Alu Gobi came P4 in MFR as well. You know, it's crazy how some of these drivers, I mean, I spoke, I had a chat with Marcel, I think, on one of the first Super Saturdays, and he just said, I said, "You're an absolute machine." He said, "Yeah, but I'm really tired now." That's
I was tired after the sprint race. Yeah, when I did the Ginettas last week, 1.5 an hour race, that was me done for the day. I was happy enough with that. He's doing 4 races in a row. When we come to Snetterton as well, where it's a 2.5 hour race after 3 sprint races, he's going to be a very tired man.
Yeah, very, very much the case. It's always one of those things that you always see these drivers decide, well, it's a Saturday. Do I go out with my mates? No. I'll go on the rig and I'll have a bit of fun behind the wheel. And Marcel Fouzy has just literally become that sort of talisman of multiple sprint races. And today I think we're going to see another great performance from him in terms of what we're going to see. But we are just under a minute away from the start of the first of 3 support races here on Super Saturday. Big thank you to everyone tuning in. And you can just see quite now. Okay, so last week Marcel Fouzy was 3rd in the Ginettas, 3rd in the Porsche Cup. He had a DNF in the Ferrari Challenge and P5 in Best of British last week.
He's got to get back to winning ways.
Yeah, definitely.
2 whole weeks.
Yeah, because at least he'll have a break from doing Super Saturday, because obviously next week we've got the first round of the SimGrid World Cup Season 2, powered by VCO, $20,000 prize fund, 5 different tracks, and we've got 2 splits. It's going to be a fantastic event. We've got qualifying on the Thursday night, but now we turn our attention to what is going to transpire. The home of British Motorsport, Silverstone, 3.660 miles, and hosted the first ever British Grand Prix in 1948, and 2 years later hosted the first ever Formula One Grand Prix. In terms of World Championships, it's also based on an old its location on an old Air Force base. But 30 minutes about to get underway here at Silverstone very, very shortly. It is Ebrich and Gobi on the front row. They're just waiting until the green flag drops. And this time, are we ready? Are we steady? We are green, green, green here on Super Saturday as they hurtle their way through into Kopp's corner. Great start by Fouzy. Gobi trying to go towards the outside of the number 21. And then you've got the likes of Ebrich getting past Rotundo as they head down into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. And it looks to be a rather clean start so far. 19 cars on this grid, and Marcel Fouzy already starting to pull away from Alou Gobi. But we've seen performances quite good from Alou Gobi before here, Luke, and he's not letting Fouzy get away, and it looks like everyone's got through the first section rather cleanly.
Yeah, he almost got it done around the outside there in the first corner, but he didn't quite make it work and thought better of it, trying to go too wide through Maggots and Beckett's. He's reset straight behind Fouzy, and really I think he has to do it soon because none of these cars are up to pressure yet. The tyres are cold, the brakes are cold. This is the opportunity where maybe Fouzy's not quite going to be dialed into the track, and Gobi can make that overtake happen. And once he does get the overtake happen, then he can defend the position. It's only a half an hour race, so you can defend that. But there's a bit of contact behind in the midfield there. I'm not sure who it was, but one car's off in the grass.
Yeah, that was Butters and Foch coming together, and that was going through out of Club Corner. So Samuel Foch now having to have a bit of a fight back after that incident between himself and number 74 of Sam Butters. And I think Alou Gobi not letting Marcel Fouzy breathe, but we are a minute and a half in, and at the moment it is, Rotundo's just lost another place to Tom Henscher in the number 17. Then it is Butters, Reardon, Dillon, Martin Buchan rounds out the top 9. Then it's Matt High in the 86 completing the top 10. We're on board the front splitter cam of Walter Rotundo from GTWR Racing Team in the 172 Super Trofeo car. And we're now making our way through Luffield, and they start building the acceleration. There's Edouard Béziard from France in the 25. He's got, that is Gibson in the 101 just behind. And then Torosani, Demori, Latinen.
In that midfield, we've got a lot of drivers right now that seem to be sort of struggling to get the car dialed in. There's a lot of sliding, there's a lot of going wide in and out of corners and missing apexes. So it suggests to me that this car, before the brakes and the tyres are properly warmed up, is a real handful to drive. And you can just see when they come through those sort of fast corners, of Copse, Stowe, they can't quite get to the apex. And when they do get to the exit of the corner, the rear starts to step out. So there's a real potential here for some of these drivers to have a big moment. So they have to hold on, make sure their car gets to those optimal pressures, and that's when you can start to attack. But it looks like maybe it's too late to get that initial move by Gobi. It was kind of the other way around at the front, where he needed to get the move done early before those pressures come up, but before Fusi was able to settle into his comfort zone. Because now Gobi's not looking forward, he's looking in his mirror at Erbrich.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And in many respects, Jan-Niklas Erbrich, very, very competitive on the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform. As Lattinen gets passed by Foch, that's going through the exit of Vale and into Club. So now Simon De Mori in the number 602. That looks to be Matt Gibson just behind. That's the battle for 13th position as we go on board with that car in the 602. So Matt Gibson, another one that tends to also crop up, well, pop in and decide to join the fun here on Super Saturday. 26 minutes and 20 seconds still to go. Marcel Fusi has a slender lead, as that is the 58 of Torosani, having De Mori up the inside of him, going through into Aintree. They're nigh on banging door panels. Martin Buchan's got a fight on his hands because he's got Dylan High and Bezier just behind. And there's De Mori again up the inside of Torosani. They are side by side going through Brooklands. But at the moment, Torosani still has the initial advantage, but De Mori needs to do the cutback here through Luffield. But the thing is that we have got a bit of a Super Trofeo train starting right now, and that's actually being led by the number 35 of Martin Buchan. You've also got the number 4 of Chris Reardon just up ahead, as there's a bit of a off-track excursion there for De Mori, I believe. And yeah, you can see that now Chad Dillon has is behind. He's showing down in 11th position as Martin Buchan's trying to keep away from him. And Martin Buchan's a bit of like the little piggy in the middle. And it seems like Alu Gobi has now got more problems, because Jan-Niklas Erbrich is absolutely scything that gap in absolutely no way possible, in every way possible. And that's a great move. Great move around the outside.
Got a bit of contact to make it confirmed as he pushes him to the side there, and Erbrich sneaks through. But as we were talking about with that train forming just behind them, if you're one of those drivers that's trying to move your way through, you have to sort of break the chains between all the drivers, because right now that slipstream is acting as a sort of a rope that's letting everyone hang on and letting everyone get pulled by the car at the front of the queue. If you start to force one of the drivers in the midfield or the middle of that sort of section to defend and to move offline and move out of the slipstream, that's when a little gap forms, and that's when only you out of those two drivers will have the slipstream and you can make the overtake work. So for now, that little train might arrest some of the momentum that some drivers are having coming through this field, but I don't think it's going to be for long, as we have some people going side by side here.
Oh, again, it's De Mori and Torosani, and De Mori's trying to go around the outside. That's coming out of Aintree. He goes off the track, and I think somebody else might have gone off, probably Bezier in the 25, as there's Chad Dillon battling away, and that is with Chris Reardon. Torosani gets back up the inside of De Mori going through into Brooklands, and just behind them you've got Gibson. It's Matt Gibson in the 101 and Samir Foch in the number 8, and we now go on board the rear roof cam of Luca Torosani in the 58. Another one's decided to go for a very, very bright colour on their Lamborghini this afternoon here on the sim grid. But Marcel Fusi at the moment living up to his Mr. Super Saturday moniker at the moment. He's 2.647 seconds ahead of Jan-Niklas Erbrich. And on the last lap, Luke, Marcel Fusi puts in another fastest lap of the race, a 2 minute 3.096. He was nearly at 1.2 seconds quicker than Jan-Niklas Erbrich.
And that's the power of clean air, right? You know, the two behind are fighting, the two behind are having to defend and attack each other. Fusi he's not got anyone in his mirror. He's not got anyone in front of him. It's almost like he's on a hot lap session, you know, just lapping the track on his own right now. And the more it sort of stays like that, the longer it takes for Erbrich and Gobi to catch back up, if they're capable of doing that, the easier it's going to be for Fusi to just settle into that rhythm, start building that gap, and put it to an unassailable sort of 5-10 seconds, which it doesn't sound like much, 5 or 10 seconds, but in a 30-minute race, that's a massive gap.
Yep, and we're about just under 2.5 minutes away from completing the first third of this first of 3 support races. And you can see that Chris Reardon now coming under fire from the number 1 as Martin. But there's been a tangle there. Reardon and Dylan comes to blows, and there's carnage behind. I think I saw Torosani going off the circuit, and there are so many drivers that are going to be out of position right now, and it looks like the Fs might be hitting the chat very, very shortly, and that was going through into the loop from Village. And that has really given the opportunity for the look at the front. That is of Torosani's car. The front is not looking that aligned as it did earlier on. And David Christie has just joined the chat. Afternoon, David, and he's just put a big capital F in there as well. But this is now we're going to go to a replay here. Now this is coming through Vale and into Club. Now that was Reardon up the inside of Dylan, I believe, and you can just see it's all kicking off ahead. You've got the 172 there, that's Rotundo, and then that's from the earlier, that's from Samir Farr.
Was the lap 1?
That was lap 1. Yeah, that was the opening lap. But now Samir Farr has now got an opportunity to very quickly get himself into 8th position in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, we have these sort of 2 packs forming. We have those front drivers that, bar Fusi being a little bit ahead of everyone else, that battle between Gobi and Airbrick has allowed the cars behind to sort of form up into a bit of a Super Trofeo snake. But there's that big gap between the 74 car and the 86 that has separated the whole field pretty much into those 2 groups of cars. And when you do have those big packs form, those sort of traffic jams on the track, that's when you have those big incidents where it's not just 1 or 2 cars, it's 5 or 6. And that's exactly what we're going to see here in the replay. These 2 are racing really hard. And I think it's really the 5 car that comes through, doesn't expect them to be quite as slow as they are, and just on the apex taps that 1 car, which also then hits the 4 and pivots them both into a spin. From there, with this sort of NASCAR-esque pack racing that we're getting here with the Super Trofeos, the cars behind them nowhere to go. It's people everywhere. There's cars strewn all over the track, and there's just no gaps, nowhere to go, no time to react, and that's when you end up with those 5-6 car crashes. But we've still got races all through the field. No car was really sort of taken out of the race by it. There were all fairly minimal bits of contact. So all it does really is it pushes certain drivers back further down the grid than they were before, but it gives them an opportunity to fight back through.
Yeah, Tom Henshaw now putting a warning shot across the bow of Alu Gobi, who's fast getting closed in on by not just Henshaw but also Walter Rotundo from GTWR in the numbers 17 and 172 respectively, as they now head their way through. This is going to be through into Copse Corner, and a good strategic call there by Tom Henshaw just to wait, and I think probably if he gets a good run coming out of Chapel Curve, he'll get a good run on Gobi going down the hanger straight and down towards Stowe Corner. And the gap last time around was just over 2 tenths. You can just see how close Henshaw is getting to the back bumper of the number 21 of Alu Gobi. And then you've got Walter Rotundo. Then you've got Sam Butters, Matt High. You then got Dimori and Gibson, with Samir Foch rounding out the top 10. And quite a few other drivers have dropped to the bottom of the order. Martin Buchan down in 16th position. Reardon down to 14th. Dylan in 12th position. And just how deep is Tom Henshaw going on the brakes there, going through into Club? He's really just letting Gobi know he's there, even though Gobi's probably trying to look forward and try to not look into his mirrors as much as humanly possible. But he knows that Henshaw is there waiting to strike at a moment's notice.
Yeah, I think just from watching Gobi's sort of, not serious onboards, but watching him drive around the track, he tends to back up the corners and try and sort of extract the pace on the exit, which it can be quite fast. But when you do that and you allow people to get really close behind you in the braking zone, A, it puts a lot of pressure on you, and B, it gives them an opportunity really to tuck their nose up the inside, get a bit of a dive bomb on and try and make that overtake happen. So Gobi needs to find a way to just get a little bit deeper on the brakes, maybe sacrifice a little bit of the exit to prevent Hench coming through, because he's on the outside now. Coming to this left-hander, actually, he's going to have the inside line for a corner, which you can sweep around the outside, so it's going to be too wide all the way through. Coming up to the second hairpin, he's going to make it stick. Can Gobi get back through? No, they're going to touch. Just holds on, and Gobi goes round into the grass. He's going to hold on to it. It's not going to be a full spin, but he's going to lose position. He's going to lose a lot of time on track.
Yeah, I think he's lost Henshaw and Rotundo, and Sam Butters is actually closing in on Alu Gobi right now. So Gobi's dropped out of the podium positions with just over half of the race remaining. So with 17 minutes and 20 seconds still to go. Tom Henscher now being pressurised. Walter Rotundo has now actually capitalised, not just on the misfortune of Gobi, but also with that compromising move that happened between Henscher and Gobi there, which I'm wondering whether that might be investigated, as Samuel Fock now closing on Matt Gibson in the 101 for what is 9th position, and he's got the 58, that is of Luca Torosani, just behind as well. But Tom Henscher really feeling the pressure now from Walter Rotundo as they now have exited the Hangar Straight and now exit out of Stowe Corner.
Yeah, Rotundo's looking really fast right now. You know, he's putting a lot of time in. Actually, to be fair, I don't know if it's whether Henscher's going back or whether Rotundo's catching up to him. But this battle, I think, is going to go on for quite a long time because they seem really equal coming out of a lot of corners. And with the sort of lack of aerodynamic devices on the car, the one thing that does do is it lessens the sort of effect that Slipstream has. So these cars tend to stay in those packs. It tends to be a little bit more difficult to overtake. And really, it's going to be the sort of difference in the braking zone and difference in the approach to corners that is going to be your sort of overtaking opportunities. So these battles, I think, that we see, you know, through the field with Rotundo and Henscher, maybe with Gobi and Butters, should go on for a fair while.
First penalty of the Super Saturday here at Silverstone has now been officially issued. 15-second time penalty given to the car number 35 of Martin Buchan. The incident on lap 5 involving car 4. That was Reardon. Car 1 of Dillon and Martin Buchan. Martin Buchan is the one on the short end of the stick on that one. 15-second time penalty. That will be added to his race post-checkered flag. But Henscher still, well, he's actually managed to stretch a little bit of a gap ahead of Rotundo. It's close to 0.8 of a second as we are now on lap number 8, and Marcel Fusi just literally, he's like a metronome at the minute. He's not even, I don't think he's even, from my estimation, not dipped into the 2-minute 4s. He's running in the high 2-minute 3s as Chris Reardon now battling away. This is with the 87, that's Vesa Lattinen, and he's got Reardon, and that is behind him. He's got Bezier and then also Martin Buchan as Reardon up the inside of Lattinen. That's a great move going through Copse Corner, and Lattinen only going 2 wheels off track, not 4 wheels off track, because then that's a track cut and the system software punishes you quite severely if you take too many of those. And in this very ultra competitive first support race of the day here, Luke, it's, you know, some of these drivers, I know Martin Buchan is doing all 3. We know that quite a few others are doing all 3 races, and then you've got some that are doing also the best of British, like Marcel Fusi. So these drivers really just trying to I think one of the benefits of the best of British, okay, it's one of the newer championships here on SimGrid, but also having the support races. So now that has been a moment. That is for Torosani, and that was coming out of Stowe Corner. There's also been another penalty given. The number 25, that's Edouard Bezier. Failure to hold brakes gets a drive-through penalty from race control, so we'll have to serve that in the next 3 laps. But yeah, I mean, the fact that some of these drivers are going, yeah, I'm just going to have a bit of a giggle. I want to do some sprint racing. I don't want to do any endurance racing. I want to have a bit of a laugh. And that's the whole benefit of Super Saturday, wouldn't you agree, Luke? I mean, you and David Christie have also got behind the wheel as well. Yeah,
the one thing is you don't necessarily learn how to drive other cars by, you know, if you compete in Super Trofeo and you compete in Ginetta's, you're not going to be better necessarily at driving a GT3 car. But what you do learn is sort of the physics of the sim, the physics of you know, cars in general, first off, and you get that sort of experience of the track as well, those sort of minutiae. You know, which curbs can I take? Where are the bumps on the track? And just the more lap time you get, the more time you're out on track, the more faster you're going to get at the end of the day. It is really, sim racing is one of those things where sometimes it's just about putting time in. And so if you do those sprint races, you know, it's a great way to learn and also put yourself out of the comfort zone. You know, I know that I'm very good. As we switch to the replay here, we're going to see, I think, the spin. Actually, no, this is the contact between the 58 and the one car that puts the 58 in the grass. One car's able to escape there just about, but the 58 is in a bit of a scary position there as he spins his car back around and gets it back righted. But, you know, I know for a fact that I'm quite good in front-engine cars, right? You know, the Mercedes, Bentley, for example, the cars that I'm sort of comfortable with. But when I throw myself in a Lamborghini or a Ferrari, I tend to struggle because I'm not used to those cars. And competing in things like Super Saturday, where you take part in every race, it forces you to, you know, pull yourself out of the comfort zone. Because when you have the single car, you know, single make series, like we had the Super Trofeos and the Ginettas and the BMW M6 later on, it forces you to drive a car that maybe you wouldn't necessarily drive normally. And so it is a really good way to sort of improve yourself as a driver. And I think for those people that are looking for ways, fairly simple ways that they can get more time on the board, and fun ways as well, because hopping in a training session, there's only so much time you can do that and enjoy it. Just hopping in a practice session on your own. These kind of sprint races are a great way to improve yourself as a driver.
Very much the case, and if you want to get more time behind the sim, you can also head to the sim grid and click on daily racing. Multiple servers across the globe being in operation as always here on the sim grid. A big thank you as always to our partners at Coach Dave Academy and Thrustmaster for their consistent backing as well. These drivers now, Alu Gobi really coming under fire now again, and this is with Sam Butters, and Butters now is one of the biggest things from my perspective here, Luke, is the fact that Alu Gobi started on the front row and now he's battling for 5th position with Sam Butters.
Yeah, she was one of the few drivers that got that sort of final lap in right at the end of the race, end of qualifying. We were talking about how you have that sort of, you come in and you have your banker laps and then you have your fast laps. Ali didn't have that. She came in, she did 1 lap, put herself 2nd, but it kind of felt to me like maybe some of the drivers behind made a small mistake, or they didn't quite have the confidence to push for those extra few tenths, where maybe in the race they could have, or maybe they put a bit more time in the setup or something like that. Maybe the racing on Coach Dave's setups, who knows? But it kind of feels like the sort of the race pace isn't quite there for Gobi yet. She's certainly great in qualifying, but dropping back through the field partly because of that incident that we saw earlier, which I'm sure hasn't helped. But still top 5. I mean, it's only 2 seconds to the car in front. She can settle into a rhythm. 10 minutes to go. She can still move back up and potentially even fight for a podium.
And also the fact that she could, keep Sam Butters at bay, because that's another thing that you can learn through these sprint races. It's not always about the art of attacking, it's also about the art of defending. And when you can sometimes make the rear haunches of these Super Trofeo Lamborghinis rather wide at certain circuits, here at Silverstone it's a very different proposition altogether, as we now hit the final third of this race. With Fusi leading on lap number 10. He's got a 3.7 second advantage over, well, make that 3.9 seconds over Jan-Niklas Ebrich, as we're on board with the number 74 Super Trofeo of Sam Butters. And also, one of the other things, Alu Gobi, she got pole position when more female racers came to Silverstone.
Certainly pedigree of the track, but I think these Super Trofeos are a bit of a different beast in terms of the way you approach them. It's very similar to the Porsche Cup car, and they're designed to be challenging. They're designed to make it really difficult to extract that final bit of pace, and really that's the whole point of the series, is to sort of find the drivers of the future for the Lamborghini program. So it is a really good car to learn in, and as you said, to defend in. But it's also because, as I spoke about earlier, where the aerodynamic effect of slipstream is lessened by the sort of lack of aerodynamic parts on the car. By virtue of that, an overtake isn't just getting a slipstream, passing a hard braking zone. It's getting the slipstream, force the other driver to, put pressure on the driver in front, make them defend and compromise their line through certain corners, and then get the move done. These kind of cars and these kind of series really encourage you to plan your overtakes and to sort of do it correctly. Because sometimes when you're in a normal GT3 or GT4 race, I think GT4 is a really good example, where you have like a Ginetta versus a BMW. The BMW is absurd in a straight line, and the Ginetta is really good on the brakes. So you can just use that and make overtakes fairly simple. When you're in a single make series like this, you don't have that. Your car's a lot better on the brakes. At most, you might have a kilometre an hour more on the straights, depending on what aerodynamic setup you have on the car. So there's very limited ways you can actually use things like that to make overtakes happen. And instead, it is all about your driving. And that's when you can really learn from a series like this.
Yeah, in the meantime, we've had our 3rd penalty issued. This time it's to the number 58, and that is of Luca Torresani. Drive-through penalty for ignoring yellow flags, as we now clap our eyes back on Marcel Fusi. Nearly 4 seconds up the road from Jan-Niklas Ebrich at this particular moment in time, with 7 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock still to go. As that's Edouard Bezier, and he's just alongside, well, going up the inside there. That is of Mills. That's Gareth Mills in the 67. He's just got past down the hanger straight, going through into Stowe Corner.
And this little battle here for 3rd place is going to be something I'm going to be keeping my eyes on through these last 7 minutes. We've got one for 5th as well, just behind them. But these four cars that are relatively close on track should, I think, get grouped up here at the end, because I expect Rotundo is going to get a bit more aggressive here and start to really put pressure on Hench. And as Hench moves off the racing line to defend, pulls it to the inside and corner entries to try and stop Rotundo from getting those overtaking opportunities. Not only is that going to force the two of them closer together as they battle, but it's also going to bring the two behind up. Gobi's going to be able to really close that gap back up to them if Rotundo can put that pressure on, and the gap is closing slowly across these laps. So with 7 minutes to go, we might have a four-way battle for third here.
Yeah, so it is very much the case that Marcel Fusi, well, I've just had a look at Jan-Niklas Ebrich, who's gone just over half a tenth quicker than Marcel Fusi. The gap now just under 4 seconds on lap number 12. Tom Henscher rounds out the top three. We're on board with Walter Rotondo from GTWR in the 172, who is within 4 tenths going into Stowe Corner. As we now go to the outside panoramic shot, as always, exemplary broadcast camera work from Mike Yao, and also we've got Michael Hamlet giving us the information in our ears when we need to know, in terms of battles and also in terms of lap times as well. And these drivers really pushing. 6 minutes on the clock to go. Alu Gobi, she rounds out the top 5 ahead of Sam Butters. We've then got Demori, Samir Foch, Matt Gibson, and then you've also got the number 1 of Chad Dillon completing the top 10.
We briefly spoke earlier about how the track limit warnings are fairly easy to get around here. But one of the things that I think a lot of people forget about when it comes to track warnings is that you can actually use them as a sort of tactic. There are certain corners on the track, I think Stowe on the exit's a really good example, where you can tactically take a corner cut on the exit to generate a bit more speed, according to the Sims rules, and use that to maybe get a bit of overspeed in the car in front and get an overtake happening. So it's really critical through your race to not get them accidentally, to not accidentally run wide and waste those corner cuts you have, because you do have 3 before you get a penalty. So if coming towards the end of the race with 4 or 5 minutes left, and you maybe go a little bit too wide on a corner exit, or you cut the corner a little bit too much and you get a track warning, if you can do that at the right time, you can set it up and use it as a bit of a stratagem to get a bit more speed on the car in front. That's a real opportunity to defend or to attack, because obviously you can use it both ways. If you know the guy behind is going to attack you in the next corner, maybe on the exit you get back on the throttle a little bit early, run a little bit wide and carry a bit more speed through the corner. I'm intrigued to see if any of these drivers do kind of not cheat, because it's technically illegal, but use that kind of strategy to generate a bit of speed. You can cut on the inside here and on the exit of the Chapel Corner here if you're risky. And it's a very difficult thing to pull off, but there are opportunities, especially at Silverstone, to use that kind of strategy.
Yeah, it looks like Luca Torresani has got another slap on the wrist from race control, but luckily enough, this one's a warning. Incident on lap 8 involving car number 58, that is Torresani, and that is also the number 1 of Chad Dillon. Torresani gets a warning for aggressive driving, as now we are back with the battle for third place, the final step on the rostrum, with 4 minutes and 8 seconds still to go on the road. And now Alu Gobi, she's closed in as well, so this could be the possibility where Alu Gobi, who competed in the more female races by Thrustmaster Series in the Pro Championship, she secured P4 with teammate Jens Kaiser. And Alu Gobi now getting that sort of second wind, if you will, that she's really got a resurgence coming through. And because Rotundo and Henscher have been battling away, this has given Alu Gobi the real opportunity to start closing in on them.
Yeah, Hench got a little bit loose through Stowe there. His car started sliding on the corner exit, and that brought Rotundo close. Then Rotundo just went really wide on the exit to carry a bit more speed, like I was suggesting, was a way you can employ the track cuts to your advantage. And that really closed the gap between the two of them. But with the fact that Hench got that big slide on, as you said, it's brought Gobi right to the back of it, and Butters isn't far behind either. So that four-way battle that I was alluding to, it looks like it's about to kick off.
Very much the case, because now Hench has got Rotundo and now Alu Gobi. Really makes it a three-way scrap for the final step on the rostrum. We've got 180 seconds of this race still to go. Marcel Fusi still leading by just under 3.9 seconds ahead of Jan-Niklas Ebrich. Tom Henscher hanging on at the moment for third place, and they're 8.6 seconds off of the 2.99. Walter Rotundo right in the slipstream, as is Alu Gobi, and she's actually hanging back a little bit, which is, I think, a very, very good strategic call, especially when, if Henscher and Rotundo, God forbid, come to blows here, Luke, Alu Gobi, she's got the ringside seat.
And they don't even need to come to blows for Gobi to get that opportunity. If Hench has to defend and Rotundo's compromised in his line by that defensive move by Hench, that's an opportunity for Gobi to slip up into fourth by just taking the optimal line, getting a much better exit on the corner. And once he's in fourth, well, she can try and do the same thing to Hench that Rotundo's been trying to do all race. Put a bit of pressure on, force Hench into a mistake, because he has made a few in this race. Only small ones, those slides that maybe you only lose a tenth or two here or there, but a tenth or two might be all you need to make an overtake work.
Yeah, very much the case. We're coming into the last 2 minutes. Marcel Fusi at the moment is going through Abbey and then into Farm Curve. Now he's gone into Village, and you can see the picture-in-picture here, courtesy of Mike Yao. Absolutely brilliant just to see multiple battles. You've got the one up for 9th position up at the top right-hand corner of your screen. Matt Gibson and Chad Dillon battling away. Then you've got Tom Henscher, Walter Rotundo, and then probably just fractionally behind will be Alu Gobi in the number 21 as we go back to the battle over 3rd place. And these drivers they're still not giving any quarter. Alu Gobi, she looks to have dropped off a little bit. I wonder, I'm just having a look, that she might have had a bit of a difficult sector at one point. And now Sam Butters is really closing in on her rear wing at this particular moment in time.
No, it's looking like maybe I think Gobi doesn't quite have the pace to get there and fight these two, but it was partly, Hench was able to pull away because Rotundo couldn't put that pressure on. And by virtue of that, Gobi then also couldn't do the same. So maybe we're going to see just Rotundo and Hench battle, but Hench is doing a really good job of defending. He's had to compromise his line occasionally, and when that's happened, it's been a little bit scary for him in terms of comparing to Rotundo's pace. But really, it's just been Hench sort of sticking to his line, saying to Rotundo, if you want to go deep on the brakes, you want to try and dive on me, go ahead, because it's not going to work. And I think that's sort of how you have to drive Silverstone. You look at, I think Stowe's a really good example where if you actually give the other driver the inside line, usually you're the one that's at the advantage because you can sweep around the outside. You can go all the way to that exit curb and maybe run a little bit off track if you have to. But you then get the inside line for the ensuing chicane in Vale. So it's really just been Hench, sticking to his guns. And Rotundo's not been able to force him offline, not been able to force him into compromised positions. And that's why it looks like Hench might be able to hold on to the position.
Yep, time has hit 0 for the first of 3 sprint race support races here on Super Saturday at Silverstone, live here on the sim grid. And Marcel Fusi, next time around, he will get the checkered flag after 15 laps of racing. A little bit earlier on, I saw that Alu Gobi, I think she let Sam Butters past. I wonder if the pace had just sort of dropped off a little bit towards the end of the race, but she did a great job in qualification, put it alongside, and I think it was only her first lap. She got to within half a second of Marcel Fusi, and Marcel Fusi just did the old hold my beer and went a further half a second quicker. But Fusi now, he's going to get Super Saturday here at Silverstone in the final weekend of March, well and truly underway. As he starts celebrating, he's got every right to do so because he's 5.1 seconds ahead. Marcel Fusi wins the opening support race here at Silverstone. Jan-Niklas Ebrich takes 2nd position, and we will have Tom Henscher very, very shortly. He makes his way through Woodcote after exiting Luffield, takes P3 by just 7/10 out ahead of Walter Rotundo. And Gobi's running out of fuel. Alu Gobi, she's literally crawling to the checkered flag.
It's about the same pace as David Christie usually drives. Is she even going to reach the line? Yeah, had to get it in.
I'm sorry.
P8 in the end.
Oh my goodness me! That's a real shame for Alu Gobi. She must have been fuel saving like crazy after that.
No, but at that point, the car was completely dead. She'd used all the fuel in the car and was just coasting at home, clutch in, try and keep the wheel as straight as possible to scrub off as little speed. And she crosses the line in 8th still, but yeah, that's really unfortunate. You probably needed maybe 1 more litre in the car, but that's one thing that you sort of have to compromise for. I don't know whether her pace at the end was because she noticed she ran out of fuel, or was running out of fuel rather. But if you do sort of really put it right on the edge in terms of the amount of fuel in the car, you gain maybe half a tenth a second a lap. By doing that, just with the lack of weight, because you're expecting maybe the other cars will have a couple more litres in, so you gain a tiny bit of time from the weight, but it is a big risk, especially if the You know, if it's very close between how many laps the race is going to be, whether it's going to be one extra, you know, you just want to put a bit of extra fuel in, keep it safe, because remember, you do use some on the, even with the short sort of outlap, you still use some fuel there. So, yeah. I mean, maybe getting a calculation just wrong, and yeah, it really hurt in the end, going from what looked like a solid P4 to a P8 in the end.
Yeah, it cost her quite a lot of time. Okay, Samir Fox's last lap was a 2-minute 5.4. Alu Gobi's last lap, while she was crawling to the checkered flag, a 2-minute 22.2.
Yeah, that's slightly off pace, to put it simply. But it was still a really good race from her, and to be honest, from the rest of the grid. You know, we had that big incident at the start, but apart from that, the racing was really good, nice and clean. You know, everyone was looking out for each other, I think, and I think that's a sign of things to come. You know, everyone's here to have fun at the end of the day. There's two ways you have fun in racing. You go fast and you battle. So at the end of the day, I think this whole grid wants to do both. And that's exactly what we saw. A really good race here to start the day. And now we move on to the Ginettas, which I'm looking forward to, as you might expect, given it is my favourite car in the sim. But it's just such an interesting contrast now that we go from these Super Trofeos, the nice and fast cars. You know, they look streamlined, they look mean, they look fast, they look dangerous, to these really little small. I always think they look like baby Corvettes, the Ginettas we're going to have up next, but they're, you know, slow on the straights. Surprisingly good in corners versus Super Trofeo, but really deep on the brakes as well. So it's going to be a really interesting contrast as we move on to our next race.
Well, let's see if we can get a couple of drivers in for an interview, and I've already spotted one. Let's first of all, if I can, bring in Jan-Niklas Ebrich, who finished in second position. Jan-Niklas, firstly, really good to see you fighting your way through the field here in the Super Trofeo race here on Super Saturday. Second position, a little further back probably than you would like in comparison to where Marcel Fusi won, about 5.1 seconds, but still, nevertheless, a very good race from yourself.
Yeah, it was definitely a good race. The qualifying was bad as always. I think I could have gotten the second place. But yeah, the overtake was really nice. I ran a low downforce setup, so I was like a rocket on the straights, so it made it easier for me. But yeah, Fuzzy, he did an amazing drive. He was just a tiny tenth faster every lap. But yeah, I tried to give it all, but he was definitely faster.
And obviously, you know, Super Saturday is a welcome addition here on SimGrid. Have you been enjoying all the racing you've been doing here as well? Because I know that you have made some appearances here on Super Saturday.
Yeah, the races were definitely nice. Maybe the last Ginetta race was not so nice, getting ping-ponged in the first lap, but yeah, that happens. The comeback was nice. Yeah, I definitely like the races. Hopefully I will attend more Super Saturdays, maybe a championship in the future. Yeah.
Okay, Jan-Niklas Ebrich, our runner-up today in the Super Trofeo race on Super Saturday. Well done today, and hopefully you'll be watching the racing along with the rest of the people watching on the stream right now. So have a good one, Jan-Niklas. Thank you very much for taking part.
I will. Thank you.
Okay, looks like we might have one more driver to interview before we change brass tacks and go into our next support race. Let's bring in Simon Di Mori. Simon Di Mori is with us. Simon, firstly, a very interesting race out there. You were having quite a few battles with Luca Torresani in the number 58. Quite a few side-by-side moments, but it must have been quite entertaining. At some points, rather nerve-wracking for you going side by side.
Hello. Yeah, it was a quite intense race, especially when the guys came together in front of me. Really had to find my way through there. Always sliding a bit around the corners. These cars are really hard to drive on the power. And so, yeah, it was really intense to fight with these guys.
Very, very different proposition altogether in comparison with the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, which has approximately about 50 to 60 brake horsepower less, and with less downforce, you know, less aerodynamics to play with on the Super Trofeo. It's very much a very different animal altogether, but still that soundtrack from that 5.2 litre V8 V10 from behind you is normally quite a good thing, isn't it?
Yes, of course. Big engine is always nice in a car. And yeah, as you said, it's really different to drive to the GT3 version. To me personally, the GT3 version is quite a lot easier to drive. But yeah, it's a really nice feeling if you can handle the powers and get around the track really nicely.
Well, Simon Di Mori, thank you very much for taking part in the Super Trofeo race, and we wish you all the best for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you. Have a nice one.
You too. So that's it for the first of 3 support races. So we move on from the Super Trofeo from Lamborghini to Leeds' finest in the Ginetta Cup, which will be coming up very, very shortly. But before we get on to that, we're going to go to a quick commercial break here on the Sim Grid. Myself and Luke Rogers will be back in just a couple of moments' time. Welcome back to continuing coverage of Super Saturday here at the home of British Motorsport, Silverstone. Alex Goldschmidt and Luke Rogers back for our second support race of the afternoon, where we will have the Lawrence Tomlinson's finest product from Leeds, the Ginetta G55 GT4s. Drivers that have actually raced in that actually tasted success. Sarah Moore, who was one of the many drivers that took part in the more female races by Thrustmaster. She took the title with a Ginetta back in 2018, and that was with Britcar. But there's a lot coming up here on the Sim Grid. Major developments. Firstly, of course, this is going to be round 3 this evening for Best of British. We then have a week's break because next week, the Sim Grid World Cup powered by VCO Season 2 gets underway with live qualifying next Thursday evening at Mount Panorama. We'll have 2 splits, a $20,000 prize fund, and we have 5 tracks, a composition of some of the most iconic, the most challenging sports car circuits known across the globe, including Kyalami, Spa-Francorchamps, and the first round is going to be the 12 hours of Mount Panorama, which kicks off on the 3rd of April at next week. We also have Sprint Cup Season 3 hits the midway point at Imola, and that is on the 8th of April. Myself and David Christie will be back on commentary for that. We then will have the penultimate round of the Best of British. That takes place on the 10th of April at Brands Hatch. As well, we also there's been looks like there's been a little bit of a change with regards to the Best of British as well. I think it's the 17th of April. It's been brought forward a week. Sprint Cup Season 3 will also head to the Hungaroring on the 22nd of April, and there is plenty more juicy tidbits to come in the not too distant future. You can head to thesimgrid.com. You can look at the upcoming series. You can look at the daily racing. Also, we've got the BMW Challenge. We've got the GT3, the M6 GT3, which is currently being used in multiple championships, which includes G2 Esports, who are currently in 4th position in the current overall standings of Sprint Cup Season 3. However, if you want to get some really, really good gear from Thrustmaster, like our very own David Christie got himself a brand new T300 RS, you can go to Thrustmaster. You can have a look at what equipment that they have in terms of steering wheels, hubs, a lot of sim racing paraphernalia that you can get from Thrustmaster. You can also head to our good friends at Coach Dave Academy. If you want to find some really, really good setups at certain circuits, you can also head to their official website. You can also be trained by some of the top names in current Intercontinental GT World Challenge circles, such as Dave Perel, Jordan Pepper, amongst others. So if you want to get a setup for a particular vehicle, head to Coach Dave Academy. They will be able to help you out. No word of a lie there. But also, free practice is very much underway. They're into the dying throes of it. So I think what we need to do, Luke, I think at the end of the minute, cars are currently in the pit lane, but this particular vehicle, the G55 GT4, it's just a shade under 1,100 kilos. It has a 3.7 litre Ford V6 engine. It has a maximum power output of around about 380 brake horsepower, and it can reach speeds around 150 miles an hour. And it has its very own. It's got its very own characteristics as a GT4 vehicle, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's a very unique car. It's one I have a fair amount of experience now. I'm racing in a different series in the car every week, so I've been driving it a lot recently. And this is actually one of the tracks that is next week on the series, so I'll be taking a few tips, I think, from the fast drivers today. But it's a really fun car to drive and a real challenge, because it's not great on the straights, so you have to make all your time up through corners and through braking. With the fact that it's a very light car, especially when it's racing other GT4 cars, it can get really deep on the brakes. But with that lack of top speed that you mentioned, when they're racing like their own, in a group of Ginettas, it's incredibly good fun. But it's such a challenging car to make work in a GT4 field. You can be really confident with the car in corners. It grips up really well. It's good at that sort of transition from left to right. I think Magus and Beck is a really good example of somewhere where it would be quite strong. But it's very scared of curbs, especially the big sausage curbs, because it's such a small car. The wheelbase is very small. So when you do hit those curbs, it really propels the car into the air and takes it off. So you have to be so careful about which curb you do use, because not using any will lose you a bunch of lap time, but using them too much and you spin out. So it's really a car that requires a lot of confidence, requires a lot of bravery on the brakes, requires a lot of balls, I think, through the corners. But I think the one challenge that this car has the most, the one that I personally struggle with a lot, is on corner exit. We just saw there with King McGee on this onboard that he got a little bit loose on the exit there with the throttle. Because unlike some GT3s, I think Mercedes is a good example, where the sort of the technology on board with the traction control and the ABS are really good. In this car, you want to be in them as little as possible. If you're in the traction control, you're losing time. If you're in the ABS, you're not braking as well as you could. So you need to be really careful on the throttle, because if you're not in the traction control, if you're not in the traction control, and you turn it down, put it on 1 or 0, the car's going to slide a lot coming out of the corners. So you have to be, really, almost treat it like it's an egg underneath. But if you do put the traction control up too high, you lose a lot of that punch out of the corners. So finding that sort of balance between throttle application and using the technology, but you can also use it to turn the car. Obviously, if you start sliding, naturally the front end's going to be pointed more inwards. So there's a lot of those sort of minutiae that make this car a real challenge to drive. And I think during this race, we're going to see those drivers that are able to extract that little bit of lap time. King McGee here, the driver we're on board with, last time out in Donington, I had a little battle with him, and it was quite good fun. He's a really good driver, so I'm expecting to see him up towards the top today. I think Fuzi's racing again, and he was really good at Donington, and obviously he's been good at pretty much every race we've had. So 2 drivers I expect to be right up at the top of the mix. But this track is one of the best tracks for this car, because it is such a challenge to drive around here and get that lap time out.
Yeah, Lee King McGee will actually race tomorrow in the second round of the British GT Esports Championship that takes place tomorrow night at Snetterton in Norfolk. And so, yeah, he'll be racing the Ginetta G55 GT4 there. We've got around about 36 cars that are in the servers, and you know, it's good afternoon to James Bacon as well. I haven't seen him compete on a Super Saturday yet from when I've been in the commentary box, to be completely honest with you. However, due to the amount of drivers that have actually entered for splits 1 and 2 for the Ginettas, we have decided to amalgamate both splits. So we will have, I think there are 36 cars on the server at this particular moment in time. You said about the fact that these top, you know, the top speed of the Ginettas is going to be a bit of an Achilles heel, but in, you know, the quick twisty stuff like Maggots, Begets and Chapel, I think the Ginetta could really come into its own here.
Yeah, the two things it's good at: a weight transition, you know, when you're switching from left to right, and when you're in those swooping corners, and braking. And those are two characteristics of a car that are really strong at Silverstone, because you have heavier braking zones. You have areas where you need to be, you know, not necessarily heavy braking, but, you know, tapping the brake and then get straight back on the throttle. And with that lack of weight in the car, you know, doing that and pitching the car doesn't make it as unstable as, let's say, it might do in a Porsche Cup car and get a sliding. So, you know, Cops is a really good example of another corner where the car is really going to excel. And, you know, the Ginetta struggles at tracks with big straights. You know, Monza, it's on the limiter for about a third of the main straight. But here, I don't think it reaches the limiter on any of the straights, if I remember correctly. So it's going to be a track that should, I think, produce some really good racing, because there's going to be overtaking, there's going to be close battles, because the car relies more on mechanical grip than aero. So, you know, you don't get that dirty air that pushes cars away from each other and sort of acts like a bit of a bubble between them. So I'm expecting this race is going to be a big pack, you know, 36 cars around here that are all the same, that are all really fast. It's going to be a good race.
Yeah, looks like free practice coming to a close in a couple of seconds' time. Again, the same format as we had with the Lamborghini Super Trofeos. A 10-minute qualification session here at Silverstone, and then a 30-minute sprint race. We'll have one more after that, which will be the BMW Challenge, the Mice of Munich in the M6 GT3. Will be making its presence felt here at the home of British Motorsport, and then myself, Alex Goldschmidt and Luke Rogers, we will then hand over to Lewis McGlade and David Christie for the feature race today here on Super Saturday on the Sim Grid, the Best of British round number 3. And yeah, looks like qualifying's just about getting started. Cars starting to go out of the pit lane. Chris Reardon, who is another driver that has also decided to do this, as well as Martin Buchan. And you can see that split 1 will be the white designated car, the numbers with the white boxes, and then the red boxes is for split number 2. And that's going to be rather interesting because, like you say, 36 cars here. That's effectively one car for effectively, you look at it, it's 3.6 miles. You've got 36 Ginettas. That's actually not a bad thing to have. You've got one car for every sort of bit of this racetrack here.
Yeah, and you're going to see in qualifying that traffic might be quite an important thing. You know, with both splits in one, you know, brought together, I think there's going to be a fair bit of field spread. You know, you're looking at probably maybe 4 to 5 seconds, just, you know, based on, you know, what I'm expecting here. So if you get stuck behind a driver that's slow, you need to either find a way past them or you need to set that gap up. And with 36 cars on the grid, setting a gap, you know, finding that area to race in where you're not going to be held up by someone in front of you and not going to be caught by someone behind you, it's not easy to do. So it's really critical right now to find your gap and get it working. And those guys that got out straight away are probably loving life right now. Those guys right at the front with that nice bit of clean air that they can move into. I think it'd be in a really good place to set some times, because again, 10 minutes of qualifying, it's not about setting a perfect lap, it's just about getting a good one on the board.
Yeah, well, Team Cake's back again. Sebastian Handler is in one of the grids. He's actually in split 1, which is in the white boxes with the numbers in them. So Sebastian Handler, again, showing a bit of fun. And, you know, we always have a joke with the crew at Team Cake. I mean, especially when they came up with that multi-layered Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT4 for the next-gen 12-hour brain tumour charity race that myself and David Christie actually did the whole thing on, like 13 and a half hours, and I think it was a combination of Michael Hamlet and also Mike Yao that also helped behind the scenes as well, and that was hell of an event where we raised well over £2,500. But you know, again, you say about this, and I'm looking at sort of like car numbers like the 302, that is actually one of the cars up at the front. That's Alex Leif in the 302. You know, pretty much at the front, going down the hangar straight into Stowe Corner, where Sebastian Handler's right in the thick of things, going through the exit of Chapel Curve, and it's not going to be easy, like you say. And we've just got under 7 minutes of the session. I think this is going to be more rapid fire than what we had with the Super Trofeos, because a lot of them had a lot more clean air in qualifying.
And that's the one thing where maybe this being a Ginetta series helps out, because these cars are stable's wrong word, although I think Handler actually just invalidated his lap there on the corner exit as he got very wide out of Stowe. But these cars are very hard to sort of lose control of. You know, even when you're sliding them, you can catch the slides. You can actually use the slide sometimes to your advantage in certain corners. So they're a really good car to have these big grids on, because even though you don't have that big gap, and even though you might be, you know, only 2 or 3 laps at most to set your times, you know, even if you get those slides on, it's not the end of the world. You might lose a couple of tenths, but you won't spin out, and you won't, you know, ruin a series. Because obviously, if we have a car, let's say 5 back at the front of this big qualifying queue that spins out and gets stuck there, all the drivers behind really are going to get compromised on their lap. So, you know, having this car, which is a car you can push, a car which you can slide around and keep control of, if you know what you're doing, in a big grid like this, should be really fun, and also should make it so that qualifying is quite an exciting one. Because with this amount of drivers, we're bound to have some super close times.
Yeah, there's Daniel Fong, the number 57, in split number 2, and is currently 12th out. Well, 12th in terms of where everyone is going through in terms of qualification. Alex Leif goes top of the timesheets with a 2-minute 10.251, followed by Lee King McGee in the number 9 by 7.5 tenths. And then it is, the times are changing. Marcel Fusi, Mr. Super Saturday's already gone in there and absolutely shattered the 2-minute 10 by 1/1000th of a second, no less. That's like literally precision there from the Hungarian. Times are still coming in, and a lot of the drivers, we're seeing the 2-minute 10s, 2-minute 11s. When we're getting to the AMs, we're probably going to see a little bit more towards the 2:13s to the 2:15s. The first one is, well, funny enough, he's decided to get his elbows out. Good on you, David Christie, I believe, in the 64. He's just put in a 2-minute 13.560. And he's second in class at the moment. So, well, I mean, the thing is that I did have a bit of a laugh and a joke with him, because in one particular race, he actually got past through sheer luck. I don't know how it happened. Past Igor Odgorodnikov in one of the support races previously in Super Saturday. And I can't, yeah, it was actually myself and Lewis McGlade were commentating on him, and I think it might have been GT4s, and it was at Snetterton, I believe. I can't really remember which one. I'm sure that Lewis will probably remind me a bit later on when we hand over to him, but yeah, it was Alton Park. So David got past Igor Odgorodnikov, and I said, "You realise you got past Igor?" And he went, "Did I? Oh yeah, I did, didn't I?" It was like he had to do a double take on that one.
Surprised he saved it permanently so he could remind us all every race. I'm surprised he came back into pits. I saw he came back in, I assumed, to get a new set of tyres. From my experience with the Ginetta, it's usually actually lap 3 that's the fastest one. So in a 10-minute sort of qualifying session, I was perhaps expecting that everyone would just fuel for 10 minutes and go out and set some times, because it takes time to get the pressures up in the right sort of zone. Usually you sort of push on the first lap, your tyres get too pressured, and then your second lap you push again, and then right at the end of the lap, you know, if it's a good lap you keep it going, if it's a bad lap you back off, let it cool down a tiny bit, and then go for your third lap, and that's your, you know, that third lap is your real push lap. So it's surprising to see quite a few drivers came in after one lap, because they're not going to be up to pressure, or they might actually, I guess, be overpressuring the tyres. But back when I did the Donington race last week, it was actually, I crossed the line with like 3 seconds to go, and on my last lap gained 6/10. So it's really important to get that sort of third lap in, where the tyres are perfect, you know, with the car and the brakes are heated up. When you've got no fuel left in the car, that's when you want to be setting your lap times.
Yeah, have to give a shout out to Gary from Dynamic Automotive Photography. Good to have you with us. Marcel Fusi again. He's trying to go 2 for 2 already this evening. Alex Leif actually put in a 2-minute 9.846. Fusi just blew that one clear out of the water with a 2-minute 9.372, and currently in split 2 at the moment. It is the number 57. That is of David Fong in 12th position overall. Then you've also got Jamie Shaw in the number 4, and then Scott Ticehurst rounding out the top 3 in that. And it looks like, David Christie's second in class in qualifying in split 2 has been rather short-lived.
And I think that's partly because he came in after one lap. He's back out on track now, and I think he's going to have enough time for 2 laps. So he'll at least have that second lap where his car's fully pressured. But I don't know whether maybe he got the pressures wrong. And his car wasn't pressuring up like right. He wasn't getting the tyres in that optimal window and came back in for a new set. But that's really going to compromise his race. And he wasn't the only driver that did that. So I expect the times are going to tumble here as everyone's sort of getting their car up to the right sort of window. I know Fusi can go faster than a 9.3 because I know Ginetta drivers. I can't do that, but I know Ginetta drivers that can go faster than that, and he's one of the fastest drivers around. So I'm expecting he's going to find some time. Whether someone can catch up to him and really put a challenge to that, I'm not sure, but I think there are drivers in the field that can do that.
Yeah, top 3 overall. This is Eneko Pironneau in the 444 from France, rounding out the top 3, and has got Team Cake's Sebastian Handler not too far behind, probably by the tune of about 81 thousandths of a second. Good to see Aidan Bro on the chat. He's also one that likes to get behind the wheel of Ginetta's quite recently. I've seen on relevant different leagues as well. You and I both know him very, very well, Luke. So good to have him with us, spectating along for a bit of...
Make me feel slow.
Well, I'm not talking about his results. That's to make you feel better, my friend.
For those who don't know, Aidan and I are teammates in a different Ginetta league. So there's 2 drivers per team, and I think we were second coming into Suzuka, which was the 4th round, and then I got spun out on up to my race ended. Aidan finished 10th, I think, in the end. But we're fighting for at least second in the championship together. Mostly because he has a good finish, and I sort of sneak into the top 10, top 15, and that's how I get my points. So it's good fun. But he's always the driver making me feel slow. But I mean, these cars are so much there's so many sort of minutiae that you can get that final 10th out of, on the brakes, on the corner exits, on that weight transition. Just getting the car perfect is so hard to do, and that's why you see these big field spreads. Because I say that the car's quite easy to drive. It's easy to drive at a relatively okay pace. It's easy to set a 2-minute sort of 11. It's not easy to go faster than that. And finding that tiny bit of lap time is it is a real challenge, and it's all about getting time in the car. Right? That's the only way you can really get fast in this thing, because it is quite unique in the way it drives. And I think that's what we're seeing sort of towards the front. If we look at that top 10, we've got drivers that we've seen in various Super Saturdays so far that are once again putting their names right up at the front of the leaderboard. And there's names that perhaps we're a bit less used to, a little bit further down.
Yeah. So Sebastian Handler now trying to go for the front row as he makes his way through into Brooklands. Marcel Fusi's time is the one to beat in split 1. That's a 2-minute 9.372. The Austrian now makes his way through out of Luffield, and now will head through into Woodcote. Allows the Ginetta G55 GT4 to drift to the left-hand side. Takes a tight line going through Woodcote. How close will Handler be? He goes P3, 6 tenths to the decimal point exactly, and drops Pironneau to 4th place. But also in terms of split 2, it was the 9.39 of Tom Clayton that took that place, took pole in that split. David Fong in 2nd, and they were separated by 27 thousandths of a second. Scott Ticehurst rounds out the top 15 and 3rd place in split 2. So a lot of drivers really, I mean, to be honest with you, we didn't expect anything else. He's putting the cat amongst the pigeons. He's trying to make good his intentions, and I think if he, we saw it in the Super Trofeo race. He got a good start, he got away, and Alu Gobi, she had a bit of a difficult race. Let's be completely honest. Final lap of the race, lost a hell of a lot of time because of running out of fuel. Fuzi is going to be the danger person in terms of the overall victory, but in terms of the AM side of things, it could be a rather different proposition.
Yeah, I think those kind of races, when you're in that sort of second split of the drivers that we have, there is that quite a lot of field spread between them, but there's also, you perhaps expect a bit more inconsistency in those kind of drivers. Not meaning any offence to them, but with a presumably lack of experience that would sort of be something you'd expect from those split 2 drivers, and the fact that it's not necessarily their one lap pace that is the reason why they decide to race in split 2, but maybe their consistency in setting that time. And I know something I struggle with, especially compared to Aiden, my teammate, that he can set the same lap time over and over again, because I can set a similar lap time and then the next lap be 6/10 slower. So I think for those drivers sort of towards the top of split 2, getting that consistency in, staying out of trouble, especially in a grid this big where there's bound to be something that's going to happen with 36 Ginettas on the track together, staying out of that trouble is going to be really important for your finishing position.
Yeah, very much the case. We've got just 90 seconds before things get underway again for the support races. We're not doing a full formation lap. I've just also heard Michael Hamlet's just informed me that Martin Buchan has had to withdraw for the remainder of the event. Suffered from a broken brake pedal. Goldschmidt, get your false teeth back in. So that's a real shame for Martin Buchan. That means we'll have one less Ginetta on the field. But with regards to the drivers on the field, as we're about to get things underway, it's Fuzi that will lead the field from pole position. Then it's Alex Leif, Sebastian Handler, Eneko Pironneau, Marcus Hagel, Chris Reardon, Miles Dixon, Luke Dillon, Michael Danza, and then Lee King McGee rounding out the top 10. Top 3 in split 2 will be Tom Clayton in 11th, and he'll have David Fong in the number 57 alongside, and then it is Scott Ticehurst who rounds out the top 3, and actually in terms of split 2, but then rounds out the top 15 in AM, top 15 overall, and the top 3 in AM. So realistically, this is going to be an absolute dogfight in terms of both classes. I can't wait. I mean, the first race really gave us a taster of what to expect here at Silverstone. Now we've got the Ginetta G55s here. This is something you and I have both been looking forward to here, Luke.
Yeah, a little shout out to King McGee, especially in that P10 in the number 9 car. He was really fast at Donington, and then we had an incident together that sort of ended his race, and he got quite a bit of damage from it. I didn't get a penalty though, so I don't claim responsibility, but I still love to see a nicer race and a cleaner race for him, because he's really fast, and I don't think he quite showed it in qualifying. But I think he's one of those drivers, if we watch him, he can fight through this field and he can get towards that top 6 because he's got the pace for it. As we're about to start this race, we're about to go green for our Ginetta Cup race here at Silverstone.
Yep, green flag waves at the front of the field. We're off and away, and a great start, lightning start there by Marcel Fuzi, as Sebastian Handler from Team Kate gets up the inside of Alex Leif, going through into Cop's corner for the first time of asking Eneko Pironneau. And then you've got Hagel, Reardon, Dixon, Dillon, Denza, King McGee, Clayton still leading in 11th position. The top driver from split 2 post qualification, been rather clean so far. No real contretemps so far, as a lot of them are coming through out of Beckett's and through Chapel Corner. Some cars going, and there has been a little bit of an incident at the back of the field, a little bit further back, and that was going through into Beckett's.
Yeah, I saw that. I think it was the 43 had an incident in Cops, and then we had a second spin in Beckett's there. I think somewhere in the mid-pack, and then it was all about people scattering, trying to avoid the incident. The 75 car there, if you can see on the track map there, was quite a bit ways away from the rest of the field now, but he got turned around in Beckett's. I'm sure in a replay we'll be able to see exactly how it happened, but I was honestly expecting a little bit more chaos with 36 cars heading into Wagons and Beckett's, especially with Ginettas. They're small enough that you can go too wide, but going too wide there's always a scary experience. We stayed relatively clean on lap 1, and we're really setting up now, I think, for some really good battles. And we're already seeing Danzo's dropped down a few positions there, back down to 10th place, but it's pretty much as you were towards the front of the grid in both the first and second splits.
Yeah, good to see Alice Horton from More Female Races. She actually qualified P6 in AM, as we've got a great battle there. That is between the 25 of Bezier and the 352 That is of the AM class car of Scott Ticehurst, who now has got David Fong in the number 57 in his crosshairs, just up ahead, and that's actually for 13th overall, but second in AM at the moment. As we go a little bit further back, that's Guilherme Wolff Borsato from Brazil in the Renverker 28. You've got a few other drivers. You've got Jamie Shaw there in the number 4. It's just got past the 25 of Bezier, who nearly gives Shaw a little bit of a tap going through into through Luffield and now through the exit into Woodcote. And you can see there's one Ginetta looking a rather bit forlorn there, as I think that might have been Ticehurst there, I believe, if memory serves me correctly, because they just literally fired past him going through into Copse Corner. And at this particular moment in time, Marcel Fusi is being challenged by Sebastian Handler. They're about 0.3 of a second apart. Then it's Alex Leif rounding out the top 3. There's Luke Dillon in 8th position in the 66, and he's got Lee King McGee right up his back bumper. King McGee swarming to the left, swarming to the right, and that is heading down the hanger straight into Stowe Corner. King McGee using the slipstream here. Can he fire it up the inside of the 66? Well, there's Miles Dixon from Pulse Simsport just up ahead. That's a great opportunistic move there from King McGee as they rub front fenders going into through Vale and going into Club Corner. A little bit of a touch there, but King McGee actually puts it round the outside through into the left-hander. King McGee absolutely sent that from nowhere.
You know, they say Robbins Racing. It was a nice move there from King McGee to get up into P8, and a little bit aggressive, a little bit forceful, but perfectly legal, and a nice move in the end as he makes his way through in Vale there. So really a nice start from him. I said, you know, he was one of those drivers I expected to work through the field, and he's doing it so far. But further back here in the AM class, we've got a little pack of Ginettas getting a bit side by side here for, I think it's just for P22 as the 406, and actually there's a bit of contact behind there. I'm not sure which numbers they were, but the red and white car then went into the side of the 717. Luckily, he was able to keep his car straight, and it was only a bit of a half spin, so it's only track position and maybe a slice of damage. But these cars are fairly resilient. They can take a bit of damage because really it's the... I say a bit of damage, that might be a bit too much on the 22 car.
I'd probably say body shop estimate right now coming through from Amaxopoulos from Greece. Front bumper, mounting brackets for headlights, front track and toe in realignment, and a new bonnet at the very least. Yeah, that was a bit of a big old coming together there. As there's Sebastian Handler. Look, Marcel Fusi won the Super Trofeo race, but we know how credible Sebastian Handler is for Team Cake, and you know he's put in some really good performances, not just in GT4 but also in GT3 here on the sim grid. And you can see now this is going through into Chapel. Sebastian Handler has really got a run, and Marcel Fusi, I think, is probably looking a bit crazily into his mirrors at the moment just to see where he needs to position that car to keep Handler at bay. And they've actually got a little bit of a gap. We're going to go to a replay here briefly. Now that is the number 75, that's of Lee Mosley. This is the replay from earlier on where we saw him actually ending up into the grass, and he gets a touch from behind, I believe, or is that from the side? Just going to see, he's got the number 12 just behind him. Oh, now that was the 981 of Mark Cox that he's had a tap with, and then it was the number 12 that got caught out behind, and then Mosley got spun and had to wait for drivers. He had to hold onto the brakes there too and wait for the drivers to get past, and we saw that in the Super Trofeo race. Failure to hold onto the brakes correctly with the amount of pressure through your brake pedal, Luke, can actually throw a spanner in the works if you are battling at the front end of the field and you get involved in an accident. It can make it hurt even more.
Yeah, what we just saw there with the 75 was that he kind of expected the drivers in front to take their normal pace through, but really there was a bit of a traffic jam and he just couldn't quite react in time. But we move back to the front of this grid here, and I think what we're seeing here is what I like to call a Ginettaism. It's a way. These cars have a really annoying habit of losing tyre pressure over races. So usually you overpressure the tyres at the start, so that towards the end of the race it drops down to a normal level. Because as you hit curbs with these cars, because of the way they're sort of designed and set up, it tends to lose quite a bit of pressure. So it kind of feels like to me that maybe Handler's sort of optimised his pressures for the start of the race, and potentially Fusi's gone the other way with that slight overpressuring. And I'm curious if we're going to see that through this race, where maybe Handler pulls away at the start, if he can make this overtake work, and Fusi catches back up in the last sort of 10 minutes of the race. which would confirm my suspicions, I think. But for now, it looks like Handler's got the handle on this one, as he's looking for that way past Fusi.
Yeah. And we're just going to go back to another replay. Now, this is from earlier on in the race. Now, this is the number 12, and that is of Jonah Lester. And that's... Oh! Now, that was the... That was a bad... I think, as the Aussies would call it, that was a definite problem. That was a redress and a half right there. But I've just seen in the YouTube chat that Lee King McGee's steering wheel... Hang on, it's come off of its rig. What on earth has happened for Lee King McGee there? He's dropped to 14th overall.
He's using it like a Wii remote now, I guess.
Oh no! Oh, bless him.
That's suboptimal, I think is the best way to put it. As you usually tend to want your wheel attached to the thing you're trying to steer.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he was having a really good start to the race. He made a few positions up. Now, I don't know whether he can get his wheel back on mid-race, but he's certainly dropped back a fair bit there. But it was really unfortunate for the 22 car. It was Amexopoulos. Initially, I thought he was the one that had hit the green car, but it actually turns out that the 12 car, after driving into the side of, I think it was the 717, get projected back into the middle of the track, and the 22 car was quite literally on the wrong track, in the wrong place, at the wrong time, and got projected into the wall, and pretty much ended their race.
Yeah, that was Kevin Barber in the 717 that got a little bit of rubbings racing, as you mentioned earlier on, from John Lester, who then went straight into the side of Dimitris Amaxopoulos from Greece, who's, and we've got Eneko Pironneau he's now battling away, and that is with Reardon, Chris Reardon, who was in the Super Trofeo race. I'm just going to have a look. He's decided to do 2 races today as Chris Reardon, so Super Trofeo and Ginetta's. I have a few different names in the BMW Challenge, which will be the final support race here on the last Super Saturday of the month here on SimGrid. So don't forget to follow us on all the relevant social media channels. You can also find much more information about what's happening, which I went into a bit of detail, reference the events that are coming up. The simgrid.com is the official one-stop shop for what you need to know, reference races, championships. You can also click on the top bar where it's got pits on it. It will actually give you all the relevant news about new developments, new announcements that have recently been made as well. So head to thesimgrid.com for further information. Sebastian Handler is now breathing down the neck of Marcel Fusi going through Stowe Corner. Handler got a really good run there. Fusi managed to set the fastest purple sector in Sector 2, and he's also put in the fastest lap, but Handler here, Luke, is keeping Fusi rather honest.
Yeah, his pace is looking really good so far, and I think we're seeing another Ginetta-ism here, where it's very hard to overtake them, especially when you're trying to overtake another Ginetta. Usually when these cars are racing, other manufacturers in the GT4 leagues, they can use those advantages that I mentioned, where they're so light and they're so good on the brakes to get past cars. But when you're racing Ginetta on Ginetta, you really have to get right on the rear bumper of the car in front of you, and force them to make mistakes. Put that pressure on and dial it up to the max, because that is the only way you're going to really make overtakes happen when the driver in front of you has clean air. Force him off the optimal lines, make him defend into corners, and compromise his exit coming out of them, because then that's your opportunity to overtake.
Oh, first penalty coming through right now. Car number 4. Oh, more dramas for Lee King McGee there. First having issues with the wheel on his rig, and now having a massive spin that's going through the loop there. Down out of the top 15 goes the number 9. Might have had a little bit of contact there, but the first penalty has been issued. Oh, now David Christie has been on the receiving end of some contact, courtesy of the number 43. 15-second time penalty has gone to the latter. Now, who is number 43? I've got to try and look through the... that's Steve Muckley, apparently. So Steve Muckley in the 43. David Christie's resurgence back to sim racing here on the sim grid hasn't really been met with the greatest of open arm welcomes there, wouldn't you say, Luke?
Can we have a Dave update? Because I'm not sure where he is.
Yes, the drag. Let's call it
12th in class. There we go. Right.
Yeah, and he's running in the 214s. Actually, we're going to have a replay here. Now, this is what happened with Now, this could be the YAM leader. Oh, that's Fong that's just gone up the inside. So I think Fong's going to get a possible penalty. I would imagine I'm going to leave that for race control to decide, but that was definitely a try and lick the stamp and send it. And David Fong, I think, just went in there a bit too heavy-handed, in my honest opinion.
Yeah, well, they said when you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're not a racing driver. But when you try and go for a gap that doesn't exist, you're not paying enough attention. So that's kind of what we saw happen there, where there wasn't really an opportunity to overtake, and Fong tried to go up the inside of King McGee when the inside wasn't really available, and it spins McGee around down to 17th, and can have a bit of damage on his car as well, which is unfortunate for him. But he's got the pace; he should be able to get a few positions back at least. Not even halfway through the race yet, in those gaps. The one thing that happens with Ginetta is that they tend to form these little trains all the way through because of the difficulty that they sometimes have with overtaking. So you'll notice that all throughout the field, pretty much the biggest gaps we have are about 3 seconds wide. And with King McGee sort of further back than he should be in terms of his pace, I expect he might be one of those drivers that will be able to make overtakes work.
Yeah, just to keep you all updated on the YAM class, split 2 in other words, David Fong currently leads the number 57, but he's got John Aegis in the 53. Then you've also got the number 4 of Jamie Shaw. That's a 3-way scrap for the lead in AM, and also the battle for 13th on the road overall. So we're getting close to the halfway point of this race. We go on board with Miles Dixon, who's now chasing down Chris Reardon. Just up ahead in the number 42, and then you've got Alex Leif there as well, and then you've got Hagel in the 117. That's Marcus Hagel. Moment there for Reardon, and that was going through maggots. That's definitely a new change of underwear needed for the number 42 right there and then. But Dixon still. Now, hang on a second. Is that Reardon still ahead? Because he literally straight lined it. I think he's gonna literally. What Dixon needs to do is just wait and just chance it here, because he's got the inside run going into Stoke Corner. Reardon's going to try and turn in. Dixon up the inside. The Pulse Simsport driver doesn't quite get through on Stoke Corner, but Reardon runs a little bit wide going through into Vale. This could give Miles Dixon the opportunity he needs to go to the outside through into the first part of club. Oh, they bash door panels, and Reardon's turned around through that contact. And Reardon now will drop outside of the top 10 potentially. As he now gets back underway, as there's Connor Hughes and the number 95. Right, another penalty issued. Car number 75 has just been given a drive-through penalty. Lee Mosley for the incident on lap 1 involving car number 981 of Mark Cox. So Lee Mosley will have to go and serve a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, and that was that incident we saw on the replay where he, I think, perhaps didn't quite expect those drivers in front to be as slow as they were through Maggots and Beckett's, and just couldn't slow down in time. But it's unfortunate for those drivers, especially in a sprint race. Penalties just end your race, and that's why you need to stay clean at the end of the day. I always like it when penalties are fairly harsh, because it really encourages that clean driving, and I think rewards those drivers that stay out of trouble at the end of the day. So, another penalty coming through. Luckily, I think so far we've been treated to 2 relatively clean races where the incidents have either been, really unfortunate timing, or there hasn't really been many of them so far. And it looks like we're going to have a couple more battles here as King McGee looks for an overtake on the 53 car of Aegis. It doesn't quite make it work for now. Can he stick around the outside? No, he has to concede here. So he gets a little bit of a run. He should get a slightly better exit here because he had that sort of wider line. But he gets a little bit loose on the exit, and that's the Ginettaism I was mentioning earlier, where it's very, very hard to keep control of the car on corner exits without getting into that traction control. And when you do, you lose a lot of straight line speed.
Yeah, very much the case. As now Alex Leif closing in on Marcus Hagel from Pulse Simsport. That's the battle for fourth position. Actually, make that third when you've got Eneko Pironor just up ahead. And this is going down into Stoke Corner. Leif looking towards the inside of Hagel. Up the inside, does he go through? He's going to make the move. Great racing respect and racing room given, as Hagel gets a little bit of a tank slapper towards the left-hand side. Manages to keep it pinned, though, going through Vale and into Club. But Alex Leif had a really good run. I think if Leif just keeps a little bit closer to him, as John Aegis now coming under fire from King McGee, who's going around the outside trying to get the cut back. Look, he was trying for the switchback there, going through Stowe. Very, very good driving there, as always. Exemplary from Lee King McGee in the number 9. And the top 12 occupied by Split 1 Pro drivers. And then at the moment, leading AM Split 2, it is the number 4 of Jamie Shaw and John Aegis. And then you have also got Ismail Savank rounding out the top 3. Clayton, who was on pole position for AM, now rounds out the top 4 in that class and is currently 17th overall, as John Aegis is really being put under the kibosh by Lee King McGee, going through Abbey and into Farm Curve, now into the right-hander at Village. They are battling for position on the road, let's give them that much, Luke, but in terms of class, King McGee is in Split 1, not Split 2.
Yeah, this is one of those where I think maybe Aegis has accepted that he might not be able to catch up to Shaw over the rest of this race, so he's decided he wants P14 overall, but King McGee is all over the back of him, and you think it's perhaps a matter of time here as we head down to a left-hander. This should be the overtake if he can hold it on the inside here, and he's got a good line here, but it is a right-hander coming up, and Aegis is able to hold on, able to keep his nose there, and should be able to get it back. Again, the 9 car should get a better exit, but he slid here last time. Can he hold it this time around? Yes, he can. Does he get a better exit? I'm not necessarily sure. I think the 53 is going to be able to hold on for now.
Yep, third penalty coming through of the race now. And Jono Lester, we talked about holding brakes earlier, didn't we, Luke?
Mm-hmm.
Jono Lester has now got... Oh, King McGee's off the track! King McGee went off the track. Exit stage left at Cops. I think that is his race done and dusted after the wheel dramas there. It's a real shame for Lee King McGee in the number 9. Was close to getting 14th off of John Aegis. But Jono Lester has a drive-through penalty to serve within the next 3 laps for not holding... He had failed to hold brakes correctly. Because in that replay, I wonder if you noticed it as well. He went to rejoin, then instantly had to put the brakes on because other traffic was coming rather quickly around the outside of the corner.
Yeah, it was one of those where he was completely focused on his own race. You know, he had that incident with the 717 car, and then from there, his only thought was, how do I get back on the track? And sometimes you just need to take a moment and think, well, when I come back on the track, are there already people there? And if there are, maybe take a bit less risk coming back on. But we go to McGee. I'm sure we'll get a replay in a second there. It kind of looked like I think maybe it just broke a little bit earlier for the corner. He tapped the brake a little bit earlier than perhaps McGee was expecting, and he just tapped his rear. But in trying to avoid a bigger incident, pulled the steering wheel to the left, I think, and spun himself out. Which is fair enough. I mean, avoiding incident well played to him, because it could have been a pretty big one for Aegis if McGee had actually rear-ended him. But unfortunately, it looks like it's going to end McGee's race. I think he has actually retired. And Dixon around the outside here on Leaf, and he's going to get the inside for the next corner. Can he hold on here? I'm not sure. He's going to get through there. A really nice overtake from Dixon on Alex Leaf here, and he's going to make it work by just pushing Leaf to the edge of the track, and now he's all the way through. As we start with 10 minutes left as he crosses the line. A really nice move there from Dixon to get to P5.
Yeah, it looks like Aegis has actually missed now on the final step of the rostrum for the AM class. And it looks like we have got another penalty. Well, I've just seen that the number 43 of McGlade has just had 15 seconds added to the side of their timing. That was which is the first penalty, so that will be post-race. But yeah, Aegis now has got, that is the pole sitter in AM, the 939 of Tom Clayton, now closing in on him. And that's the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th in AM, but also that's 14th overall. As Alex Leif now trying to get his way past. He's trying to return the favour here to Miles Dixon as they go steamrolling through Stowe Corner into the right-hander. Alex Slave gets a really good run coming out of the corner into Vale, and then he could fire it up the inside if he was close enough, but I don't think he was. He decides to hold back, wait for another opportunity to present itself as someone kicks up the dust. Probably that was Hargel up ahead, and that was going through the exit of first part of club and going through the second part of it as they now go down the international pit straight into the right-hander at Abbey before the left at Farm. So now that was a moment there for Dixon. Alex Leif was fully committed going through Abbey corner, and Dixon just managing to keep that together. I mean, even with the slightest runoff, when you're carrying so much momentum through Abbey and Farm there, Luke, you put a wheel completely wrong, like really, really badly wrong, as in exiting stage right or stage left, depending on whether which side of the grass you've gone onto, can depend on how your race pans out.
Yeah, and with the sort of the way the Ginetta is set up, it's a fairly stiff car, and that small wheelbase that I mentioned earlier, even those small serrated curbs can really unsettle the car. So if you do just run a little bit too wide on certain exits, it can really struggle with your lap time, because if you can't get the traction down on the corner exit because you run wide onto those curbs that unsettles the car, that is how you lose a ton of time in these cars. So you have to really sort of gain that track knowledge of where you can and where you can't run wide in this car. And occasionally you'll be able to use a bit of grass. There are certain corners. I think Chapel's a good example where it's not the end of the world if you dip your tyre in the grass, and you see there that they were able to cut the corner as well in Brooklands and get right on that inside. But there are certain curbs and there are certain corners here where doing that is it's almost suicide in the Ginetta.
Yeah, very much the case. 7 3/4 minutes remaining as the battle for second in Split 2, that is the AM class, heats up as they make their way through into Cop's corner. Clayton on the back bumper of Aegis going through Cop's, as Max Savant just up ahead, still keeping a hold of second position, whereas Jamie Shaw is about 6.7 seconds ahead of this three-way scrap for second place in AM. As we're now going to go to a replay. Now this is King McGee's exit stage left with the, because AKM Racing UK have just said steering wheel came away again. And yeah, there was the slices of touches with Aegis, but then that would probably be explained when the wheel came off, the wheel came away again, as that was close for Aegis with Mert Savank, and Clayton is right there waiting in the wings just to see what happens. I've got a real feeling here, Luke, that something bad is going to happen rather imminently.
Either that, or we're going to have a really good battle for the end of the race. As we see, I think it was actually a bit of a lag there that scared Michael in our ears. But it looks like this battle is going to go on for a little while here as Clayton looks for a way past Aegis. And actually, they're going to touch on the straight, and Aegis is into the inside wall. He was saying that there was sort of the indicators and the red flags for an incident, and I was not expecting it to happen there. And that's Aegis. He's going to have a fair bit of damage here, and I wouldn't be surprised if a penalty is going the way of Clayton.
You know what the funny thing is? Just keep your eyes on Alice Horton. She's not that far away, and if Clayton gets a penalty, Horton is now fourth in AM as a result of that. As Bezier going what on earth, on God's green earth, was that going through into Brooklands? Oh my goodness me. Bezier was trying to get past a couple of cars just up ahead, but I've just noticed that David Fong has got a drive-through penalty, and that was with the contact with Lee King McGee earlier on in the race. So Fong is going to be in a bit of he's not going to be really happy, because he's going to be disappointed he's now going to serve a drive-through, and that's going to ruin his race. So Alice Horton, in the meantime, she is just under 2 seconds behind Clayton in the 9:39 in terms of split one. We've got just over 5 minutes to go. Marcel Fusi on to do the double here on Super Saturday. He's won the Super Trofeo race. He's 1.5 seconds ahead of Sebastian Handler. So when we saw that Handler had the opportunity to get past Fusi, wasn't able to do it. So Marcel Fusi looking to make it 2 for 2. And that's going to be rather interesting if things do get to, that'll be the first time that he's picked up 2 wins on a Super Saturday, if memory serves me correctly. Mm-hmm. So Marcel Fusi, this could be his best performance on a Super Saturday yet.
Yeah, I think at Alton Park he had a podium in every race, if I remember correctly. But I don't think he's yet to win back-to-back races. So perhaps a new one for him today. But we go back to those incidents we were seeing where drivers seem to be really struggling now, and I wonder if we go back to that earlier conversation we had about tyre pressures and that tendency for the Ginetta to lose pressure during a race, even in the 30-minute sprint race. I wonder if that's what we're seeing right now, where perhaps certain drivers didn't sort of account for that and plan for the fact that at some tracks, Alton Park, you can generally lose 2 to 3 psi over a race just in 30 minutes. Is that bad, or that extreme? So usually you want to pressure your tyres around 28.5, especially on certain tyres, like the rear left tends to get quite a lot of punishment on these clockwise tracks, as you're leaning on it a lot through corners. And I wonder if that's what we're seeing with certain drivers. Handler was so good at the start of the race and has just started to drop off with Fusi. I wonder if perhaps he's one of those drivers that is struggling with his tyres a little bit. And all through the field, we're seeing those drivers where the car's getting more unstable, the car's getting a bit slower and a bit more harder to drive. And it's causing a few incidents and a few bits of drama through the field.
Yeah, it looks like Pironneau is going to be under fire from Hagel as they now go. They've just exited Cops. They're going through into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel with just under 3.5 minutes remaining. So don't count out Miles Dixon and Alex Leif just behind them, as they're in 5th and 6th respectively. Hagel getting a really, really good run coming out of Chapel Corner as they go down the Hanger Straight. You can just see, I mean, the track temperature's dropped a little bit here as well. It's dropped about 2 to 3 degrees Celsius over the course of this race. The cloud cover is ahead.
Yeah, with that drop in track temperature, the pressures as well are going to be dropping through the tyres. So not only are you losing pressure from those curves, but you're also losing it from the change in temperature. So I think some of these cars now are getting really hard to drive. You also tend to get brake fade. The one brakes, as they're called in the game, for GT4 cars only last about an hour. So after half an hour, you will notice a little bit of that brake fade in the car. So there's a lot of reasons why this Ginetta will feel weird 30 minutes into the race. And yeah, that's why you'll see, I think a lot of these drivers are struggling and sort of dragging the car to the end rather than racing it.
Yeah, and this is where it all sort of counts. We're into the last 2.25 minutes of this race. Fusi leading overall, Shaw leading in split 2. That's Jamie Shaw in the number 4, who is currently 8 seconds ahead of Ismail Matsavank in the number 14. Alice Horton trying to close in on Tom Clayton for the final podium spot in AM, and that would be a great run for her. And it's good to see more of the drivers from more female racers like Alice, like Alu Gobi that we had in the Super Trofeo race earlier on today. So that is going to be rather interesting. Can she close on Clayton? And I'm looking at her lap times. She's a little bit further adrift, possibly, but Hagel has now got the run on Pironneau as they're going through into Copse Corner. Do not tell me that Marcus Hagel is going to throw it around the outside at Copse Corner. That is brave, but that could give him the opportunity of run, or they nearly clash going through into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. And that says to me that I think we're possibly on the penultimate or final lap of this race. And Pironneau is battling with Marcus Hagel for the final step on the overall podium.
Yeah, there's going to be a battle all the way through these last 2 laps here as they are right on each other's bumpers, and Hagel's doing exactly what you need to do. You know, put that pressure on, force Pironneau to. I mean, you see him, he's moving on the straight a little bit there, which is a little bit naughty, but he will get away with it. And Hagel actually goes deep on the brakes there and is going to lose a bit of time. Doesn't quite get to the apex, and it's going to lose a tiny bit of time, maybe gain some on the exit. But the problem with that is the longer he stakes getting stuck behind Pironneau, the further he falls into Dixon's grip, and also Leif behind. So this is the final lap. We're going to have one more sector of the track where these 4 drivers are going to be fighting for position.
Yeah, so timer fast counting down to 0. Marcel Fusi has extended the gap further between himself and Sebastian Handler by the best part of just under half a tenth of a second on the last. Oh, now that's one car that's decided to exit stage left, and that was the number 12. That was Jono Lester on that particular occasion. That was going through Village there, but now Hagel really knows that as the clock strikes 0, his time to try and get 3rd place off of Pironneau has now been increased, because now he's got to try and either attack or defend, because he's got teammate Dixon. But Marcel Fusi pole position in the first 2 races, and it's 2 for 2 for the Hungarian from Side Max Motorworks. Sebastian Handler rounds out the top 2. Pironneau could get the run to the line ahead of Marcus Hagel in the battle for P3. They now fire their way through Woodcote. Pironneau takes 3rd ahead of Hagel. Alex Leif takes Miles Dixon on the final couple of corners of this race. And that was a brilliant result. So good to see Josie Austin getting involved in the chat as well. Reardon takes 7th, Dillon in 8th, Danza in 9th. Connor Hughes takes 10th out of Lardière and Bézière there, as the 25 nearly goes into the back bumper of the 15 coming across the line. Jamie Shaw has taken the win in split 2 ahead of Ismail Matsavank, and then also our pole sitter in split 2. That was Tom Clayton. Good showing by Alice Horton to take 4th, having qualified 6th. She was towards the bottom of the top 10 during the race. There is David Fong, who was in the thick of things in not just but also the thick of things in receiving a penalty from race control. But realistically, that's the second support race. We've still got one to go, and we head to GT3s with the BMW M6 in just a few moments' time. But Luke, your thoughts on what was a pretty good race? I mean, there was a lot of clean battling, but we did have not as many dramas as we found in the Super Trofeo race earlier on.
Yeah, we saw that this track is a real challenge for these cars. You know, there were those moments, there's dramas, there's difficulties I think certain drivers had with overtaking and trying to make that work that caused those really close battles, and some ended in a little bit of misery. But you also, I think, see the sort of the joys of the Ginetta Cup and why it's such a fun series, because you are able to get in those packs of cars where you've got 4 cars within a second and race each other, and it actually works. You know, you're able to run side by side to extended periods of the track because of how small they are. And you know, when you're on those traditionally fairly narrow British tracks, you know, Silverstone's not the worst one when it comes to narrow tracks, but this car suits it so well. And I think it was a really good race. The testament to all the drivers as well. There's a lot of great battles through the field, but I think there were a lot of drivers that perhaps showed their maybe lack of experience with the car today, because there are, you know, ways that you have to drive it to get overtakes working. But a lot of times when I think people maybe didn't understand those sort of minutiae that I like to call the Ginetta-isms, as I've been mentioning all through the race, and that's sort of part of the reason why we have these series, right? As we were saying in the first in the Super Trofeo race, putting people in cars they don't normally drive, that require those sort of specific driving styles, is a really great learning experience for people. And with those drivers that come in and do all 3 races and learn all 3 styles, as you go from Super Trofeo to this unique GT4 to a GT3 car that traditionally is very hard to drive in the BMW M6. You learn a lot from those series, and that's what we're seeing today. You know, a mixture of drivers that are, you know, new to the cars, learning from them, and those drivers at the front, which are rapid, setting those lap times and having these really fun battles.
Yeah, very much the case. Well, it looks like Marcel Fuzzi is avoiding us at the moment because he's getting ready for the BMW Challenge up next. But let's bring in Team Cake's Sebastian Handler, who took 2nd overall. Let's see if we can bring him in for a quick chat. So let's just see. So Sebastian, firstly, congratulations on P2. You got close to Marcel Fuzzi. I think the closest gap at one point between you was about 2.5 tenths of a second. But you had to settle for 2nd position after what was a great run.
Yep. Thanks for the congratulations. Yep, it was a great race. Trying to keep up with Marcel, but yeah, just about not. Very, very similar pace. Was maybe not the most exciting race, but it was good fun, great fun.
And also, we haven't seen you that often in a Ginetta, let's be honest with you, Sebastian. But it's a very different car to, say, like the Porsche Cayman 718 GT4, which I've seen you compete in before. Obviously, the multi-class at Spa-Francorchamps a few weeks ago. The Ginetta is a very different animal, isn't it?
I'm sorry to disappoint you. I've not been in the multi-class at Spa, and I've definitely been in a Ginetta before. Nonetheless, it is a very.
It's been a long week. It's been a long week.
No worries. It's been a hard week. But no, I love the Ginetta. It's a very fun car. I first got into it back in MFR Season 1, and ever since that, yeah, it is a very, very fun car. Lively rear. It's small. It's tiny. It's light. It's super fun to throw around the track. Love it.
Yeah, well, it's good to see that the likes of Josie and also another fellow alumni of Team Cake, Alice Horton, did a great job. She secured.
Yep, she did amazing.
Split 2, so yeah, which was really good. So really good to see you and Alice really fighting at the sharp end of both splits here this afternoon, Sebastian. So well done today, and all the very best of luck whenever we see you next on the Sim Grid.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening. Bye bye.
Thank you. So that is it from this side of race 2 out of 3 for the support series for Super Saturday here on the Sim Grid. We're going to go to a brief commercial break, but join myself, Alex Goldschmidt and Luke Rogers for the 3rd and final support race, the BMW Challenge, when the M6 GT3 breathes life into Silverstone. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time. Yeah, welcome back to SimGrid for Super Saturday for the final sprint race, support race here at Silverstone. Alex Goldschmidt and Luke Rogers with you for the final time before we hand over to Lewis McGlade and David Christie, who's just celebrated the fact that he said, I think that's my first ever Super Saturday, finishing on the lead lap. Well, if that is the case, Mr. Christie, and that can be confirmed by Mr. Hamlet, I'm sure we'll congratulate you a little bit later. If not, boot might be on the other foot there. However, the third and final support race of the day is the BMW Challenge. The 4.4 litre M-Power twin-turbo V8 producing around 550 brake horsepower is the chariot of choice in this race. Free practice underway and has about 10 minutes or so to go. Marcel Fusi, so far, again, has started making new benchmarks in this event format that we have here, Luke. He's done the double. He's done pole position in both races, and he's won both races convincingly. So there it is. Thank you to Mike Yao, our broadcast director, as always. The hashtag Mr. Super Saturday. That's definitely a crown that's going to stick with Marcel Fusi for quite a long time.
Yeah, and he's got the possibility for 4 races today, actually, because he'll be in the Best of British race later. So, I mean, it's still on, you know, and I think if there's any driver in this field, he's probably the guy to do it. So, quite excited to see what he can do over the rest of the night here. Not just in our final support race of Super Saturday, but also in that Best of British race just after. This M6 Challenge now is going to be... I'm quite intrigued to see how this goes, because the BMW is a car that you're getting a lot of time with setup work in this car. You know, usually setups 3-4 tenths. You know, that's what I tend to get when I use my Coach Dave ones. Throw it in there, which I love to use because I'm really bad at designing setups, right? So I always just use the Coach Dave ones because they work pretty well, and I tend to gain about 3-4 tenths using the qualifying setups versus just being on a preset. That's sort of the average I find. But with the BMW, it's genuinely closer to about a second, because I mean the presets are fine, but you need to set the car up in really weird ways to make it work, because naturally the car doesn't have that as much pace as other GT3 cars. So I think today what we're going to see towards the front of the grid is a mixture of those drivers that have put in the time themselves to design the setups, or maybe gone to a certain Coach Dave Academy to get them. And that's one thing that makes this race such a unique event, is that it's not necessarily just about everyone being in the same car. Unlike the Ginettas, where bringing the wing down will give you like 1 kilometre an hour extra on the straight, changing the aero on the BMW has a massive effect on the way it drives.
Yeah, it does. And funny thing is that when the M6 GT3 was actually introduced, the engine was literally nigh on shoehorned out of the production model, the S63 production engine designation, and was slightly modified with specific requirements of racing. And it's one of these things that's going to be very interesting as we're now going on board with Mr. Super Saturday himself, Marcel Fusi, and to having won, switching from a Super Trofeo to the Ginetta G55, and he decides he's going to steal our thunder. Thank you, Mr. Super Saturday. I think in many respects he's going to have, because I would imagine that now driver's briefing is probably getting underway. That's probably why he pulled the car to the right hand side. But it's a big animal, this car. It's nearly 1,300 kilos without the driver on it. But as you said, you change the aerodynamic configuration on an M6 GT3, you could gain an absolutely humongous amount of time, especially on low downforce, which is something that some of the drivers, I would imagine, will consider for this afternoon's race.
Yeah, and it's not just the aero as well. It's all, it's the entire setup of the car, setting up the tow camera, things like that. They're all, especially in the BMW, so pronounced with the way they affect how it handles. And that's why you see, a little shout out to the G2 Esports guys that obviously have been using that car in the Sprint Cup and in pretty much every challenge. Obviously, they're one of their sponsors is BMW, so they always race their car. And you compare them to any other BMW in the field, and you just see how much effort and how much sort of experience they have in setting up the car and in finding that tiny bit of pace with it, because they're so much faster than any other BMW I've ever seen. And the one real way that the car differs, I think, from a lot of GT3s is in sort of how you can use off-track to your advantage. There are a lot of GT3 cars that struggle with curbing, especially the big sausage curbs like the one we're seeing on screen just there. You tend to stay away from them in most cars, but in a BMW, you basically treat it like they're not there. It's so easy to hit the curbs because it's got that really long wheelbase that keeps the car very stable. And with I think the suspension as well is not unique, but it's really sort of tailored, especially if you set it up in a certain way to use those curbs. So a lot of the time you'll see drivers really maximizing the entry by going off track and using curbing, maximizing their exit by doing the same and cutting corners as much as possible. It's very opposite to what we've just seen with the Ginetta. So there's drivers that have already been racing in the Ginetta series now, coming from a car with a short wheelbase that can't use curbs to a long wheelbase that relies on them to go fast. It's going to be a very interesting challenge.
Yeah, very, very true indeed. The dimensions of the car, it's nearly 5 meters long, over 2 meters wide, and that's going to change the dynamics of trying to do brazen overtakes here at Silverstone. But I have seen it before where GT3s have gone into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel 2 wide. 3 wide, I think, is going to be a bit of a push. However, these drivers will be on the ragged edge, and I think really that when qualifying gets underway, the first thing that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on is David Christie's so the BMW's a chunky boy then, is it? Well, it has wide rear haunches is probably the more PC correct terminology that I could actually
it's thick.
yeah with the double C at the end of it. There we go. Yeah, try and be cool with the kids, Alex. No, don't. But already we're seeing times. What was it? It was the number 72 of surprise from the Jardier community crew. Valentin Barrier actually has set the fastest time in free practice of 1 minute 58.2. And Ben Norton in the number 12 is 1.5 seconds off. But obviously that's not going to really give us a reflective idea of what's going to happen in qualifying, because again, it's another fast-paced session. And now here we are on board on the M6 GT3 here.
Yeah, there's a couple of drivers in this, as you said, with Valentin. I think he's going to be one of those drivers right towards the front of this grid, because he normally drives the Bentley. That's his normal car of choice in the various SimGrid series. I think in the previous SimGrid World Cup he raced that and has been in Endurance and Sprint Cup as well. And although the one big difference obviously is the Bentley's right-hand drive and the BMW's left, but they're very similar cars in the way they drive. Fairly long wheelbase, nice and stable over curbs, tends to understand they're quite heavy. So you rely really on on your braking to get the car turned, for example, is one characteristic of both cars. So I expect he's going to be able to find a lot of pace in this BMW. Just because of how similar the two cars are, it's not that big transition from driving style. So unlike having to switch, let's say you drive a Porsche normally, which is notoriously one of the most unstable GT3s, and you're coming to this thing, which it's too stable almost. It doesn't have that front grip that you perhaps expect if you're driving something like a Porsche. That change in driving style is going to be a lot harder to manage.
Yeah, currently being used by Roar Racing and also Valkenhorst in the GT World Challenge, but also Timo Glock will be piloting one of these, as will Sheldon van der Linde, brother of GT World Challenge stalwart Kelvin van der Linde, who's running with Audi. They're going to be running these in the DTM because DTM has now changed to GT3 regulations for 2021 and beyond. We're on board actually with Tom Otti in his car. He's currently in the number 69 now, going through, taking a nice tight apex here, and you've got to really get it together here when it comes through Brooklyn, so you can allow the car to drift wide but not too wide, because then it can sometimes compromise you going into the apex on Luffield before you really start powering out and going through into Woodcote there, Luke.
Yeah, Brooklands is one of those corners where there's not really a single racing line and not really a single way that you need to take the corner. Something like, I think Cops is a good example of a corner. There's just one way you take it. You tap the brake and then you just turn the car hard in and get back on the stopper really quickly and use that understeer to keep it stable. But with Brooklands, you either go hard into the corner, you maximize your time on the exit, on the entry, and then compromise your exit, which can actually be really helpful for the next corner. Or you try and cut that curbing on the inside, or you try and go a little bit wide and get a good exit out of the corner. There's so many ways to take it, so many different sort of driving styles, and I'm intrigued to see sort of where people go with this. I expect with with something like the BMW, you probably want to maximize your exit more than your entry, just because of the lack of front grip that you have. If you try and go a little bit too hard in the corner, it will just wash out to the side of the track, and then not only do you compromise Brooklands, but you compromise the next corner as well. So in Luffield, so it's going to be really interesting and intriguing to see exactly what kind of driving styles everyone employs, especially through qualifying, because it is one of those corners that's very hard to drive. And I think actually Magnussen Beckett's going to be a real challenge as well, just because again, like a front grip, heavily understeering car going through these extremely fast, the left left of Magnus Beckett's and Chapel. It's not going to be an easy feat to get that thing through there fast.
Very, very true. I mean, especially when you think about it, that most of the sports cars that have come through BMW's motorsport division, they've mainly been like with the Z4. That was front-engined rear-wheel drive. Same with the soon to arrive in 2022, the M4 GT3, as now the cars start making their way out in for qualification. Another 10 minutes of qualifying plus another 30-minute sprint race. Here for the third and final support race here on Super Saturday on the Sim Grid, live and uninterrupted with Alex Goldschmidt and Luke Rogers. 27 of the cars have actually ended up on the grid so far through into qualifying, and Simon Ramsay running in the lovely Valkenhorst Motorsport colours, which has a very good tribute to the colours of BMW M, which is the red, white and blue. And adding a bit of cyan in there for a bit of turquoise in there for good mix, as the way that some of these drivers have gotten out early, like Ramsay has, Diluqua in the 33 has also done so. You said about this earlier on, clear air is going to be key for these GT3s to not only have good aerodynamic properties and have good fast lap times, but it's also going to help the 4.4 litre M-Power twin-turbo V8 pushing 550 brake horsepower to breathe a little bit easier down the straightaways.
Yeah, we were talking earlier with the Ginettas that it's not that big a problem if you have a bit of dirty air, because the car doesn't necessarily rely on its aerodynamics to generate a lot of its lap time. So, when you are in dirty air, you don't lose as much time. But this car, GT3s use a lot of aero. Obviously it's nothing like an open wheel car or a prototype, but it does still have a fair amount of aerodynamics on the car to get it turned in. Especially obviously you've got that big rear wing that generates a lot of its rear downforce. But in that dirty air, you're going to be really struggling in a BMW because you already don't have much grip on the front. It's already a car that's notoriously not got a lot of front downforce. if you take what little front downforce you have off the car, it's just going to wash out in every corner. So finding that little gap in qualifying is going to be really critical. But also during the race, finding ways around that and ways to get your car turned in, even when you're right behind someone else. Perhaps using a bit of trail braking if you can, or getting the car turned a little bit early and backing the corner up and getting your exit instead as your critical point of the corner is going to be a real challenge, I think, for these drivers, especially the ones that maybe don't necessarily get that perfect lap in qualifying. I need to come through the field. It's going to be a real challenge today.
Yeah, there's the number 42, Pulse Sim Sports, Philip Halsvik, basically 16th on the road. No real times being shown quite yet. Interesting you saying about Valentin Barrier. Well, Sprint Cup Season 3, he and Jaroslav Honzik, have ended up in the Audi because the Audi was the qualifying car and you could actually change before the first round at Snetterton. Well, what happened? No Bentley. Jardier put a Twitter poll out and everyone said, yeah, go for this car. They forgot to change it to the car that was voted top in the poll, and they ended up with the Audi. They had a pretty good first showing at Snetterton, a difficult race at Misano this past Thursday. But Valentin Barrier, we know how credible he is, we'll just see how things proceed. I mean, we've got quite a few other drivers. Samir Foch is back again. Of course, Mr. Super Saturday, Marcel Fusi. We're going to see whether is it going to be 3 for 3? Because if that happens, and he goes into, the pressure will be on both of his shoulders at the same time, with someone pressing down using additional weight to give him more pressure going into the best of British, and he's leading that by 23 points ahead of George Boothby going into round 3 this evening.
Yeah, no, it's interesting to see drivers that do change those cars, because in my head it's almost like headcanon in SimGrid that certain drivers drive certain cars. For me, Igor Gorodnikov, Masik Malinovsky, mainstays of SimGrid events are Mercedes drivers, and then you have Jardier and Valentin Barrier. They're Bentley drivers to me, so seeing them in a different car always confuses me. So it's like, well, that's not how it's supposed to be. That's not what they're supposed to be driving. And seeing them even in a BMW now, as we see actually Fusi's going to pull off here. Not sure exactly what happened there, but I assume he's just chalking his lap and getting a new set of tyres. Presumably something to do with his pressures, as once again with these 10-minute qualifying sessions, usually you just want to stay out for 10 minutes and set the lap times. The more laps you can get, the better, because generally speaking, you're not pushing for those perfect laps anyway. But go back to that sort of talk. It's sort of fun sometimes to see those drivers in cars that they don't know how to, they're not used to driving, and in things that are outside their comfort zone. That's what we've been talking about all day, about how Super Saturday challenges drivers, because you can't just choose what car you want to drive. They're single make series, single cars. So at the end of the day, it's pretty much Michael Hamlet deciding for you what you're going to drive in the event.
Yeah, very true. I think, what was it? Igor Ogorodnikov, along with Grigory Ivanov in the Lada Team Rosneft crew in Sprint Cup Season 3, they're actually running the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. And normally I've seen Igor actually run either in a non-Evo or an Evo Mercedes. But also, someone's actually mentioned in the chat that Igor actually won an offline final today in another platform. So he's now going to get an opportunity to go to Moscow Raceway and actually get behind the real life car. And have that opportunity. So kudos to him. Yeah,
I was not expecting.
Porsche. I think it's
I think it was a Porsche Cup event, if I remember correctly, that he was racing in. But that's an example of a fast driver. When you can switch to a car that's not anything like the car you usually drive, and turn up to a major event and win it. That's a sign of pace. And Igor's always a driver that I've always said is one of the fastest guys that races SimGrid. And it's always been his penchant to get involved in incidents that's hampered him more so than his pace. But you have those drivers that don't necessarily, make that switch. They can drive one car and then you put them in something else, and they struggle. I put myself firmly in that category where I'm pretty decent in something like a Lexus. I can drive a Bentley. Ginetta is, although it's a very different car, it handles somewhat similarly because of the aero balance and the balance of grip in the car. So those kind of front engine cars I can drive. You throw me in a Porsche, throw me in an Audi, throw me in a Lamborghini, and I'm going to struggle. But that is really is part of the process of becoming a fast driver, is being able to drive pretty much anything.
Yeah, 3 minutes to go in the session, and it is the 1:97 of Denis DeMarco that leads the way. Valentin Barrier was second until Daniel Austin's just crossed the line and went 12 1,000ths quicker than the French driver. Alessio Cataneo in the number 25. Philip Halsvik rounds out the top 5 positions. And it's looking rather close between the top 12, or maybe make that the top 13, because Samir Foch has just gone 11th. Marcel Fusi is dropping down the order. He's nearly 1.5 seconds off of Denis DeMarco in the 1:97. So the clean sweep so far looks very much under threat. But I think Fusi's going to go into this and probably just have a little bit of fun. I mean, it's not about pole position. It's about where he's going to end up at the end of the 30-minute race, isn't it?
Yeah, and the BMWs, although they're very wide, and that thing, when you have a single make BMW series, the size of the cars can make it hard to go too wide and make it a little bit scary. They are cars that I find are fairly raceable. I mean, obviously, the single make series, the straight line speed is less important, but they're those cars that when you pressure a BMW into taking compromised lines, they can really struggle. So if you're the driver that's attacking, it can tend to be a little bit easier to put them in compromised positions and put them offline and things like that, and put that pressure on and force a mistake out of it. But by virtue of that, when you have a single make series, the whole field's like that, where I think attacking's probably a little bit easier than it is in, let's say, a Ginetta or a Super Trofeo car. So I'm expecting this race is probably going to be the one with not necessarily the most overtakes, but the most sort of actual battles, because we kind of got stuck in, especially Super Trofeo, where cars were following, couldn't quite get alongside, and then sometimes the race sort of mellows out because of it, because you can't really get that side-by-side battle. But I think the BMWs can be different. But it's nice to have these on boards. Meanwhile, as we're on with Marcel Fusi, he's only down in 16th. You just see how much of the sort of off-track that he uses, even on the inside there of... I always forget, there's one corner at Luffield. I always forget the corner name for Luffield. But you just see even he dips the tyres on the grass on the inside, because it actually helps rotate the car. You spin the rear tyre and it can actually turn the car a little bit. But it's just the same through the whole lap, where you see just how much curb. I raced a McLaren here in a different event, in McLaren GT3. That curb he just touched on the inside of Cops. You do that in a McLaren, you're in a wall instantly. You don't do that in a BMW, you're losing about half a second. It's such a different style, such a sort of change of pace to drive this car.
Yeah, very much the case, because it's going to be changing into the Mercedes-AMG GT3. So I think one of the good things that Marcel Fusi is using this for is for just getting to know about the nuances of the track before he goes into battle for best of British. And he's picked up a 4th and a 5th place finish at Alton and Donington respectively. Boothby, stormed to had a good victory back at Donington Park, and then Patrick Nage rounded out the runners-up step, as now the check-in is out for qualifying. Marcel Fusi has just put in a 1 minute 57.795 on his previous lap, puts him P4, so row 2.
He's got this lap as well, though. He's still got an opportunity to make some time up, and if he can find just over 1/10 of a second, he can get onto that top 3 and move himself a little bit further up on the second row of the grid, but potentially find 2/10 and he can find himself in the front row.
Yeah, so check it out for the session. Valentin Barrier has pitted, so has Daniel Austin's. Alessio Cataneo rounds out the top 5, but we're with Marcel Fusi as he comes through into the left-hander at Brooklands. 2 more corners to go in the BMW M6 GT3. The number 94 from Sidemax Motorworks now makes his way through the exit of Luffield through into Woodcote. Does Marcel Fusi have any more time to bring in P2 on the final lap? He's done it again. He hasn't got pole, I'll give him that, but that is a brilliant effort. He was outside of the top 15, and in 2 laps he pulled himself up into the top 4 and then put himself on the front row alongside the 197 of Denis DeMarco. That's crazy. Valentin Barrier rounds out the top 3, and you know what's even funnier? Valentin Barrier was beaten by, 51,000ths of a second.
And you just look at those, you can see on the screen with the bests and the lasts, you see DeMarco actually improved there on his last lap. You can see just how many of those drivers right at the top improved on their last lap. They set their best times right at the end of the session, and that's that's a sign of a driver that is confident in the car, right? Because really, the last lap in the race, or last lap in qualifying, your pressures are right, you've got the least fuel in the car, but also there's the most rubber on track, so that should be your fastest lap. And if you're one of those drivers that isn't improving on your fast lap, your last lap, the last lap of qualifying, that is actually slow or is struggling and making mistakes, you're losing out to those drivers, and that's why we see, you scroll through the top, the top 7, 6 of them did their fastest lap on their last lap.
Wow, that's really impressive. And to be honest with you, I mean, the final support race of the month of what's been March Madness here. Again, I'm trying to get my words out right, and it's not working. God, dearie me. March Madness nearly over for 2021. With the with the SimGrid World Cup powered by VCO really kicking things off into high gear on the 1st of April, and that definitely will not be an April Fool's at all. But the third and final race of the support series is here on Super Saturday, Luke. I mean, it's just been absolutely enthralling, and I'm looking forward to seeing 27 BMW M6 GT3s fire into cops for the first time, and hopefully they all get through.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of weight and a lot of BMW mass going through maggots and buckets in just a few minutes here, as we're about to approach our first lap of a 30-minute race here with a series that, honestly, before this event was announced, I don't think I've ever seen more than 2 BMWs on a grid together, because they're sort of underrepresented in ACC, because traditionally the car has been. It's not uncompetitive, but when I was speaking about how much work you have to put in with a setup to get this thing fast, it can be quite a daunting prospect to approach it, right? Very few teams bother. Obviously GT3 Esports being a very notable exception. I can't remember the team, but we've got Schumacher, who is a sort of a mainstay in the BMW in SimGrid series as well. But sort of forcing drivers in here and driving this car, which is actually it's a really fun car to drive, because it is quite a challenge to get it up to pace. So, forcing drivers into it with this BMW challenge is a really nice change of pace for me, and I think it's going to turn out into a pretty good race.
So, just over 40 seconds to go until we get things underway again. We're starting from the exit of Luffield. Dennis DeMarco and Marcel Fusi on the front row. Valentin Barrier and Daniel Ostins on row 2. Alessio Cataneo and Miles Dixon row 3. Renato Dornelles and Philip Halsvik round out the top 4 rows, with Pasquale Di Luca and Simon Ramsayer rounding out the top 10. Ryan Renoir and Adam Rainey row 6. Maran Koreman and Samir Falk rounding out row 7. Jurica Slovenak and Tom Otti rounding out row 8. And then Maurizio Marchesi and Christian Malcharek round out the top 18 positions. Ben Norton, Marcus Hagel, Aurélien Court, Jack Polyak from the US, Ivan Morato, Paul Castello, Igor Akifiev. I don't know how to even pronounce that race, that name. Rodrigo Ferreira rounds out the top 26. But now we're about to get underway for the third and final support race of Super Saturday, the last one in March here on the SimGrid. It's DeMarco and Fusi on the front row. We are awaiting for things to go green for the final time before the feature race. It is green, and we are off and racing. And a great start from DeMarco. Fusi trying to go round the outside at Copse on the earliest opportunity, through on lap 1, and he's going to get the run, trying to go down into maggots for the first time. Fusi trying to get past DeMarco, but DeMarco stays ahead. Valentin Barrier, Daniel Ostins, Alessio Cataneo round out the top 5, all pretty much very clean, but there are some stragglers at the back part of the field. I count 3 of them, and it looks like we actually had 30 cars. That would have meant that 27 qualified, but 3 would have started from the pit lane. But Marcel Fusi challenging DeMarco, going through into Stoke Corner. Mr. Super Saturday looking for 3 in a row here at Silverstone.
And there's a bit of contact there as we come through Stone. There's a pile-up of BMWs. They're all over the place. The track is blocked a little bit there by a car that was sideways, and I think there was 5 or 6 cars involved. Once we have a replay there, but from the picture-in-picture, we'll see exactly what happened. But there's another incident now down in the chicane. There's cars all over the place right now. BMWs left, right, and a few of them actually centre as well in the middle of the track. So A bit of carnage to start the race off, but it's fairly stable at the front of the grid. It's been the mid-pack and the sort of the back that had those incidents, so at least the battle of the front's going to be nice and safe so far. But we've got a lot of drivers off, and there's another spin. Oh no! Another car goes round there in. I can't see the number.
I think that was through Stoke.
The 33 car got turned around there.
That was Pasquale Di Luca that started in 9th position, and I think the sound effect that I'm going to provide on that with the amount of incidents is da, 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 da. Sorry, I just had to do it because it was like literally, it was tempting fate. But we've got Daniel Austin's in the main picture. Pasquale Di Luca battling away over what is 14th position. Some people are keeping cool heads whilst others are losing theirs. But at the front of the field, it is Dennis DiMarco, the pole sitter, battling away with Marcel Fusi, who is 0.3 of a second behind. Valentin Barrier rounds out the top 3. Cataneo, Austins, Dixons, Dornels, Hausvik, Ramsey, Samir Foch, who's started 14th, now up into P10 and closing on the number 99 as there's a bit of kick-up of dust from the likes of Cataneo and also Austins in this melee so far, with just over 2.5 minutes completed of the 30-minute sprint race. BMW's definitely putting their indelible mark around here at Silverstone, wouldn't you agree, Luke?
Yeah, I think we're sort of seeing the size difference causing a bit of the drama so far. You know, it's much more difficult to carry these cars too wide because there's a lot less room at the end of the day. You know, I think Stowe, Magus and Beckers are really good examples of corners where, you know, like a Ginetta could easily go too wide, maybe even 3 wide if you try hard enough. BMW, it's you know, all it takes is one car to get that tiny bit of wash on the front of the car and understeer off just a couple inches, and it will cause a pretty monumental incident, especially when it happens at the start of the race when everyone's grouped up, and that's exactly what we saw. Luckily, it was fairly minimal harm done, especially to the guys at the front of the race who were obviously able to avoid the incidents that happened. But a few drivers, at the 79 and the 98, the 26 as well, were all involved in a fairly considerable way that looks like it's really harmed their race. It's unfortunate for them, but those kind of things happen, I guess. And as we move back to the rest of the race with 26 minutes to go, it looks like we're going to have a proper battle at the lead with DiMarco, Fusi and Barrier, who are right on top of each other right now.
Yeah, Fusi was actually flashing the front fog lights at DiMarco, but he needs to not do that and just keep an eye on what Valentin Barrier is doing behind, because Cataneo's not too far behind. Well, he's actually dropped off of the back bumper of Barrier. The gap now 1.1 seconds between 3rd and 4th as now they come hurtling their way through Woodcote. And now through into Copse Corner. The track temperature has dropped again. It's now 19 degrees Celsius. The wind has slightly picked up, but the cloud cover still showing overcast. No forecast of rain in the next 25 minutes or so as DiMarco, Fusi and Barrier, they make their way through Maggots into Beckett's. And a little bit of the dust kicked up by the left-hand side tyres of DiMarco. We're going to go to the replay, probably from what you were talking on about earlier, Lucas. They're now nearly 3 abreast going through into Stowe Corner. Yeah, just look. Oh, now car 79 gets a turnaround. That was Marchesi. Then you got the 87. Oh, and Marchesi backwards into the barriers. You got 5, 6, 7, 8 cars involved there. That was absolute chaos and a carambolage. And we always know that the red mist definitely comes down rather early in the first few laps of the race, but not in the first few corners.
Yeah, it was a shame for the 79 car there, because it wasn't really his fault that the incident started, and he ended up getting hit 3 times and pushed into the wall, and it looks like he's out of the race now as he's in the pit lane. I don't think he'll be leaving anytime soon, as he did I think a return to garage, which gives you a couple minutes, I think, of a stop and go in the box, provided you don't have enough damage that you can't continue anyway. So it was really unfortunate for him, as it kind of looked like he really got turned around rather than being an instigator. But yeah, a big pile up there, and there's a lot of drivers involved in the incident. I think the 732 there just had a spin in Stowe there as well. There's some slow on the track map on the right hand side of the screen there. But come back to the front of this, we've at least got a bit of a train forming here. I think Fusi was flashing earlier at DiMarco, because DiMarco really is sort of backing him up into Barrier's sort of clutches, and really Cataneo's not that far behind in terms of catching up and joining this little train. But we're seeing, you know, once again that Silverstone is a very difficult track to overtake at. It's possible for sure, but it relies on you putting enough pressure on the other team, as I've been saying throughout today, that, you know, it's not just about getting there and overtaking them in the braking zone. You have to plan it, you have to set it up, and right now doesn't feel like Fusi quite has that strategy to get past DeMarco.
Yeah, as Fusi's trying to do his level best. I mean, he's trying to keep pace with DeMarco. And at the minute, Valentin Barrier is actually quicker than Fusi by just under half a tenth as they now go down the hangar straight away, heading towards Stowe Corner, the sweeping right-hander. Now, Barrier could be, if he was a little bit closer to Fusi, maybe possibly getting a double toe, but look into the braking zone and then into the turn-in. Barrier running a little bit wide in comparison with Fusi and DeMarco, who take a tighter apex. Through now into Vale, a little bit of dust kicked up by the right rear of Fusi's BMW as they head through into Club Corner. A little bit of a mistake there by DeMarco, and that allows Fusi to close in on him. They're now going to come through Club, and he goes to start flashing the front fog lights again, does Marcel Fusi, as he's like trying to say, look, come on mate, let's just keep going and let's push forward. And I think what Fusi wants to do is to break away from Barrier. That's not happening at the moment, because if he and DeMarco pulled away from Barrier, they'd be able to battle for the lead on their own without having any further, not assistance, but probably further hindrance, because Barrier is really keeping Fusi on his tiptoes right now, because Fusi's got that ultimate question to answer. He's got to either attack or he's got to defend. If he's going to attack, he needs to do it in the next couple of laps and then start getting away.
And also for Barrier, he has to sort of decide, do I want to let Fusi attack DeMarco, or do I want to try and do it myself? Because if Barrier waits, Fusi and DeMarco get side by side, A, could be a bit of contact and it could allow him to slip through and take both positions. Or B, if they're racing and they both compromise their run, there's an opportunity if Barrier can get close enough that he could just overtake them both, with a standard overtake, whilst they're compromising each other. So there's a real sort of mix of strategies between this top three, but really the longer these two wait to try anything, and the longer these two wait to really push and go for those moves, the easier it is for DeMarco to just sort of settle into that rhythm, and eventually it'll probably come to a position where he might be able to go forward rather than looking backwards. Because I think we passed the 34 there, who was off the track. I don't exactly know why. It looks like he was on his own, so I don't know if he's had a spin or has had to retire the car and hasn't returned to garage yet. But also further back in the field, we see that drive-through for the number 15 of Melchorek. Based on the fact we haven't been told exactly what that incident was, I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's probably track limits.
It could be track limits or maybe contact. There have been some more draconian laws coming in. Right, okay, it is contact. Drive through for Christian Malsharek. This is for the lap 1 incident involving the number 87. That would probably be Aurélien Court. And then the number 79, that would be Maurizio Marchesi, who we were talking about earlier, that went backwards into the barriers, not through any of his making. So Christian Malsharek now gets a drive-through penalty, which he'll have to serve in the next three laps as Simon Ramsayer battling away. That looks to be Philip Halsvik just up ahead in the number 42 BMW. And then you've got the number 8 of Samir Foch just behind. We ride on board on the front splitter cam of Valentin Barrier in the number 72, still trying to keep pace with Marcel Fusi. And Dennis DeMarco, the pole sitter for this race, still about 0.6 of a second ahead as they now go through the right-hander at Luffield before the sweeping right as it opens up. Coming out of Luffield, you put the power down up to second, up to third. You're probably hitting about 4th gear, close to 140 miles an hour across the start-finish line as you head towards Copse Corner. Looks like Valentin Barrier's also dropped off a little bit there. These track temperatures are dropping again, Luke, and as you said, tyre pressures will come into it because the minute cold air hits warm rubber, Chemistry 101 dictates that the tyre pressures will drop on that vehicle.
Yeah, the GT3 suffers with it a lot less than the GT4s do. The sort of nature of the tyres in GT3 cars mean that they tend to hold their pressure for longer, so that there's less change throughout the lap, and there's less extreme change with slight temperature differences, and also they're much less prone to punctures. I think more owing to the sort of more advanced suspension that you have in GT3, but it is still a thing. It is still a factor. You can still get punctures, obviously, in the GT3 car, and as that temperature does drop as we go closer to proper nighttime here, as obviously the times we use, we haven't even mentioned this today, I think the times we use in the Super Saturday events actually correspond with real life timing. So roughly speaking, within about 10 minutes, it is the same time in game as it is in real life. So that's why now we're starting to see that transition to nighttime as we head to the Best of British race, which will obviously have that proper transition to the dark. This is when the temperature is going to start to drop quite considerably, quite fast. And although they won't struggle with the pressure loss like GT4 has from curbing, they still will have an issue when it comes to dropping temperatures.
I think it's very much a wise call. We've got another penalty coming through. This is for car number 43. That is Slovenak, that has just been given a drive-through penalty for an incident involving car number 732, Belgium's Ryan Renoir. So the number 43 now gets a drive-through penalty. We've had no more than about, I think, 6 penalties we had handed out in the Super Trofeo race earlier on. I think 2 or 3, maybe, if that, in the Ginettas. And now within the first half of the race, we've got 3 minutes until the halfway point of the BMW Challenge race here at Silverstone, that we've only had 2 penalties given. But also, there has been a lot less argy-bargy here with these 2-metre wide cars. These cars that are very much, as you said earlier, thick with the double C at the end of it.
Yeah, and it does make it very hard to really push and fight people, but it is possible, as we're sort of seeing through the field as Bunker starts to make his progress. He was actually, I think, disqualified from qualifying, Bunker, so already up in 15th. He's made a fair bit of progress through this field as he's stayed away from trouble, as we see actually the car in front, the 33, has lost control, and Bunker just avoids him on the inside there through Beckett's. What a close move as the 33 Maggots, and almost took the 22 out as well, but he's able to keep out of the side of that car. There's probably a small stain on his underwear right now based on what he just saw in front of him, but at least there's not damage on it.
You know what? If David Christie was with you on commentary, he'd be saying I'd be having PTSD moments, because he actually lost. He was running in the Citroen C1 24 hours, and that particular corner he went off track. So, yeah, I think Pasquale Di Luca is a very lucky man on that particular occasion. But that just goes. I mean, Mita Bunker was in the Fantastic Four that we had at Spa-Francorchamps the other week as well. I think running in the Porsches. So, starting from the tail end of the grid, we had 30 cars start, and Bunker's made his way up to 14th position. So a really, really good run, as we now see that Hasvik has got. We're now going to go to a brief replay. Now, this is oh my goodness! Di Luca just goes off the track like exit stage left. The back end steps out to the left-hand side and turns the car 180 degrees. So. Yeah, I think, as you said, Di Luca was going to need an underwear change after that one. As Ramsey are now closing on Halsvik, and that's Miles Dixon. So this is a real battle now. This is going to be a 3-way scrap for what is 6th on the road. And Halsvik has got his fellow teammate from Pole Simsport, Miles Dixon, just up ahead, but Simon Ramsey, and now Samir Foch getting into the mix as well. And then, hang on, that's the 101 possibly of Adam Rainey just behind. So this is going to be absolutely gnarly as we're about to hit the halfway point. Ramsey closing on Halsvik. Dixon trying to pull away. Samir Foch thinks he's got an opportunity of getting a bit further up into the top 10. As the top 3 now covered by just under 1.5 seconds. Marcel Fuzi's streak looks to be losing momentum as he's just under 1.1 seconds behind Dennis DeMarco. Valentin Barrier rounds out the top 3 and is about 4/10 off of Fuzi. So that's a bit of a run wide coming out of Stowe Corner there for Samir Foch as they hurtle their way through Vale, deep into the braking zone into Club. Really good racing respect by all of these drivers at this particular moment in time as we hit the halfway point of the final support race here on the final Super Saturday of March here on the Sim Grid.
And with 50 minutes to go and with all the drama you've already had, I expect it's only going to ramp up as we still have those really close gaps through the field. We have this battle right now for 7th place between a multitude of drivers. As we switch to a replay, I think this is going to be the 22 and 33 again. I wonder if we're going to see exactly what caused the spin, whether he just lost it on the entry curb. Yeah, it's right there. He just he loses it on the entry. I think the rear steps out, gets on that inside curbing, which spins his car out, and it was close. But but Bunker's car just about sneaks through up into 14th place now, and he's putting pressure as well on the 69 car for 13th place. Votti. He's starting to, I think, put himself in a position where maybe he could get a top 10 from last in the grid.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty good shout there, to be honest with you, Luke, because Ramsey is still battling away. There's Miles Dixon. Has a bit of a moment because Halsvik has got past. So Dixon, he's dropping a little bit further back as they now come through Woodcote. And now Ramsey is looking towards the inside through into Copse Corner, as now some of the cars have got their headlights on. That includes Samir Foch. in top 10 in 10th position in the number 8, and he's closing on Ramsay. Ramsay had a moment, and look, he's got the run going through into Maggott. Samir Foch looking to go side by side. That's over 4 metres of BMW M6 GT3 machinery that nearly went side by side going through. Samir Foch, I don't think he's done yet.
Yeah, with 30 minutes to go, he's definitely not done. He's going to be finding someone else to attack soon. And it looks like here, meanwhile, on the board with the 52, he's going to try and go around the outside of Halsvik. Doesn't quite get his car there right now, but he could get a switchback here. He's going to get a slightly better exit as Halsvik runs a little bit wide. Dixon's looking for that move. He goes to the outside here, forces Halsvik to defend and compromise his run through the chicane here. With a better exit here, the 52 car could have an opportunity to overtake.
Yeah, very much the case. But look, the gap is now going down between DeMarco and Fusi. The gap is under a second now. Fusi on the last lap, lap 8, put in a 158.122. He was over 0.3 of a second quicker than Dennis DeMarco. Look, the gap's now... Oh, DeMarco's lost an absolute bag full of time. There's a yellow flag out. That is for... I think that's the number 34 car, and that will be possibly Pereira. But there is Fusi. He's right up close and personal to Dennis DeMarco. We've only got 12.5 minutes. Valentin Barrier is just under a second behind these two. I think this battle for the victory is not settled yet here, Luke, by any stretch of the imagination. And the way that Fusi, I'm just looking, yeah, DeMarco lost time in sector 2 previously. And Fusi is just on a purple in sector 3 on that lap. Gap's now down to just over 2.5 of a second. Marcel Fusi is absolutely driving like a man possessed today. He's trying to go for that 3rd win out of 3.
And he's definitely looking like he's good for it right now. He's definitely faster than DeMarco, but it's about finding that way past. We've been seeing all night that it's very difficult to find a way through here at Silverstone. But I feel like Fusi, if any driver can do it, it'd be him. They started towards the front in both races so far, but this is the only real time he's had to properly fight for that first place. And he's actually going to get into the rear a little bit of the 197 car, but looks like maybe no harm done. But the 197 is very slow on the exit. Fusi lets him go with a couple flashes, but it's getting feisty at the front. And the one driver that's loving this is Barrier. As these two fight, these two get a bit more hot-headed. There's an opportunity here for Barrier to sneak through.
I think Michael Hamlet just had kittens, as we just heard him in our ears just then a second ago. Like literally, as Fusi went trying to steamroll his way up the inside of Dennis DeMarco, but Valentin Barrier really factoring in. They've gone through Abbey into Farm Curve. Fusi's got a really good run, and the average speed of those two corners is about 230 kilometres an hour. Then it's in excess of 145 miles an hour. As nearly onto the sausage curb goes Marcel Fusi. Lost a little bit of momentum there coming through the loop and now through Village. Got another penalty coming through. Car number 33. Car 33, De Lucqua has had a warning from... no, that's De Lucqua. That's Pasquale De Lucqua. Has a warning for aggressive driving for an incident on lap 1. And he's also got a drive-through having coming together with Corderman in the 66 on lap number 2. But Marcel Fusi going through Woodcote is absolutely hustling that BMW. This is going to set him up really, really well with a lot of confidence, and also to truly, I mean, if he does all 4 races tonight, I'm not going to say anything that's going to cause me a problem. I'm just going to basically say that he will truly be the king of Super Saturday, not Mr. Super Saturday, the king of Super Saturday, and that'll have to be a new hashtag created very, very soon for Mike Yeo if that does happen this evening. But
I mean, there are two drivers on the grid right now who don't want that to happen. I think Valentin's definitely got the pace to fight them both. DeMarco right now is defending really well, and you see how close that gap is behind. As once again, Fusi looks for the move in stow, but it just doesn't work out. As DeMarco is able to just put his car, maybe park it on the apex a little bit. But it kind of feels like Fusi's getting a little bit aggressive, a little bit sort of desperate. As when you look at that mirror, you look how big that green car is behind in the mirror.
Oh, wobble
and
there.
With Fusi with a slap here.
There for Fusi.
There's an opportunity here for Barrier to sneak up the inside because he's got the run out of the corner, but I think he's had to back off a tiny bit. Can he get his nose in there and make the overtake work? Not quite. Fusi's going to be able to defend for now.
My goodness me. Marcel Fusi nearly gave himself a heart attack, let alone us just then, with that massive tank slapper for the BMW. So, yeah, that's going to be a rather interesting dynamic for Marcel Fusi. He's got 8 3/4 minutes still to go to try and close in. And we've seen it where he's closed down in just a handful of laps, a 1.1 second gap, and he's taken 9/10 out of Dennis DeMarco in the number 197, who continues to lead. He's led so far from the green flag and is 8.5 minutes away, as Samir Foch now going toe-to-toe with the 101. That is of Adam Rainey as they nearly come to blows. That's going through into Brooklands. Foch towards the inside. Rainey, we've got the inside runners. Oh, there's a car on the inside. Oh, right in the middle. That's the 99. That's Simon Ramsayer. And Samir Foch has been absolutely blindsided. Nowhere to go because he was battling away with Adam Rainey. And look at the front end of that Beamer. That is definitely not going to be aerodynamically efficient. And I'm sure that Samir Foch is not going to be very, very happy at all about that one.
Yeah, there's just no way he can go. Right there is, the 99 was strewn completely at 90 degrees along the track. There was really no way out there for Foch as he tried to pass. I can't remember who it was alongside. My head is gone completely, but there was such an unfortunate moment for him as he tries to make the move happen, and then suddenly there's a gigantic wall right in front of him, and it's that's going to be a fairly hefty bit of damage. We return back to the front of the grid with 7 minutes to go. The gaps have opened up a little bit again. His barrier has dropped off slightly to Fusi, but with that gap opening behind him, Fusi can now look forward a little bit more and really put that pressure on. But it kind of feels like right now DeMarco just about has enough to answer to both of them and keep himself where he is. And actually Barrier's lost it.
And he's hit the barriers as well. No pun intended right there and then. He just literally lost it. That was coming out of Farm Curve. So Marcel Fusi now has clear track behind him, and he's got a bullseye to target on in front. Meanwhile, Mita Bonka has gone all the way up into 10th position, and he's actually closing on the number 88. And that is of Luca Ragusa. So that very much is the case that Bonka could actually get himself maybe even to as high as 8th position. He's still got 3.5 minutes to go. I'm not too sure. I mean, Rainey's about 2.2 seconds. Look, he's there, and you've got Dixon as well. There's there's a bit of possibility here for Mita Bonka to maybe even get himself up into 7th position if he can quickly get past Ragusa in the next moment or two, and then solidify. Go for absolute, full send for the next the last 5 minutes of the race. But Marcel Fusi losing a little bit of time. He's about 5.5 tenths of a second behind Dennis DeMarco. The streak is getting close to being broken, and Dennis DeMarco and Valentin Barrier were pretty much putting so much pressure on the Hungarian, but it was Barrier that ended up the tail end snapped away, going through Abbey, and that's definitely a change of underway needed there for Valentin, I think.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate of him. He just lost it on the... I think we're talking about how much inside curb you can use with the BMW, but it kind of looked like there he just took too much. Got that car unsettled, wasn't able to catch the slide in time, and now what was a three-way fight for the lead is now going to go down to 2, but back to Bonka. I mean, what a drive by Bonka so far to come from last on the grid to 10th, and it doesn't look like he's stopping there. With 5 minutes to go, he can still get at least one more move done.
Yep, Samir Foch still keeping that car going. He's got Daniel Austins, who started actually alongside Valentin Barrier, so it's been dramas for both Barrier and Austins. They've got Tom Otti just up ahead in the running order of things, and that's the battle for 11th position. Marcel Fusi's closing again. He took less than half a tenth out of Dennis DeMarco that time around. Samir Foch has a massive moment going through Abbey, and that allows Daniel Austins to go up the inside through Farm Curve and then get the move done by Village. But 4.5 minutes remaining. Oh, this is really, really close. I mean, do you think that Fusi's going to have another... I think Fusi's fast running out of time, but that will mean that he'll have a first, or 2 firsts, and a second. He's done a really great job, Marcel Fusi. Literally, he has got Super Saturday nailed down pretty much to a T at this moment, but hasn't had the clean sweep yet.
Yeah, I think the problem really for Fusi is that he just, neither him nor Barrier could find that sort of overtaking opportunity. It's not necessarily about the pace. I think both Fusi and Barrier were faster than DeMarco is. But, the sort of difference in pace that you need to actually make an overtake work here is just not quite there for Fusi. And yes, he can get close, but once he's in that dirty air, once he's got that, that wash that you get on the front of these cars, just cannot find a way to get his nose on the inside, which is all he needs to make that overtake happen. I think really he needs to find a way to put a bit more pressure on, force DeMarco into a mistake, and that's his way through.
Yeah, very much the case. We've got just under 3.5 minutes to go here in the final support race for Super Saturday here on the sim grid. After what has been a rather mad march, to be honest with you, as there's Mita Bonka trying to get past Ragusa. Looks like Bonka went a little bit wide, coming out of Stowe Corner in the approach into Vale, as DeMarco and Fusi are just making their way through into Village at this particular moment in time, still battling away over the lead, and the gap now under half is now increasing again as Mita Bonka looking to go up the inside of Ragusa, going through into Abbey. 22 can't get through on that particular occasion because that was a gap that Mita Bonka could not force the BMW Team Schnitzer car up, and he goes towards the outside to try and get the cut back through into the loop. That is brilliantly timed there by Mita Bonka to get past Luca Ragusa for 9th position. Mita Bonka's done an absolutely stellar drive, and that's the drive of the afternoon so far.
Yeah, it's been a pretty awesome performance by him as he's moving to 9th. He's still got a couple minutes left, so I think maybe 8th is possible, but he has to shake Ragusa off his tail pretty quickly if he wants to make any progress. The good thing for him is I think the two in front are having a bit of a battle there, Dixon and Rainey. So if they properly start fighting, it's going to get Bonka up quick. But it's been really impressive to me that throughout the whole field, we've seen drivers really struggling to make overtakes happen. And meanwhile, Mitja Bonka has just been flying through the field. I mean, I think he's actually averaged more than one car overtaken per lap for the entire race, which is not something you do every day around Silverstone.
No, considering the fact we're on lap number 15 of this race, and I think the next time around it will be a case of when the opportunity presents itself. But Rainey and Dixon battling away over 7th position. Another penalty. We've had a penalty given to the number 34 car. That will be, I think that is going to be Pereira, I believe. Unsafe rejoin for car 34. A stop-go 30 gets issued from race control. So the penalties, that is now 5 penalties. We've had a warning given as well. So 6 reprimands, 1 less severe than the others as we go into the last 60 seconds. The next time around, it will be the final lap of this race, and also the final lap of any support series for SimGrid Super Saturday. What a place to actually close that all off here, as there is Rainey trying to swarm all over Dixon, and there is Mita Bonka, and Bonka's got an opportunity now. He can see, he can sense that he's got a chance. As there's a tag on the back left of Dixon by Rainey, and now Mita Bonka gets the opportunity he needed. You called it exactly spot on the nose there, Luke. Mita Bonka now up into P7 from the back of the grid, as now Dennis DeMarco goes on to the final lap of the race.
Just waiting to strike the perfect moment, and as soon as that contact happened with Rainey and Dixon, he just snuck straight through, got the 2 positions, put himself in 7th, and should be able to pull away here. But it's been a pretty awesome performance by him, and we look towards the top of the grid as well. It looks like DeMarco is able to sort of shake the challenge by Fusi and get him up right off his tail. Now with that second left, it is really DeMarco's race to lose. As I think without a mistake, there's no real way Fusi can catch him with that second gap. But pretty awesome overtake there by Bonka to get that move done on the final lap of the race now. It looks like he should be able to sort of hold on to that 7th place, and he's not going to be able to go forward unless some big incident happens. I think 6.5 second gap. It'd have to be a pretty wild lap to pull that back, but still an awesome performance by Bonka, and it looks like maybe that battle for 5th place is on though, as Barry's dropping back with that damage he has earlier, and Halswich is right behind him.
Yep, time has hit 0 for the 3rd and final support race here at SimGrid Super Saturday at Silverstone. And we've got Mita Bonka in the main picture-in-picture, on the insert picture-in-picture on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. The leader, Dennis DeMarco, now making his way through club for what will be... actually he's going through the loop. He's just come through Village, so he's just got Aintree, Brooklands, Luffield and Woodcote. 4 more corners. Make that 3 now to go. And Marcel Fusi has resigned himself to second position at the end of it all. But what a drive from the man that we have nicknamed, or monikered thereof, Mr. Super Saturday, Marcel Fusi, as DeMarco now powers his way out of Luffield for the final time. The streak has been broken here on Super Saturday, but it's Dennis DeMarco that wins in the 197, the BMW Challenge here at Silverstone. Marcel Fusi breaks records again. 2 victories and now a second place. That's 3 successive podiums for the Hungarian. Renato Dornelles from Bakum Racing in the number 3 takes 3rd place. Alessio Cataneo takes 4th. Valentin Barrier will hold on to 5th with a damaged, a wounded BMW. Hausvik takes 6th, but the drive of the day so far, Mita Bonker in the Team Schnitzer colours, brings the car home in 7th. Ragusa in 8th. Dixon in 9th, Rainey in 10th, Tom Ottey, Daniel Austins. You've then got, looks like we've got Simon Ramsay just coming in behind Ben Norton. Samir Foch brings the wounded BMW back home in 15th position. Marcus Hagel, Pau Castelletto, Christian Malsharek, Slovenak Di Lucqua. There's Aurelien Cros in the number 87 United Racing BMW, also has been through the walls here. Oh my goodness me, but Marcel Fusi was close, but not close enough to take a 3rd successive victory. Mr. Super Saturday has got one more race to go, and can he sustain the lead in the Best of British Championship for round 3 here? I really can't wait, to be honest with you, Luke. It's been a fantastic 3 support races leading to the feature race with the 90-minute race here at Silverstone for the halfway point of Best of British.
It kind of felt to the front that we were seeing a battle of almost car philosophies, because it felt like DeMarco's car was so fast on the straights. Fusi really had nothing for him on the straights, but as soon as we came to the corners, Fusi was right back on the back of him. So I wonder if maybe DeMarco set his car up, maybe a bit less downforce or a bit better on the brakes, just to make it so that once he got that track position, he could hold on. Because we've been saying all night about how hard it is to overtake it, and it just looked like his car was set up perfectly for that defensive driving style. Fusi had nothing for him, and DeMarco was just able to defend just enough. Didn't need to compromise his line too often, because he was able to get those good exits out of corners and able to just gain that little bit of a gap. Then he was able to hold on to his position. So a really nice drive from DeMarco. But I think Bonker sort of stole the show with his drive through the field, finishing in P7 in the end. It was a really awesome performance by him, and it was a little bit sort of intrigued to see how this series would plan out. Having a BMW M6 series, because usually when you have those single make cars, it's the slower cars. It's the things like the Ginetta, which tend to work quite well because you can stay in a big pack with them and they can race pretty well. And I was sort of intrigued to see how the BMWs would work out, but honestly, that was a really good race.
Yeah, it was indeed. Looks like we are going to have an interview before things swap around for the feature race. Let's see if we can bring in Valentin Barrier in the number 72 BMW. Started P3 and finished P5. Let's see if I can just drag him in now. Hello to Valentin Barrier. Valentin, firstly, P3 in qualifying, and then a massive dramatic moment that saw the BMW into the barriers, but you still brought it home in P5.
Yes.
It was a great battle between yourself, Marcel, and Dennis through the majority of that race. Did the temperatures have something to do with tyre pressures dropping, and maybe that incident being as a result of that later on with the spin in the barriers coming off of, I think it was Farm Curve?
Hello everyone. The tire pressures were dropping a little bit, except on the front left for me. But the incident was just driver mistake. I turned in a bit too early. I was a bit too aggressive. So my car got unsettled a bit on the curb on the inside, which then resulted in understeer, and my car just clipped the grass on the exit of the corner, and I just went into the barrier and had nothing else to do.
Yeah, I think, it was great to see the three of you at the front of the field really going toe-to-toe, mano-y-mano with Dennis and Marcel. And, the BMW is a very, very interesting animal. I know that you and Jardier are running in the Audi for Sprint Cup Season 3, which heads to Imola in just under a couple of weeks' time. BMW is a very, very interesting car to drive, isn't it?
Yes, it's very stable, actually, very easy to drive. The one thing, as you saw, the one thing that can be very dangerous with the BMW are the curbs and the bumps. It gets unsettled very, very easily on the curbs and the bumps, on the big shocks. But otherwise, it's a very, very good car to drive.
Well, Valentin, it's been a pleasure having you with us here on Super Saturday. Have a good rest of the evening, and we'll see you in Jardier very soon for round 3 at Imola of Sprint Cup Season 3.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, well, that is pretty much it for the support races. And also, it's nearly time for me and myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Luke Rogers to say goodbye. But we're going to go to a brief commercial break, because next up, it is Best of British Round 3 here at Silverstone. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time. Well, welcome back to Super Saturday here on SimGrid at the home of British Motorsport, Silverstone. Well, from myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Luke Rogers, we have to hand over to the voices of Best of British. Firstly, Luke, thank you for being great company this afternoon. Really been enjoying working alongside you here for the first time on SimGrid. Looking hopefully to be working alongside you very, very soon. Yeah,
it's been good fun. 3 really good races, and I think a precursor to the what is quite literally the feature race of tonight in the Best of British, with the ever lovely David Christie and Lewis McGlade. So it's going to be a fun evening as well. But yeah, I've really enjoyed it. It's been, as I said, 3 really good races, 3 really fun fields to watch. We even got to see David Christie finish on the lead lap, which, he's going to fly apparently. But yeah, it was really awesome. It was a really great night. So thanks for having me, and I hope everyone enjoys Best of British.
Indeed. Without further ado, let's bring in Lewis McGlade and David Christie. Gentlemen, good evening. How are we both?
Yeah, indeed. Thanks, Alex, and thanks, Luke. We'll carry on with another round in Best of British. 90 minutes ahead of us at this fantastic venue of Silverstone. It's been an incredible championship so far, seeing Mr. Super Saturday himself head to the top of the standings after a good, consistent couple of rounds. We've seen how good he's been today. A couple of wins, a second place. Does he continue that here? David, I mean, he is mad fast.
Oh, he certainly is. He's crazy quick, and it's fantastic to see the consistency. It's really enjoyable. But not only that, he really knows how to handle himself in a pack.
Yeah, he's just incredibly consistent. 4th and 5th across the previous couple of races. George Boothby, who's up there in the championship as well after that fantastic win at Donington Park. It was about consistency for him and just making sure that the strategy all came together. Here at Silverstone, though, with qualifying ahead just on the horizon, I think it's about time to take a look around the circuit, and in perfect fashion, let's have a look.
On board with the Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT3 here at the home of British Motorsport Silverstone. 3.660 miles of tarmac here in the Northamptonshire countryside as we head into Copse Corner. We start from the National Pit Straight and exit out of it. Now towards Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, up to 5th gear at about 235 kilometres an hour. You then drop down a couple of gears over the course of Maggots and Beckett's down into 3rd gear. Now into the right-hander. You put the power down coming through the left-hander at Chapel Curve, down the Hanger Straight and under the bridge heading towards Stowe Corner. Now going up into 6th gear at over 250 kilometres an hour before going down the gearbox through into 3rd gear, sweep the car into the right hand side, allow it to drift to the left before the run through Vale and into Club. As we head towards the wing complex, down into 1st gear through the tight left-hander. Now it's a double right you're going to have to negotiate. Through the first one in 2nd gear, through the second one in 3rd. Now along the main start-finish straight on the international wing complex, through into the right-hander at Abbey, and you're taking that at around about 4th gear at just over 200 kilometres an hour, building the speed going through Farm Curve before putting on the anchors through into Village, down to 2nd gear. And then it's the tight left-hander at the loop, which is going to be negotiated at 1st gear. And it's carried the momentum through, up through the rev range, up through the gears, exiting Aintree at over 175 kilometres an hour in 3rd gear before heading down the Wellington Straight. Just a few more corners remain before the lap here at Silverstone is completed. Down into the left-hander at Brooklands, which Nyon comes back onto itself. And then you've got 2 more corners to negotiate. First of all, it is Luffield, a tight hairpin taken at 100 kilometres an hour on the apex at 2nd gear. And now the run through Woodcote, and that is a hot lap here at Silverstone on board the Aston Martin V8 Vantage.
A truly classic venue then to see us approach the halfway point in the season. A 90-minute race ahead of us as we say goodbye to the 2.4-hour format. That'll rejoin us when we head to Snetterton for that final round of the season. The 3rd consecutive week of Best of British and the 3rd consecutive Super Saturday with it. We're here at Silverstone, the halfway point of the season. We take a break for a week as the VCO World Cup starts for its latest season, the 12 Hours of Bathurst. More on that later. Focusing on today's action, that consistency of Fusi. The important thing that I kind of want to cover between the previous 2 rounds of Alton Park and Donington Park is it was the question of consistency between the 2 rounds, David, that we saw drivers do really, really well in the first round. Jan Zemis being the great example, winning the first round, 26th at Donington Park. We saw George Boothby not appear at Alton Park, but then won at Donington. And it's the consistency of Fusi with a 4th and a 5th place that see him head to the top of the championship. That consistency of 4th and 5ths, they don't really net you a championship. He needs to step up and take a victory. And considering the day that he's had so far, you wouldn't put it past him, would you?
He's certainly got the pace for it. And again, you look at the championship and you think 4th and 5th place. It doesn't scream championship winning run right now, but here we are. He's in the top of the championship. Interestingly as well, you know, we've had a contender for the championship. 3rd place Will Tregurtha has had to drop out now from the entire championship because of real life commitments, which is always a blooming awesome thing. I mean, saw that he was supposed to be away to VLN this weekend. But of course Nürburgring snowed off today. It's sod's law that he can't be racing, so I think he's licking his wounds and taking part in an alternative race just for tonight. But you know, we're only 2 races underway through the season. We've got another 2 races after tonight. Don't look past Patrick Nage, Yiger Ogorodnikov. If he can get his act together, is going to be the politest words that I can possibly use for that, get his stuff together and actually knuckle down. I still say he is one of the fastest drivers on this grid, but when he's having a bad day, he's having a really bad day. But, any one of those top 5 could really take this loose.
Absolutely, it is wide open. It's such a short season that consistency is what nets it you here. You need to be scoring decent results over the rounds. Here's the championship standings, and this is the important thing that I was just about to point out. Let's take a note. Fuzi, 4th and 5th place, and then look at everyone else. There is not a single other driver in the entire Best of British grid that has netted 2 top 10s between the 2 races. That is mad. That is absolutely insane. So when it comes to battling for the championship, we were chatting after the race to George Boothby about basically hitting the reset button when it comes out of Donington Park. He took that victory in fairly dominant fashion. And it's sort of that which allows him to come into this a little bit more comfortable, because he knows he is in the championship fight. After missing a round, he is now 2nd in the championship.
He certainly is, and like you said, it was a dominant, strong, and amazing performance. It really set the marker down. It was almost like it was a mental note to everyone: stay out of it. This is mine. I wouldn't put it past him getting it tonight. We saw Marcel Fuzi taking the wins in the Lamborghinis and the Ginettas tonight, but just starting to struggle a little bit with the pace on the BMWs there. I'm wondering if he's got the ability to take it that step further tonight. I think he'll definitely finish in top 5 for sure, but the other drivers that are there, I think he might struggle.
For sure. Ooh, that's a certain call then from David Christie. Wow.
So that now means he's going to finish 26th.
Yeah, no, you've done him in there a bit, unfortunately. Of course, remember how the weight works here in the Best of British. Of course, it's weight from the previous race. So George Boothby, who was dominantly victorious, comes into this one with 35 kilos on his car. We've got Patrick Nage, who finished 2nd. He's got 30 kilos. Will Together, who's not here, would have had 28 kilos, etc. And there's 26, 25, etc. So there's a bit of weight at play, but that does mean for some of the drivers that were that struggled a little bit at Alton Park. Let's say, for example, Jan Zemes, who was way down the order, finished 26th on the road there, but obviously won at the first round of the season. He was in the battle pack, in the mid pack, and got spun around in the early laps of Donington Park. Whereas here, now that he's got no weight back on his car, this is surely the time for him to capitalise and consolidate his position towards the top.
100%, and there's so many drivers in a similar position that really have everything to prove now here tonight at Silverstone. Another driver, like Olivier Curtin, who had an absolutely abysmal at Donington Park, and the likes of Herbigno taking that 4th place last time out. A lot of those drivers could make big gains, but they're too far away from jumping straight into the top 5 after tonight. But this is the crucial turning point in the season. This is where, if you haven't already made your bets, this is where your story starts on your chase for the title.
Exactly. It can start from round 3. There is no worry from that. We'll see if they can transfer their fortunes into a positive result here at Silverstone. We're about to head into qualifying to see who's going to be on top. And look at the weather. The rain is coming down. The heavens have opened, as they say. It is absolutely chucking it down as we look at Niels van der Kerkhout, one of the drivers who was in a little bit of trouble in the mid-pack at the previous round of Donington. Had a couple of incidents coming down into the old hairpin and such, and certainly a driver that wants to completely forget about that previous round. I'm just going to chat a little bit about the qualifying from the previous couple of rounds, because it's been a pole position that has netted both victories in the Best of British Championship thus far. Christie Zemes in the Porsche 911 GT3R at Alton Park, and of course one of these, McLaren 720S, in the previous round in the hands of George Boothby. In the wet conditions, look at how little grip they've got coming onto what is the Grand Prix start-finish straight. It is tricky and treacherous out there.
It's it's mildly moist, as we would call it up here in Scotland. The McLarens, I think, are really hamstrung in these conditions. The McLaren not exactly a fan of these treacherous, wet, windy conditions here at Silverstone, although wind is actually non-existent, so we'll maybe take that bit off. I think the Mercedes has got a strong chance tonight of Herbigno in that 1-2-3. That car's a very, very heavy car, very planted and stable car, so I'd be very interested to see what he can do in the qualifying. But 18.5 minutes left to go. Oh, Kukel! Wow, that was a power side and a half. That proves the point exactly. Those McLarens are going to be sitting ducks tonight.
Yeah, it almost seemed to lock the rears a little bit there on the turn-in point of Brooklands. A really fantastic corner in this modern era of Silverstone. Comes across the line. It's not going to be a particularly brilliant time, as we'll see what he sets regardless. Heads across to start a lap, rather, all out laps. I was panicking there. So it's all right. He's not lost anything. It's major. We're getting that in their ear as well. And just completely ignored that information. The tricky wet conditions is probably going to be about who's on track towards the end of the session. More so than who's on track now, although with the rain being so heavy, it's basically, for me, in these kind of conditions, it's about just being on track. You want to be setting as many timed laps in a session like this as possible, because you never really know when the track's going to be at its finest. You just want to be out there for as much as possible. I've seen it before with sessions like this where people effectively fuel up the car and they just sit out there for the entire session, just doing laps and seeing where things go. Whether that'll be the strategy today, I'm not so sure. In fact, I would doubt. But still, that's kind of the method that some drivers may be applying it.
See, I've always been of the mindset in wet weather, the strategy is all or nothing. You have to go to get as far up the grid as you possibly can. And I know that sounds really cliched because it's qualifying, and that's normally what you would expect from qualifying. But when you consider you've got the race coming up, you've got a 90-minute race, everyone's going to be on cold tyres going into turn one in this soaking wet weather. Do you really want to be among 20 other cars that could potentially wipe your chance out? Other races potentially you can maybe sit at the back and think, right, I'll just make my way through. You can't do that tonight. I wouldn't chance it having to pile my way through such a big field and a strong field as well. I mean, you want to get yourself into the top 10 at the very, very least tonight.
Where pole position last round was separated by 0.2 of a second. The first round, it was 0.003 of a second. In conditions like this is the time where we may see a driver take a pole position by quite a large margin, just courtesy of being on the track at the right time, being at the right amount of traffic, and just putting together the right lap. In these conditions, it's very, very tricky to judge, as we all very much know that it's every corner you approach is different every single lap, and it's about understanding the limitations on the specific cars as to see who's going to move their way up the order. We watched Christian Kelly cross the line, times coming in. What is Christian Kelly going to do? 1.1 seconds off. A lot of McLarens up towards the top, and it is Niels van der Kakelt topping the session at the moment, a 2:04.3. All of these lap times are going to be very much banker lap times. I would expect a lot of these lap times to come down as this session unfolds. Yannick Ruoff across the line, 14th position at the moment, 3.2 seconds. Again, if I'm these drivers, David, I am not panicking right now. I am not scared at this point. If I'm in that position, in another 10 minutes time, I start to get a little bit worried. But right now, 3 seconds off, 2 seconds off, I'm not worried.
Yeah, I think the qualifying as well is not one to worry about in any case whatsoever. Who knows what's going to happen through that race? It's going to be an absolute lottery. You could certainly put yourself in the top 10 and all hell could break loose. So yeah, it's nothing to lose any sleep over. It's ideal, obviously, if you can get some laps in just now, but conditions aren't going to improve anytime soon, Lewis. It's a case of just knuckling down, keeping the head, keeping the composure, and just doing what you can do at the end of the day. Some of these drivers just don't straight up like driving in wet conditions. Some of them absolutely love it. But it's a case of just get the laps in, get the confidence in the car, see where it's at, and see what you can do. And I'm pretty sure that's not the right way around this track here at Silverstone in the background.
No, that is not a particularly ideal scenario. I think that might be Wenlock off in the background as they come around the halfway point of the lap. Of course, the start-finish circuit of this being between Luffield and Copse, not the Grand Prix ones. It's more like, as you would see, obviously in GT racing in real life, and British GT comes here. And of course, if you watch motorbikes, whatever, they still use the old start-finish straight. Yannick Ruoff, who we're focused on at the moment in the Lamborghini, 3.3 seconds off of the pole time in these tricky wet conditions. I was always a driver that preferred these wet conditions, although on a grid like this, as much as it's a very large grid, there are only two parts of the grid that I want to start in. I either want to start somewhere in sort of like the top, 2 or 3 rows, or I want to start at the back. That mid-pack is a danger zone. It really is terrifying. You're going through some corners, particularly starting on this end of the circuit. I'd almost rather be on the Grand Prix starting from the wing, because around here, you go through Copse, which is obviously pretty fast. You then come through the corners afterwards, Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. On your first racing lap is very, very difficult when you're in that pack. We see Owen Wenlock, who we've seen, I think, in the barrier down at Club. I'm getting told that Mr. Boothby has gone up to pole position on max ballast.
Yep, pole position 204.230, 1/800ths of a second ahead of Niels van de Kegel. And this is making a bit of a mug of me. I was saying the McLarens were really not going to have fun at all. There's 5 of them in the top 10 just now, so they're really, really enjoying these conditions just now. So great to see. But back to your point about either being at the front or being at the back. It's safe to say as well, Lewis, that if you're, say, 29th, 30th or 31st, if you can keep it on for that first lap, you're guaranteed to make up 10 places, at least, because exactly what you just said there, that mid-pack needs to come with a health warning attached to it, because it is just chaos guaranteed. 9 times out of 10, if you're in that mid-pack, you better have your eyes on stocks, because there are going to be cars that are so desperate to get themselves through to the front of that grid that they're maybe going to try and put some moves on that they might not think on any other lap other than that first lap.
It's true. I mean, I guarantee it. I will guarantee it now that somewhere in the mid-pack, we are going to see some drivers go 3 wide into Maggots, which... not a great idea, but we're going to see it. It's just going to happen, especially with how close the racing's been in the Best of British Championship thus far. The stuff we've seen at Donington Park, those first few laps at Donington Park were absolutely crazy. Saw a very incident-filled opener to the race. Andre Mesa, who we're seeing come round the final corner to go up to 4th position, decent stuff. Showed quite well as Niels van der Kekau goes onto pole position on a 2:04.068. Showed quite well, did Andre Mesa, in I think it was the first round, in some of the support races to it at Oulton Park. Ended up winning the support race going into the Best of British, and then kind of just struggled in those 2 Best of British rounds. It's kind of where the question comes for some of these drivers, like Mr. Super Saturday himself, qualified at the moment down in 23rd place. He just gets moved down the order. Are they just not focusing enough on this championship, or is there still a decent balance for them? We've seen Marcel Fuzzi come out on top regardless, so it's almost a silly point.
Yeah, the other thing around that is that it's all very well being able to qualify well and get yourself far up the pack, but if you're not able to consistently get the results because of that, then you need to start looking at why that is. And I used to be really bad at that. So what I would do is I could maybe get in a decent qualifying time, and then nearly always I'd get caught up in somebody else's accident, and I'd get so annoyed and so worked up at it, and then I realised I'm getting caught up in somebody else's accident. So I need to do something differently to change always getting that in. And you'll see drivers there that are consistently either DNFing or finishing in the low sort of, after 15th to say 25th. Because they're getting caught up in other people's incidents. And it's like, well, ask yourself, what could you do differently to minimise the chance of you being caught in other people's, accidents? If that's take your foot off a half a second earlier, things like that, they sound like they're going to cost you a lot of time, but they could end up being the difference between you being in an accident and losing 10, 15 places and actually getting a decent points result.
Absolutely, it's a great mentality to have, that of looking inwards constantly, and I think a lot of drivers tend not to. You kind of get involved in that kind of stuff, and you don't think, oh well, why is it always me? And even if there is some drivers that, and I've seen it before, where some drivers aren't the drivers that are the ones making the mistakes. They are just unlucky with where they are. But there is still sort of like a, yeah, but are you leaving yourself in that kind of position? Are you just not qualifying well enough? Are you qualifying in this dangerous mid-pack that we know? As we see in that dangerous mid-pack, we've got Harry Phillips on screen at the moment, who did very well at Alton Park. Spoke about him quite a lot at Donington, where he's fairly new to sim racing realistically. Only been racing really for a few months. Did really well at Alton Park, a circuit which he knows and loves, as he goes for a little bit of a slip and slide down at Brooklands. Said that he was good at Alton Park, not so confident about the other tracks on the calendar. Now, if he's new to sim racing, David, the question comes, how much wet weather racing has he done? Because it can't be much.
I think more to the point, if he's just new to sim racing, how on earth has he got that pace already? I know. I'm slightly jealous. I've been in sim racing for about 13 years, and I'm still as slow as anything. But yeah, wet weather driving is a very, very different experience. But being brand new to sim racing isn't a bad thing in my books, because you're in that mentality where you're constantly learning. So, for the stalwarts of sim racing who have done it for years and years and years, you're set in your ways. You're not really open to learning new ways. You think you know how to drive, and if you're slow, that's because you've not really adapted to driving fast. Whereas the faster drivers are going to be the ones, like the new ones, who are constantly learning, constantly adapting to the changes, to things like the tyre model, to the weather physics, to every little nuance in there. And don't discount that. The lack of experience might be a positive thing tonight.
Indeed. No weight on this car. Yiga Rognikov currently on screen, who was doing all right at Donington before getting into a little bit of trouble with various drivers. Dropped down the order, ended 15th position on the road that day. Obviously had a podium in the first round, so went into it with 28 kilos of ballast. Comes into this one with 0, so all is well and good, and we'll see if the Russian can slap himself a little bit further up the grid as we watch him come out of Luffield and towards the lap completion. Currently in that 5th spot. Where is he going to go? Up to 3rd, to the front of the 2nd row of the grid. Saw Niels van der Kakelt right on the back of George Boothby as well. He was just on an outlap, so starting what will potentially be his final run with 6.5 minutes left in this session. It's quite a long lap here at Silverstone. Ilkka Rantanen goes to 23rd position in the slipstream of another one of his Mercedes. That one will be Herbenau directly ahead. And Herbenau's an interesting one, who's currently qualified in 9th position, 7/10 off a pole. Was really, really impressive back at the first round of the season, pace-wise. Had a few issues through the race at Alton Park a couple of weeks ago, and ended that race abruptly. Came into the next round with basically not being able to qualify, had to start from the back of the grid. Came through the order and had a fantastic drive up the order, basically just keeping out of trouble. Finished in 4th place at Donington. Was definitely one of the drives of the day. See what he can do from 7th place. George Boothby looking up at the moment in the 666 car.
Certainly is. Last time I heard it was about 2/10 up, which would be enough to take pole right now, but he's making his way down through the back half of the circuit, down the Wellington straight towards Brooklands just now. Ogorodnikov's currently going for pole as well. He's currently around about 0.3 of a second up, but it's around Luffield, a corner that I really, really, really don't like very much. Managed to spin it under a safety car in real life, but here comes George Boothby. He's going to be on target to take pole position. Just 1/10 stands between him and the top step. Oh, he doesn't do it. 5/100ths of a second. He loses time in that last sector, but Igor Ogorodnikov still on track here.
Very, very close for Boothby. Reminder that he is on full ballast. Niels van der Kakelt has 0 kilos. Potentially, I wouldn't say weight is an assistance in the wet weather, but sometimes just dependent on where that weight is, it can affect balance, sometimes even in a moderately positive way, but that's probably just trying to look at the lighter side of things. Yiga Rognikov towards the line, currently qualified in 3rd position. Where's he going to go? Stays in 3rd, only closes up a little bit to the front row. Andre Mesa out of the final corners, looking pretty good at the moment. tenths off of that pole time at the moment, goes to second, 6 thousandths ahead of George Boothby, but 500ths off of the time that Niels van der Kekelt has set for that provisional pole time. It is McLaren's rounding out the top 3 positions. Kreutzer as well up there for good measure, thus proving, not to throw you too far under the bus here, David, that the point may have been slightly off. I feel a little bit bad saying that. I'm sorry, that was hard.
I think that's just stating the obvious there. It's there's what you've done is you've seen the number 64 double decker coming along the road, and you've just thrown me head first underneath. To be fair though, I did put myself in that position. I honestly thought the way that we saw Van der Kekelt struggling to get heat into the tyres, what a revelation these McLarens are. And it's not just tonight, it's not in the wet. I mean, I don't know if it's an update to the tyre model or to the physics or whatever, but the McLarens have had a lot of pace right now in the past week or so, and we've seen them being very, very dominant. We saw it at Misano on Thursday night. The McLarens were looking so strong, and again, they're still looking strong tonight. But Ogorodnikov, again, he is looking so fast tonight, 2 tenths off of pole position. But on that point of tonight, we could have seen a massive gap between pole position and the rest of the field. That could have been the way, but it just doesn't feel that way tonight. It doesn't feel like the cars are struggling as much as maybe we thought they would.
No, they're being handled by some of the best drivers on Assetto Corsa Competizione, so it's no sort of doubt that they're doing quite well. Igor Ogorodnikov currently on screen. His best qualifying in the Best of British thus far was 4th place back at Donington Park, comes across the line and remains in 4th, 0.141. Andre Mesa, he moved up into 2nd position on the previous lap. Is he going to go one better? Yes, he is. 1/7 of a second, a 2:03.897, the first driver into the 3s.
Oh my goodness me, that just came out of nowhere. I mean, we saw him inching closer to that time, but to take almost 2 seconds out of his previous best, that is incredible. Really, really good stuff there. I love how Admiral Boats and Elliot Fane on YouTube chat are wanting to show that car that I really, really dislike. So I'd be super appreciating if we didn't see that one. But Alexander Doricat for Team Lazarus. No, it's I'm not sure what car it is. It's the McLaren that we usually see that's got the Comic Sans all over it.
You love it. It's Bridport.
No.
As we'll see, Olivier Curtin across the line, currently down the order in 28th position, moves up into the top 20, up to 17th place. We're being told that Mr. Super Saturday is starting to set some decent times. He'll need to set a decent time because Mr. Super Saturday, our championship leader, only good enough at the moment for 29th on the road. 2 seconds off of the pole, 1 minute left in this session. What's the Mercedes going to do? Only 21st, right in the middle of that danger zone. Instantly gets put down by Zones, who goes to 20th. That is high drama for our championship leader.
Yep, and he's went straight off at Cops as well, so that's not exactly what you want to see. I mean, Fuzi, I've got to be honest, I don't think that's enough. He's really right slap bang in the middle of all that danger right now, so he is going to have to be so careful. But I mean, good recovery championship efforts from the likes of Lucas Kreuzer in the 96, getting up into 5th position. We're back here with Igor Ogorodnikov coming through the final corner just now, 0.3 of a second off just now. He improves by 1/10, puts himself up to 3rd, and Yeager has literally thrown everything but the kitchen sink at this qualifying, and it just isn't happening for him.
It's just hard work out there trying to exploit the limitations of the car and push it to its very limit, and just not good enough. But 3rd will be decent. His best qualifying of the season, qualified at 6th place at Alton Park, 4th place last time out, goes a position better at the moment here at Silverstone. The time has ticked down to 0 as we focus on Owen Wenlock, who's in 16th place at the moment, the first driver over a second off of the pole time at present by Mesa. And can he improve his way up the order? A top 10 is definitely on the cards at the moment. You can see a few drivers have already finished their session. Borchardt and Moretti have greeted the checkered flag. Jan Zemis, the race winner of Alton Park, is 9th and done. Owen Wenlock, though, might be kicking Christian Kelly out of the top 10. Runs the shortest run to the line and goes to 10th. 8 tenths off of that pole time, but up in that order, that is nice work.
Great lap there, great lap. And to be honest, that's still a really good lap from Christian Kelly in that McLaren. I was surprised not to see him in the top 10, but Van der Kekkel at the moment still looking very, very fast indeed, just making his way up through towards Brooklands and Luffield just now. So he's going to be coming out his final lap. Here's Ilko Busink for the Rookie Monsters 43. And that's quite a blingy car that's going across the line. Jumps up to P21, but here is Niels van der Kekkel, currently P2 in the 47 car. Goes across the line, can't improve, 204.221. And I think, Lewis, that's all she wrote.
It may well be. Wow, what a qualifying session it was. And we did see a pretty big distance in the end between our pole sitter and the rest of the field. It ended up around about nearly 0.2 of a second for Andre Mesa. Here's your order on screen. You can see Mesa from Van der Kekkel to Igor Ogorognikov, the personal best qualifying position of the season, up in 3rd place. Behind him is George Boothby, the race winner of Donington Park. Lucas Kreutzer and Alexander Novikov. Novikov being one of the drivers to have received a ban from qualifying at the previous round, doing a little bit better this time, obviously, because he's not starting at the back. Starts this one from 6th with Chris Sever, who's good in the wet, by the way. Once saw him race at Le Mans in some very, very tricky wet conditions, doing very well up in 7th with Paul Batti, Christian Zemis, our opening race winner of the season from Owen Wenlock, and the rest of the order coming down there. My focus in this race, David, with the rest of the order, you're looking at places like, of course, towards the front, but outside of that, it's more down to the likes of Herbenau, who's in 13th. Saw how well he came up the order last time out. Doricott in 17th. Of course, Mr. Super Saturday himself, our championship leader, way down the order outside of the top 20. It is going to be a long day for them. Where it was a 2.4-hour race last time, it is just 90 minutes here at Silverstone.
Yeah, and that makes a huge difference in terms of the strategy, in terms of the game that they're going to be playing this evening here at the virtual recreation of Silverstone. It all goes out the window, especially when they're going to be looking to what the conditions are for the race itself, to see if there's any changes in terms of the track temperature, if there's any more wind. I think it's still going to be exactly the same in terms of the wetness, but it'll be very, very interesting to see how that one is going to play out. But obviously, it's the next session, so it just carries on from the conditions that we just had. But I noticed that there was the rain was signalled to intensify in about half an hour, or some point over the next half an hour as well. So the conditions could deteriorate even further from what they had. But looking there, that looks just a little bit calmer, shall we say.
It does look like the rain will intensify towards the mid portion of the race, and how that'll play into things, how that'll open things up for some drivers, of course. For those of you just joining us here in the Best of British, potentially for the first time, the way it works is we'll have over this 90-minute race 2 forced pit stops over it. They'll have to come in, they take a litre, obviously a minimum of a litre of fuel just to count off that pit stop and then get back going again. Here at Silverstone, they have to do that twice over the race. Obviously, one of those pit stops will be slightly longer, but it's about when you take those. And in the wet conditions here, David, I would be more inclined to push it a little bit further, to try and pit a little bit later. I'll give a little bit of a reminder to the 90 minutes of Snetterton that we had a good month or 2 ago in wet conditions, and it was late pit stops that were the deciding factor of that day. Niels van der Kekkel ended up in 2nd position by using late pit stops to his advantage and moving up the order. And I think that might be the order of the day here. Those drivers that seen that race, that took part in that race potentially, may be at a slight advantage.
Potentially. There's so many different moving variables in this race though as well, especially during the first 15 to 20 minutes. That is, for me, that is one of the biggest red flag periods of the race, and I'll explain what I mean by that. Is that drivers aren't behaving themselves in the way that they would for the rest of the race. They're a little bit overly alert, they're a little bit overly keen to make up places, and it's still that point where they haven't properly settled down into a rhythm. They haven't got themselves into that groove, into that flow, and that's why we see so many accidents within the first 5, 10, 15 minutes, or in the middle of a sort of pit stop window, as it were. Obviously, we've got 2 pit stops to take tonight, but when that happens, the drivers are taken out of that comfort zone of driving normally, and they're having to look about themselves a little bit more. So that, I think, is going to be a big key point. And the problem is if that hill kicks off at the front of the field, then any one of the mid pack can get taken out with that. Consequently, that means that anyone starting at the back has real chance to make up some big gains through the early part of this race.
Seeing the order on screen as we look to the right-hand side, Marcel Fusi, 24th position on the road. Certainly not a good one behind Harrison, behind Patrick Nodge in 16th place, who obviously second place last time out, qualified in third. Not good running from outside of the top 15. There's the best livery on the grid as well on the left-hand side. Nice focus on that one from our broadcast director, Mike Yao. Cameron Bridport starts a little bit down the order. The rest of those coming in, these are the kind of, if I'm starting towards the mid-pack, I actually want to be starting back more a little bit around here. Spoke about that earlier on. I would be ideally placed either inside the top 10 or back here, where you control your destiny, running through the first couple of laps, through the tricky section of Magus Beckers Chapel, even down, because they'll still be bunched up when they come down into the village area, into the loop as well, and then out of Aintree. They're all going to be very close. It's about picking up the pieces of other people's carnage in a race like this, that potentially patience will be the key from that mid-pack, and for those that are not in that mid-pack, they're just going to be able to pick up the pieces.
For sure, and the problem with starting in the midfield is always the fact that it has the potential at any time to turn you into a real-life extra from public freakouts. It's one of those things that you could be immortalised forever on some obscure YouTube channel for your reaction live on stream. You can never predict what is going to happen, and you can drive to the best of your ability and 100% within the letter of the regulations, and just be completely taken out into the nether realm by somebody who's not possibly thinking straight. But here we go. Formation lap underway, and Lewis, tensions start to rise now. A lot of these McLarens looking very handy right now, and I've got to be honest, I think the only way for them is up.
It's looking pretty good to be a McLaren driver right now in these tricky conditions of Silverstone. Preparing for our 90-minute race, looking further down the order, looking at that top 10, by the way, and this is a bit of a note when it comes to that podium. The 2 races that we've had, we've seen 6 different drivers on the podium. Of course, race victories from George Boothby and Jan Zemes, runner-up positions from Patrick Nodge and Alexander Novikov, who will keep focused on from 6th position, and of course 3rd place as well from Yiga Ogorognikov and Will Tregurtha, who's not in the championship. We're going to see 3 new podium setters at this round. I'm not so sure.
Well, we're about to find out, aren't we? There's the proof is in the pudding, as they say, and the problem is that this is now when minds start to turn to the championship. Minds start to think, well, I need to get points, and it's a little bit of extra pressure. I've got to be honest that they don't need to be putting on themselves right now. We've still got, including tonight, 3 races to go. But I mean, this is where we could see some big chapters starting to be written in this story.
Anyone who's had a bad couple of opening rounds to this season, we aren't halfway through the season yet. We are after this round, but that's a thing for the future. And the thing is with that is that if you have had a bad couple of rounds, this is where you can start to mount a challenge. Is this George Boothby's chance? Is this Yiga Ogorognikov's chance to start moving forward? Is it about redemption day for Jan Zemes, who's qualified in 9th place after a pretty poor round? He is in the danger zone though, and it's going to be tricky for him.
Talking of Ogorognikov, I mean, like I say, we do give him a hard time for the incidents that he gets himself into, and I genuinely, I really want to see a good, clean, fast race from Ogorognikov, because if he can do that, 100% he could easily be in with a strong chance of taking the win tonight and some big championship points. But I mean, Andre Mesa kind of came out of the blue with that pole position. It's been an okay championship, and that's trying to be very generous, but I mean, the car's making their way round towards the final quarter of the circuit just now through Aintree and the Wellington Straight. But Ogorodnikov, Boothby, Kreuzer, Novikov, Sever, Batty, Jean Zemis, Owen Wenlock, top 10. Any one of them. Throw a dart at a dartboard, take your pick. Who knows what's going to happen?
It's going to be a crazy 90 minutes. Of course, round 3 in the Best of British Championship here at the Sim Grid, powered by Thrustmaster and Coach Dave Academy. We move aside the drama of Donington Park and focus for a 90-minute thrill ride in the tricky, wet conditions of Silverstone. Our third round of the season, seeing Mesa and Van der Kekelt on the front row of the grid. Mesa, who, like you said, not had the best round of the best few rounds of the season. Niels Van der Kekelt was in Drama Town at Donington Park. Igor Ogorodnikov not too far away from that as well. It was domination from Boothby. Are we going to see the same thing here today? 90 of the trickiest minutes of the season so far. In the commentary booth, Lewis McGlade alongside David Christie for today's action, as it always is in the Best of British. Super Saturday coming to a close once again here at the Sim Grid, and we'll be in for the thrill ride. Strap yourselves in, let's see what's going to happen. That run to Cops for the first time today. 2 pit stops ahead of us as well, being made on the old start-finish straight. Focusing on the right-hand side of your screen, you've got Harrison in that mid-pack at 20th and down. Owen Wenlock at the back end of the top 10. And our focus on the main screen of Niels Van der Kekelt and Mesa. It's a good start from Boothby, though, who looked to the inside. He's already jumped. Igor Ogorodnikov, who's jumped down into 4th position. It's a McLaren 1-2-3 as they run up and over the rumble strips. Look at that, it's side-by-side with Mesa, who's going to be hard, trying to hold firm. Coming into Maggots, Beckers and Chapel, they're still side-by-side as Niels Van der Kekelt is trying to make something stick here. We're focusing on Ogorodnikov. There's Mesa. He does hold firm from the pole. And Niels Van der Kekelt, it was a valiant effort, but not too much to say as they head out of Chapel.
Brilliant start. We've got a Ferrari off in the background there. That is the number 14 of Christopher Wolfgruber. 21 kilos of ballast, so that is going to be an absolute disastrous start. 90 minutes to recover, but Ogorodnikov goes very, very deep into the corner there, down into Vale and then into Club. Oh, Van der Kekelt side by side, a little bit of contact with Mesa, and Van der Kekelt just has to back out of it. Up the inside though, what a move from Van der Kekelt, there's contact! Off goes Van der Kekelt, keeps it going, drops him down to 5th. But there we go, Igor Ogorodnikov takes the lead.
Yeah, that wasn't going to happen in a month of Sundays. He gave it a good go, but unfortunately it's just too tricky in these conditions. He was forced to by Igor Ogorodnikov's pressure behind, just forcing them into that move. Good stuff from Ogorodnikov, who hits the front of the field. Seeing as well Alexander Novikov, who was battling it out in the Bentley, trying to get himself onto the podium with Boothby. Here's Niels Van der Kekelt, who's dropped down the order with Christopher, who's working his way up 6th place at the moment in these tricky wet conditions as he goes well on the wet, and looking to back that up as well here today. Jan Zemis, no progress from 9th place. He's still holding on to that 9th as we've got one of the Audis off. That'll be Jordan Soames in the bottom right hand side of your screen, dropping positions as they try and fight their way out. Niels Van der Kekelt coming into contact with Sever once again. 1 lap complete. Igor Ogorodnikov heads to the front of the field from Mesa, Boothby, Novikov and Kreuzie, top 5.
Brilliant start from Ogorodnikov, cool, calm, collected, and that is exactly what we want to see. I tell you what, Van der Kekelt has to calm it down right now. He's lost all the heat that he's built up in that McLaren, in the tyres, and he's going over into the rumble strips. That's going to take even more temperature out of the tyres, and quite a lot of cars actually heading into the pits just now, getting their first of 2 pit stops out the way. But Van der Kekelt, I mean, he has to think logically on this one. If he's going to make a move, he has to make sure that he's going to make it stick, because he's now got Batty, Jean Zemis, Muscat and Kelly behind him, and they will happily take that place from him right now.
I very much like the call of pitting now, just getting out of the danger zone and just trying to focus yourself on the longer part of the race. Got to say, a bit of a shout out. That was a bit of a cleaner start than we even got in the much easier conditions of Donington Park. Niels Van der Kekelt once again back into it with Sever. The harder he fights though, that Aston Martin of Paul Batty behind will be trying to find his way through. This is where it all went wrong. Just a lap ago, good catch as well it was from Van der Kekelt. He goes around the outside of Sever, and lovely move it was, completed by the time they hit the apex heading on to the Grand Prix loop. Now we're focusing on Fuzi battling it out with Danielle Kiefer for 15th place. It was a decent start from Fuzi outside of the top 20. Now in 16th place in that Mercedes, focusing on marching his way back forward, and I still wouldn't rule out another top 10 from him.
Yeah, Fuzi's looking very, very strong right now, and that was the Bentley going very wide there of Sheldon Muscat into the corner there, compromising himself, trying to hold off that position of Christian Kelly behind him. Jean Zemis in the Porsche. Again, I'm struggling to see how that thing managed to get into the top 10. The balance on that thing just seems all over the place here in the wet, but doing a cracking job of holding on to the ninth place there. But Sheldon Muscat looking very, very dangerous as well. This has all actually allowed Niels van de Kekelt to get a little bit of a breather here, and this is a good point because Niels van de Kekelt had the pace to get himself into that second position, but he doesn't have the pace to catch back up to that top 5 right now.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be particularly happy with how the race had started. Of course, they'll be investigated into it to make sure that all was well and good between himself and Mason with that move. It was a struggling attempt, but he seems to still have the pace in the car. I'm sure he'll catch up to this through the next few laps as we focus on George Boothby. Remember, this car has 35 kilos on. It is a heavy, heavy beast, and he's trying to battle it out for potentially even better positions than he's currently in. He's on the podium at the moment after missing the first round of Alton Park and dominating Donington. He's now defending from Novikov, who was on the podium in the first round of the season. No way through for the Bentley at the moment, but looking aggressive. Bit of a mistake there from Boothby, and then just kicking the rear end out on throttle. Watch out for running too far wide too many times, because you'll be picking up track cuts to the inside. Goes Novikov, backs out of the attempt in that Bentley, and doesn't open the door for Kreutzer as well to come through.
And I think the thing with Boothby is that extra weight might actually help the McLaren, because it might give it a little bit more traction, but it is certainly going to add to the tyre wear through the course of the race here. Sheldon Muscat still in 8th place, but have a look at this. Alexander Novikov right on the back end of that McLaren of George Boothby. And there goes Niels van de Kekelt, absolutely licks the stamp, sends it. It's never going to work, and surely he's going to have to give that position up, but he forces the issue. And Niels van de Kekelt, I mean, that was risky. That was very, very risky. But more importantly, where did he come from? He was about a second behind Lucas Kreutzer there.
I'll give that move a solid 8 out of 10. That was a brilliant effort to the inside. I did not think he was stopping that, and I thought the only direction he was headed was into the side of Novikov. Managed to wrestle it down and then got back to the inside before they hit the next corner, and it was lovely stuff from Van der Kekelt, and up into 5th position, marching back up the order. Of course, he won't be happy with how the first lap went, but since then, his pace has been pretty handy, and he can still see that lead. There isn't the warning signs, the panic bells going off at the moment. Getting told, by the way, that around about 11 drivers have already made their pit stop. You can see there, by the way, 21st place, Owen Wenlock has completed his first pit stop. That shows how many drivers have been into the pit lane here at Silverstone in these tricky conditions already, which means that for us, David, we're not going to know the order until we reach the checkered flag, because it is going to be manic, and this allows some drivers to fly under the radar and just keep out of trouble.
And it's such a great idea. I mean, whether or not it pays off is another matter, and one that we'll have to see. But that idea to get yourself out of the danger zone, get yourself out of traffic, and just settle down, just get yourself in some clear air, just put the laps in and see what you can potentially do. Because remember, it's all very well thinking, oh well, I'm in the group, I'm going to get a big tow and everything like that. But what tends to happen is the group holds each other up. They tend to do slower laps unless you're at the front and you've got a little bit of space. And that was that Mesa that was going very, very wide at the exit of Cops.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he snapped the rear coming through, running out of Club Corner onto the current start-finish straight in Grand Prix racing, and just kicked it out a little bit. It's actually the Hamilton straight now, as far as I'm wisely informed, as renamed this year, so we can start calling it that now, I guess. But just maybe slipped and slide, just pushed it a little bit too far, or potentially the front didn't dig it. I'm more assuming it was oversteer that was caught. We focus on Novikov, and look at that orange McLaren of Niels van der Kekelt. I was assuming that he was going to be a little bit cautious with moves after a fairly controversial run at the last time out at Donington. absolutely not putting fear into him at all, as he's putting on some pretty brave moves. It was a brave attempt on the first lap, it was a brave move there, and look at how much he is under the wing of Alexander Novikov. That Bentley, it may be big, it may be hiding this McLaren. He's going really fast at the moment, is Van der Kegel. And with all this battling, it's allowed Ogoroknikov to pull out 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, that's 0.6 of a second on the last lap that Ogoroknikov has taken out. Obviously, Mesa having that moment at the exit of the corner there, that's allowed a bigger gap to get out. But I don't think Ogoroknikov is pulling away at the same pace that I would have expected from this field. Granted, we're less than 10 minutes into the race. I can't believe that's the case. But did just do a purple lap, did Ogoroknikov, so he has got the pace. It's just a case of can he hold on to it. But here comes Niels van der Kegel. He is looking so dangerous right now.
And the 35 kilos of Boothby seem to be holding up as well, the Bentley of Novikov, and that might just allow Van der Kegel to get to the inside, but it's Novikov's chance. There was no committed attempt, and he's been spun. There's been contact behind, and Novikov has been tapped and spun around. The 369 goes through a 360, and around he goes. Van der Kegel, I'm pretty sure, was the driver that made contact with the Bentley and just tipped him round, and all the drama continues here in the Best of British Championship. We'll try and queue up a replay as Mark Yao will be sifting through it to find out what happened. It's a little bit less chaotic than the start of Donington, so we're not queuing up about 70 replays in the first 30 minutes of the race, so it's okay. But that, I'm assuming that Novikov has backed out of it from making an attempt on Boothby, and Niels van der Kegel maybe hasn't judged it too well. Potentially there was even contact with Kreutzer behind as well.
Yeah, I think obviously we caught the tail end of that one, but you can kind of put two and two together. It looks like, and I'll say it that way so it gets me out of this one, but it looks like Niels van der Kegel just late on the brakes and straight into the back on the corner of him. Yeah, so it's I've got no doubt that he was already risking it after that lap one. I mean, look at this. It's on the exit of Stowe on the run down. I mean, yeah. You just can't do that. You can't do that at all.
It's where he throttled up, and the thing is, in conditions like this where you're already very much grip limited, when you're in that section, the Bentley's just started getting on the power. The moment that you basically hit the back of it, it lifts the rear end up. That means there's no grip. When it's sat back down, it's at a slight rotation. In these kind of conditions, when you're slightly off axis, you go for a spin. Niels van der Kegel, I'm pretty sure that'll be a slam dunk time penalty headed his way. We'll have to wait and see how that one unfolds, but it looked a little bit naughty from him. Marcel Fuzzi, by the way, has dropped down to 14th position after he was a little bit up there with Patrick Nodge. Not sure what's happened to him over the last couple of laps, but we are focused on your favourite car, the number one in comparison to David Christie's opinions of livery design, Cameron Bridport, who's worked his way up the order from outside of the top 20 to 15th position, courtesy of other people's pit stops and whatnot, but still keeping out of trouble, and now closing in on our championship leader Marcel Fuzzi in 14th place.
I'm just going to ignore that.
I'm going to say it every time it's on screen.
Oh, I know. Penalties coming in. Instant on lap 1 involving cars 91 and 47. That was between Mesa and Van der Kegel. That was a warning to car 47 for aggressive driving. That was a warning. Oh my goodness me, what's he going to get now? Lap 1 involving cars 90 and 15, a racing incident. That was Sheldon Muscat and Owen Wenlock, so they came together on lap 1 as well. Currently under investigation then, the cars number 43, that is Errol Busink. You've got the number 90 under investigation as well. You've got the 22 and the 47. 22 is Paul Batty, 47 Niels van der Kegel.
Yeah, a couple of investigations, not quite the list we had last time, so it's all good. This is the battle for 11th position, for 21st position, a little bit further down, but these are the drivers that have completed their pit stops. These guys, I think, have been switching positions. I'm pretty sure I saw a lap or two ago that Paul Batty was at the head of that field. Now it's Owen Wenlock again. Doricott is now ahead of Paul Batty. They're all very close. They're all within a second. So there is heavy battling down there, which is actually what they really don't want to be doing. If you're in that kind of scenario, you want to just sit in line. You want to just set good lap times. You don't want to fight, because spookily enough, I'm pretty sure that's what they've pitted to get out of, is battling with other drivers. If you've pitted early to try and throw something strategic, and then you come out with other drivers and then you just continue to battle them, it's like you are defeating the entire point of pitting early. Other drivers that pitted early, of course, you can see Kiefer down there, Herbenau, interesting to see if he can make something work. He's a little bit further down than we would expect, even considering he's already stopped. I know he's in 25th place, but he is quite a way off the back of this lead battle of both Owen Wenlock. Niels van der Kakelt has got by George Boothby. I wonder if Boothby kind of predicted that there might be something headed the way of Van der Kakelt and thought, well, there's no point in fighting it, and let the Flying Dutchman go through.
Talking of predictions, do you remember when I made the prediction that the McLarens were going to struggle in the wet? Do you remember all that long time ago, and now we've got 5 of them in the top 6?
But they're not leading.
No, that's true, but they might as well be, to be fair. I think once we get... I think if Van der Kakelt can get past Mesa, he's going to get that penalty anyway, right? That's for sure. But I think Van der Kakelt right now is the only man that can catch down Ogorodnikov, just in terms of pace.
Of course, the way it works here in SimGrid is the stewarding, they have a few penalties they can throw out there, 5, 10 seconds, drive-throughs, etc. Stop and goes if you've been really naughty. I'd say with that, he may just get away, considering that it wasn't the worst thing that could happen. Obviously, anything that's like a dodgy rejoin is almost instantly a stop and go 30. It wasn't the most heinous of crime. It was pretty silly. I reckon he might get a 10-second time penalty or something in that vein. Now, obviously, they can do that when they come in to serve their pit stop, so it's just added on to the pit stop time, as there's been battling here. I believe there was 4,000 of a second apart on the previous sector. I think Kierton's got by Rantanen. But yeah, for Van der Kakelt, that's not an ideal line. Van der Kakelt, he'll probably get a penalty in that sort of description. I'd probably say about 10 seconds. If he's got pace at the moment, he can sort of effectively use his pace now to get almost ahead of that penalty in a sense, and try and make the most of this scenario. That's what he has to focus on right now, is basically damage limitation from a penalty, which I'm sure even he will know is on its way.
It feels almost ominous at that point, just seeing that the 23 has been added on to the investigation list. That is, of course, Jordan Sones in the Audi. We saw him struggling early on. He's all the way down in 28th place as well. But no, I mean, look, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what he's doing right now. He's 4 seconds behind your leader of Igor Ogorodnikov. That's easily achievable in the next sort of 15 minutes or so. He'll be trying to put in as fast as a time as he possibly can over the next couple of laps to mitigate any issue that a potential time penalty has. And I think we're not going to be too long before we find out exactly what's happened to him.
Herbenau's lack of pace, it seems, in the wet weather conditions continues, as concerns over his pace in the early stages of the race. He was down in 25th position, now down to 26th position, as Torsten Borchardt puts another one on him. Schwab as well is not too far off the back of Herbenau, and even considering the struggles of Jordan Sones, saw him off coming through Aintree on the first lap in the picture-in-picture. He's not too far behind Herbenau as well. Not the pace we would expect from Herbenau. Obviously a driver who seems to prefer the dry weather conditions that we've seen in the previous 2 rounds, because he's had decent pace in both of them, despite not taking advantage of that pace at Alton Park. This is kind of what we were talking about, is that some drivers, they loathe the wet conditions. They absolutely hate it. Other drivers relish the wet conditions. It seems like Herbenau is very much leaning one way rather than the other.
I think so. I think it's fine being able to put a fast time in, but again, as soon as you hit race pace, you just end up going backwards. Right, incident on lap 5 involving cars 22 and 90. It is a drive-through penalty to number 22, Paul Batty, for unsafe rejoin. So Paul Batty gets a drive-through penalty. Now, a slight distraction for you. Fastest person on track is Niels van der Kakelt, who went faster by almost a second over your race leader that last lap round, Igor Ogorodnikov. He did a 2:04.425, and that is about half a second off of qualifying pace right now. So Igor Ogorodnikov, that gap now down to 2.9 seconds.
Absolutely flying at the moment is Van der Kekelt, and he needs to be. As things stand, you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, Paul Batty with that drive-through penalty, courtesy of the unsafe rejoin. We didn't quite catch it, but he might have got away with one there in a sense with a drive-through penalty, because normally we see, like I said, stop-and-go 30s as Kierton is on the back of the Lamborghini as Ruoff, who was sent packing at the old hairpin just a week ago at Donington Park. This time seems to be all right. I think actually he was involved in the incident between Niels van der Kekelt. Was it Jan Zemes that he sent off, and then there was issues? It was a week ago. It was a pretty chaotic race. It was Jan Zemes that he got sent off, and Jan Zemes had a terrible rejoin, and then Ruoff was involved with it, and it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad, and so for that they kind of want to just get rid of that. I said, hit the reset button. Jan Zemes is currently in 7th. Niels van der Kekelt is currently setting the fastest laps of the race. By the way, when that battle comes around for 14th place between Marcel Fusy and Bridport, I want you to be the one to commentate to it, because I know how much you love that livery.
Yeah, that's not a problem. Consummate professional here, don't you worry about that. I'd be very interested to see the battle for second place, though, because Andre Mesa now coming under sustained pressure from Niels van der Kekelt there. Look at how quickly he's closed up that gap. This is amazing stuff. And I tell you what, Igor Ogorodnikov has responded in style as well, doing a 2:04.878 that last lap round. So that is a personal best for Igor. But I've got to be honest, I think Niels van der Kekelt, it's going to be a matter of time before he takes Mesa right now.
And if he does get something like a 10-second time penalty, don't rule out a potential victory even still on the cards. With the pace he's setting at the moment, it is absolutely there. Almost the worst thing that you can do at the moment in conditions like this is try and respond to other people, because it can be tricky in these conditions. Talk us through this battle.
Yeah, there we go. Fusy with a cracking move on Callum Bridport. That livery just slowing him down a couple of miles an hour on the exit of the corner there. Fusy having a clear line of sight straight out the corner and doesn't really have to look too much in his mirrors for Callum Bridport. He'll be very happy at that, because my goodness mate, it'd give you an absolute headache looking at that thing. Callum Bridport, are you kidding me? Around the outside, what a move! That is special, right? No joking. That is one of the best moves that we have seen here on Best of British. That was unbelievable fortitude from Callum Bridport. I don't know what to say else about that. That was just something incredible.
I really want that to be clipped now, so that we can have that for years to come, because not only was that a great move, it was really nice to see you commentating so professionally on such a livery, which I know you love. The 48 up into 14th position. Bridport working his way up the order in the tricky wet conditions of Silverstone with a fantastic move around the outside of an ailing Marcel Fusy. I was in the same boat as you, and I didn't correct you, which I didn't want to sort of say it just in case I would have been wrong as well. But the talk of the Mercedes being the best cars in the wet conditions, or some of those best. This is that rejoin from Paul Batty. Okay, it was that. Yeah, no, a drive-through, fair enough. It's carelessness is what that's about, is avoiding further incidents later on. I know it doesn't seem very bad, but it's about rejoining the circuit after a spin. So, a little bit of the rule book thrown in. Maybe you could consider that one as being harsh. I'd probably say it is harsh, but you really need to stomp down firm on rejoins of any capacity, because there is a way to rejoin the circuit, or the racing line as it were, when you've had an issue, and accelerating onto it, not the way.
Yeah, we saw an incident like that on Thursday night, and yes, I would agree that does sound harsh to get a penalty for that, but when you consider what's actually happened there, instead of keeping to the outside while he rejoins, and we say rejoin, he's still on the track, but oh, Kreuzer, wow, that was a little bit of a look up the inside there. He put himself directly back into the racing line, and there was a car there. It's as simple as that. He caused an accident with another car. He's lucky that car didn't spin out, because I think that definitely would have been a stop-go right there. But it needs to be discouraged, that sort of behaviour where you're just going to throw it back on to the middle of the track just so you can get back onto the racing line.
It's about setting a precedent, and the precedent is if you've had an issue like that, you're not allowed to just rejoin the circuit straight away. As we're seeing Harrison go straight on there for 12th position, opening the door for Novikov. Did catch Mesa, who has dropped down to 3rd position. Van der Kelt has got through, an hour and 7 minutes left on the clock, so plenty of time to close the 3-second gap, and even more so it will be. Potentially with that penalty incoming. Novikov, after that spin, is working his way back up the order. That was the move done on Harrison. It was gifted to him realistically. He's now closing in on Moretti, who was another driver, and it's almost like I'm saying this as if there was a list of drivers, such a long list of drivers, most of the grid, in fact, that was in trouble after Donington, and that's because it was. That was exactly the case. Moretti being one of those late incidents and then retiring from the race. Novikov has to get by. Working his way back up the order, not too far outside of the top 10. Patrick Noj currently the final driver within it. Obviously, Noj with a little bit of weight on his car, 30 kilos in fact.
Great effort though, nonetheless, as we see George Boothby under attack. I tell you what, Lucas Kreuzer has been a bit of a dark horse here. He's made his way up into to 5th position, now hounding the back of George Boothby, bringing up Chris Sever in there as well. So 5 McLarens, as we said, at the top 6. Penalty for 22 has been cleared, so the 22 has served his drive-through penalty, has Paul Batty. But I mean, I've got to be honest, Kreuzer is looking very, very racy here, and that was a distracted angle because I thought it made it look like he was just going straight through.
Well, focusing on that battle for 4th place as Boothby and Kreuzer are trying to find a way through. Harry Phillips, we're being told, has been off the road going into sort of Maggots and Beckett's in that sort of complex of the circuit and drops down to last on the road. Back to this battle, McLaren against McLaren. Lucas Kreuzer, who's looking very, very impressive, it must be said, in one of many black and red McLarens as well. Let's take a look at this move between Mesa and Van der Kelt. Mesa's wide heading in, skips across. That is, actually I was going to say that was about as easy as it gets. Careful with the rejoin, definitely gives enough room, but also Van der Kelt was fairly cautious with where Mesa was headed, a little bit out of control there. Probably about as easy as it gets across the afternoon's running. And Van der Kelt got up into 2nd position, Mesa down to 3rd, and now Van der Kelt is setting his eyes on Igor Ogrodnikov, who's leading the race still for the first 25 minutes.
Certainly has. The thing with Ogrodnikov is that you find him struggling under pressure. That's when if he loses that lead, I've got a horrible, horrible feeling there will be within 5 corners there will be some sort of contact, because what tends to happen is Igor, when he loses the position, he tries almost too hard to fight to get that position back. Not sort of realising that, you know, it's been like a 3-second gap that's come down, so obviously the pace just isn't on that same level just now. But we'll see if Ogrodnikov, he might decide to dive into the pits, change up strategy a bit and try to recover from there. But Lucas Kreuzer here in the Sidemax Motorworks 96 machine, yeah, this is looking very, very promising for him right now. He's all over the back of George Boothby, and this is what I like to see from both of these drivers. Very patient, very collected, very calm driving. Kreuzer just looking, fires it up the inside, takes his moment. He might have overcooked on the brakes, and Kreuzer vulnerable to Boothby around the outside, but Kreuzer makes the move stick, and that is a cracking move for 4th place.
You could see that one coming once they came through Abbey. And I think even Boothby kind of knew that one was going to happen. Could have defended it, but didn't want to. The inside line's a little bit slippery heading down that way as well. So decent effort there to get it all slowed down for Lucas Kreuzer and to get that position done. There we go. Not even a time penalty. The call coming in from race control. Incident on lap 5 involving car 369. That one's Novikov. And car 47. That one is Niels van der Kelt. It is ruled as a racing incident. And I think that's down to Novikov sort of backing off of the car ahead and maybe not getting on the power in a predictable manner and just sort of allowing that incident to unfold. Interesting.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's worth reminding viewers that what happens is we've got a dedicated team at Race Control who steward these races. They'll watch the replay from every available angle. They'll watch all the input feeds as well, and make sure that the decision they make is based on the evidence that's there. And the thing is that obviously our job is to commentate on what we see, but we don't get the same access that they do. We don't get to see the steering inputs, the acceleration, the brake inputs that the drivers are putting in. And, rightfully so, it's not for us to see. It's not for us to pass comment on that. So, yeah, if that's what they've decided, that's obviously what that deserves. And to be fair, that now leaves the racing on the track now, as Van de Kekelt doesn't need to worry about a penalty, and now it's a straight up dogfight between Yiga Rogorondikov and Niels van de Kekelt.
Just to give you a little bit of a shout of what we've been told from race control, the reasoning as to that incident as we're looking at this battle from Boothby, we'll just call this one as Sever's got to the inside in his McLaren, wasn't able to do so. Big snap of the brakes from Boothby though, as he is pushing it to its very limit, and the 81 of Chris Sever for Black Hawk Racing working his way up the order for the outfit and trying to find his way a top 5 position. Misses the apex at Aintree. There's the 666, 35 kilos on board. It'll be the inside potentially for Brooklands. For Sever, he's going to look for it, but it's going to be a bit of a bold dive. No way through at the moment, potentially into Luffield if he lines it up right, but I think they're going to stay line astern for 5th place. Reasoning from the stewards, car 47 taps the rear of car 369, causing them to spin. However, car 369, being Novikov, brakes on the apex unexpectedly, as well as taking a lot of curb. Car 47, Niels van de Kekelt, has no time to react. That's the reasoning. It was passed off as a racing incident. I'm assuming the brake from Novikov was there to try and sort of catch the car as taking a little bit too much curb. And yeah, so that one has fallen in favour of van de Kekelt, who, like you say, now that he knows that, I think almost that might have been giving him the drive to close that gap down, lighting the afterburner to try and fire the car up the order as fast as possible in light of a potential penalty. Now he doesn't have it. Does he keep that afterburner on, or does he start to relax a little bit more and just sort of let the race come to him a bit more because he knows he's got the pace?
He doesn't have that luxury of choice. He's 1.3 seconds behind now. Instinct kicks in. He can see the tail end of Yiga Rogorondikov, and he is going to be hunting him down relentlessly over the next couple of corners. Obviously, it's a very contentious issue because a lot of the Yiga Rogorondikov fans, shall we say, are unhappy with the fact that it's looking like Niels van de Kekelt chasing their driver down. But you've got to say, that's another lap where Niels van de Kekelt is almost a second faster than everyone in the field. Absolutely inspired driving from van de Kekelt right now.
It really is impressive. I was once given advice in wet weather driving, and to be fair, this is for racing in general, which is obviously, say for example, you're in a dominant position in a race, or you're setting really, really good times at the moment, like what Van de Kekelt is, and it's sort of like you'll get a call from your race engineer. We've heard it in motorsport time and time again, as the battle for 15th position between Olivier Curtin and Marcel Fusy, as that's Novikov who's been off the road. What has happened to the 369? He's down the escape road, down at the loop as well, and away he goes. What has happened to Novikov again? But yeah, the advice I was given was, if you've got pace, if you've got comfort in the car, just set the times, just do what you're doing. Like, don't think about how much faster you are, don't think about how much slower you are, just drive the car. And if anyone tells you to slow down if you're so dominant, kind of don't, because when you're driving, if you adjust yourself, you go, okay, I'll take it a little bit easy, I'll start slowing down, that's when you make a mistake, because you're entering a corner at a different speed than you'd normally expect.
100%, and it's that whole thing of if you're not driving to 100% of the car's capability, you're going to cause an accident for either yourself or those around you. There is no such thing as Olivier Curtin there having a huge moment there trying to get past Marcel Fusy. That is on the exit of Copse Corner, gets the move done. But wow, that was a bit of a moment. Yeah, if you're not driving to the limit of the car will bite you, and it will bite you hard.
Absolutely, and that is exactly what we just saw from Olivier Curtin. Just losing it a little bit, got up onto the serrated curbs of Copse and just nearly lost the rear. And the problem is he was slightly alongside Marcel Fusy. If he'd lost it any harder, he was taking out that AMG Mercedes straight away. Marcel Fusy lives to fight another day, as does this battle for 11th place. Moretti versus Harrison. 3 seconds off of the back of Patrick Nosh, who's doing a fantastic job at the moment, applying pressure to Christian Kelly inside that top 10. We've just passed half hour completed in this race. We've got 57 minutes. A lot of these drivers still with 2 pit stops to go in this race. Of course, if you're just jumping in to the best of British here at the Sim Grid, those drivers, the number next to their name is the allocation of pit stops. 2 pit stops for them to complete. They must come in at least 2 times before the checker flag has flown. Those drivers that are from 20th down, all these drivers have already completed a single pit stop, so they only have 1 more to do, so they'll come back into things as the race progresses. And to be fair, if I'm in this boat, I think those drivers that pitted early, they were in a good shout to do so, although it's still those drivers that are up towards the front that didn't stop, of course. They're going to wait until the final half an hour, maybe even the final 20 minutes of the race before they take their stops. Remember last round, George Boothby took 1 stop just after halfway through the race. It was obviously 2.4 hours at Donington Park, and then he waited until the final 5 minutes of the race to take his final 2 stops that day. Sheldon Muscat comes in from inside the top 10.
And it's going to be a very interesting little roll of the dice from a lot of the different drivers here, because Fuzi all the way back down into to 15th place there, just behind or just in front of Alexander Novikov, and it's been a race to forget for Alexander, to be honest with you. That last lap around 2:06.7. I wonder if there's been any sort of damage as a result of that earlier contact, and it's a difficult one all round, because the contact on that early point was completely, the second contact was unavoidable. Obviously, Novikov has had to put on the brakes to try and stabilise the car. But the problem is that would he have been under all that pressure if he'd been, on the pace of the top 5? I guess we'll just not know right now. But back to further up the field, Christian Zemis, again a fairly okay performance right now, but that Porsche really seems to be lacking in terms of stability right now, as you see him going very, very wide through the arena here. It's a very difficult car to control, and Christian Kelly there 4.3 seconds behind. I think he's got a good chance of getting caught.
I'm not so sure. I think has he not been closing in on Sever? Because that gap seems to have come down, and closing in on as well with his championship rivals, Boothby in that 5th place. Seems to be a little bit faster at the moment. Ilkka Rantanen, who's actually had some pretty decent race pace, has started a little bit further down the order in the number 20. Now onto the back of Novikov, who's, like you say, he's having a day to forget at the moment in that gold Bentley, having podiums back at Alton Park. Yeah, he's. I feel like I'm okay with saying it, at least at the moment, and I feel a little bit harsh not getting a podium today. From 15th position, obviously with some drivers behind who are going to jump him courtesy of pit stop sequence. The day does not seem to be getting much brighter as the wet weather continues here at Silverstone. Pit stop as well. Favourite car for one, David Christie. Cameron Bridport into the pit lane in the number 48 as he drops out from that battle. He was quite far ahead of Fuzi, who, like I say, I'm a little confused here with Fuzi. Maybe it's something to do with the AMG just not being so great. But Fuzi's pace in this just hasn't been where we would expect it. And he's off the road as well. He's going to take out Novikov potentially. Oh my goodness. He has been off and away and going to drop yet another position. Marcel Fuzi, speaking of days to forget, his one is adding to the list after such a good day, Mr. Super Saturday. 2 wins and a 2nd place. It's all falling apart now.
Oh, talking about falling apart, chat, you better brace yourself right now, because it's a way to come even harder for you right now. Incident on lap 13 involving cars 369 and 992. That is Novikov and the 992. I'll just tell you who that is in just a second. That is, of course, Damiano Moretti in the 10th place Ferrari. That is a racing incident as well, so that must have been contact between those two, which means that we saw Novikov recovering at the exit of, I think it was Club Corner, and we wondered what happened to him. Must have been some sort of contact with the two of them, and it's been judged as a racing incident. Niels van der Kegel into pit lane though.
Stolen of on-track action coming into pit lane for his first stop. Niels van der Kerkhout was closing in on Igor Rognikov, looking to try and get by the Russian without even making a move. We'll see if that one plays out for him, allowing Mesa and Kreutzer to get back onto the podium. Samuel Harrison will be inside the top 10 courtesy of that, who is currently in that 11th spot. He's closing down on Moretti. Let's take a look at this replay. Here's Marcel Fusi, Novikov behind. We're going to see a little bit of a snap from the rear end as he just ran too far wide. There's him skirting across the grass and just rejoining behind Novikov and also losing the other position as well. So that's what we caught live, just seeing it from the other angle. It's an easy mistake to make. You could see he was a little bit too far coming through Maggots, just over onto the right-hand side of the racetrack, and that's where it's just very, very slippery.
It certainly is, and again, this is a point that I made just before the race actually started. This is the danger point for a lot of these drivers when they head into pit lane and they come out in the middle of traffic. It's just, you know, such a dangerous point because they're cold tyres. They're there we go. Thorsten Borchardt getting all sorts of shapes right around. Yeah, that was wild. Again, it's a case of they just have to knuckle down and keep going with things. But Niels van der Kerkhout, if he can get straight back on it out of the pits, I mean, he's into some clear air now, just behind Igor Rognikov. So did Igor pit at the same time as well then?
No, I don't think Rognikov's been into the pit lane yet.
Ignore me. It's Andreas Mesa is showing up in second place. I was getting slightly confused with the
very
the
fast
there, yeah. But Van der Kerkhout down in third place, or even further down. But again, that was quite a quick pit stop from him. He's got a really, really good chance of pulling an undercut here.
They don't need to take too much fuel on the pit stop. Of course, it's only an hour-and-a-half race, so they'll take potentially a little bit on the first one, a little bit on the second one to try and get to the checkered flag. I don't expect tyres to be taken across this race. We'll see if that one falls true. Bussink has already completed both of his pit stops, but he's right down in 31st place. We're seeing the battle for 24th. Schwab defending from Paul Batty, who's already had a drive-through penalty. You're seeing Käfer behind in the number 17 of the two Käfers on the grid. That one is David Käfer, who's started quite low down in that bright yellow Aston Martin. It was Daniel Käfer who was starting a bit further up in the Porsche, who seems to have had decent pace. Those two, though, at Alton Park, they ended up on the same part of the racetrack come the checkered flag, courtesy of some incidents for Daniel Käfer a little bit later in the race. So hopefully that won't happen for Daniel Käfer today, who finds himself only a little bit further up the road, to be honest, only in 21st place.
Yeah, and now we're starting to see the mind games coming out there, because Paul Batty having a couple of looks around the inside of Paul Schwab in the 83 Ferrari, tries to make it go around the outside, but yeah, the Ferrari really struggling right now, and these Aston Martins, Käfer just behind there as well, waiting to pick up the points here, and the Ferrari just doesn't look like it's got any pace whatsoever right now.
Whoa, I think that Aston was nearly making contact. David Käfer behind the wheel on Paul Batty, but nearly just misjudged it going into Copse. The harder they battle, of course, you've got Wolfgruber, who was in strife coming through the section on the early lap, just exiting this part of the circuit on the first lap of the race, is now right in this battle in that Ferrari after making a pit stop. Olivier Keirton has come in as well to serve a pit stop, and he'll come out behind Herbenau, but out ahead. Actually, I think he might be behind even this battle further down the road. We'll see as that one unfolds. He is indeed. He's actually quite far back, thus showing how close the grid order is, and how, to be honest, how bad some things might get for those towards the back end of those yet to stop. Paul Batty once again trying to make a move on the Ferrari, but not going to be able to do so. But he's just tried to pressurise into a mistake at the moment for the 83 of Schwab.
And I don't think it's Schwab that's going to be making the accident here, because Käfer, under so much pressure, or rather putting Batty under so much pressure, under braking, that Aston behind the lime green one can just roll right back up to the back of Paul Batty, and Fuzi's off again. So Fuzi, his day is just going bad to worse in that Mercedes number 94, and Mesa at P2 is off as well. Wow, drama coming in. That is Marcel Fuzi going behind Niels van der Kerkhout.
So dropping down the order into 14th position now. It is not going well for Fuzi. Championship leader down in 15th, yet to stop as well. Heard that Mace has been off the road, and that we can confirm it is a 10-second lead for Ogorognikov over Lucas Kreutzer, as Mesa relinquishes second position at the moment to Boothby, Sever and Jan Zemis, who are ahead. So catastrophic mistakes, showing that the Best of British Championship, a lot of these drivers struggling for consistency. Spoke coming into this that Fuzi was the only driver on the grid with 2 top 10 finishes, those being a 4th and a 5th. That does not look like it'll be continuing today, meaning that across the opening 3 rounds of the season, as things stand, we haven't got a single driver who has completed all 3 races inside the top 10. That is crazy when it comes to this championship, and showing that consistency will be key if they want to take that title at the end of the season in just a few weeks' time. Here's Mesa, and let's take a look at this mistake.
Through Maggots and Beckett's, too wide there, snatches on the brake, and the car's just unloaded, unbalanced, and he gets himself stuck as well. That's cost him an extra 5 seconds over there at the exit of Maggots and Beckett's then. So yeah, hard lines as Niels van der Kekkel just absolutely fires it around the outside of Ruoff in the 297 Lamborghini. Cracking move that was, and he's making very, very short work of that.
Ruoff was indicating as well, if you caught that on the rear left of the Lamborghini, was indicating coming through farm curve. This is where Fuzi had his mistake at Brooklands, a snap of the rear once again, out onto the slippery exit, rejoins, and Van der Kekelt is the one that's made the move. He goes around the outside of Luffield to complete that one, and makes it stick a little bit of a pinch as well on Marcel Fuzi for good measure. And the Mercedes drops to 15th position, another costly mistake, because Van der Kekelt, he was being told by Ruoff, indicating to the left to basically be like, I'm going here, just pass me, just get by. Novikov into the pit lane as well. Halfway through this race, 45 minutes left on the clock. We are rapidly, this is actually, I say we're rapidly approaching, in 14 seconds time, we will pass halfway through the season already. It's been a dramatic couple of weeks in the Best of British Championship, and that will continue. We have an off week between this for the VCO World Cup that happens at the Sim Grid, the 12 hours of Bathurst next weekend. We'll have more on that later, and then we come back for Brands, and then we finish the season for a 2.4 hour race at Snetterton, and it is going to be a crazy run to that final. And as things stand with that consistency, I have absolutely no idea, even less so than when we came into this, as to who's actually fighting for this championship. It seems like Boothby's a pretty good bet, but who knows with how this has been unfolding.
And given that it's 45 minutes left to go, I mean, it's just, who knows? As Sones has had another moment at the exit of Luffield there. But you're absolutely right. I mean, championship-wise, right, it's an absolute dice throw. Who knows what's going to happen with this? But with the race here, I mean, the track, what we forgot is that the track is even wetter than when we begun the race. The track temperature has fallen down to 16 degrees Celsius. The air temperature is down as well. I mean, yeah, you just don't know, and people make mistakes. So there goes Igor Ogorondikov into the pits there. Oh no, and that is Curtin stuck in the middle of the track there. Had a huge moment. I think that was on to Maggots and Beckett's, but straight back on the track.
Oh, it's tricky as well, that rejoin. It'd been off the road in part of the circuit. We've seen quite a few drivers head down the escape road. Not great. Look at the amount of pit stops we've got. Kelly, Moretti, Harrison as well, all into the pit lane. I think everyone in from the front lot, realistically, a lot of the drivers from inside the top 10. And this is where we're going to have that order reshuffled and see roughly what's going on with these drivers, and just sort of how the likes of Van der Kekelt are playing out into this. We're looking at Daniel Kiefer on the back of Sheldon Muscat, who's been pretty decent today. I'm very curious as to where Van der Kekelt is in comparison to everyone towards the front.
Van der Kekelt has got the jump done on, from the looks of it, on Ogorondikov, because Van der Kekelt is already through, and that's Ogorondikov just leaving the pit lane now.
I think potentially there might be more fuel heading the way of Ogorondikov, because when Van der Kekelt came in, it would have been quite a short burst of fuel just to try and get out in decent track position. We're being told that Ogorondikov did have a longer stop, so that falls in sequence with that. And so things will come back for those of you that are fans, of course, of the Ogorognikov fan club, if you've signed up to that treaty, I wouldn't be panicking right now. I'd be panicking in sort of half an hour's time if you're not in the position you'd want to be in. But at the moment, not too bad. Although it is a very large gap. 5th place plays 11th. That is a large one.
Certainly is, and this is going to be curtain again. Maggots and Beckett's catches another victim just spinning onto the curb and tries to get that car going round, and the car's just stalled in the middle of the track. And
at that point, I don't know what's I don't know what's happening here, but I feel bad with showing.
See, I've got to be honest. I think that's a little bit cheeky because he's on the track. He could have recovered, and he's obviously deliberately tried to gain some time. However, in the whole grand scheme of things, he's not really gained any time at all.
Warning.
In game track limits, I think would take care of that, and I think he'll get a warning for that.
I'd give him a little bit of a stern warning if I was race control, being like, okay, that's taking the mick a little bit. He was very lucky that when he went for that spin and obviously stopped in the stationary part of the circuit, as you called earlier, that he was basically not around anyone, so it was okay. I think Owen Wenlock has been into the pit lane just ahead of Doricott, certainly is. There you see him come in as well. We've had Patrick Noj and Lucas Kreutzer as well into the pit lane as various drivers all deciding just past the halfway point here at the 90 minutes of Silverstone to depart the racetrack for pit lane and complete the first of 2 mandatory pit stops as we focus on Doricott with Fusi Grasler behind.
I'm just having a look at all these pit stops that have coming in. Owen Wenlock has somehow got the jump on Igor Ogorodnikov. He's into the pits just now, but that's already both of his pit stops done, and he had the first pit stop made already. So that first stop was only 30 seconds, so he gained 20 seconds on that. But realistically, I mean, there is the potential. You know, you might not want to take tyres. The tyre deg might not be too bad here, but Doricott as well in that Bentley in the 28. I mean, that could be a decent jump in position for him.
I'd say for some of these drivers, like in wet conditions, it is fairly typical that wet conditions, you don't see quite as much tyre wear, of course, where in normal racing, of course, when you're racing around in standard conditions, you've got a lot of thermal degradation, and that's kind of the part of the issue, part of the factor of what causes various issues with the tyres and what effectively slows you down and means you have to change tyres as consistently as always. In this, obviously with it being wet, your tyres are effectively being cooled near constantly. They're quite a soft compound, the wet, so they still heat up a fair amount. But obviously the deciding factor of a wet tyre is it is the teeth, it's the grooves in the wet tyres. In these kind of conditions where it is quite wet, where you think of it, the wetter it is, the slower you're going around the corner. In a sense, the less you're wearing out the tyre. So in these kind of conditions where it is quite heavy, where it is quite wet, I'm not so shocked over a 90-minute race, which isn't particularly long. It's not like a super length distance race. I'm not 100% surprised to see some drivers try and reach the checkered flag without a tyre change. I think that'll be the majority of the orders. We're seeing Doricott into the pit lane already for his final stop. Marcel Fusi in for his first.
So here we go, 38 minutes left to go in round 3 of Best of British, and this is now where your 3000 IQ plays have to come out. The big brain strats are all going to be in demand right now because Ogorodnikov right on the back of Grasler. He needs to get this move done, and quickly.
Really does, because this is the race that could potentially be slipping through the fingers of Igor Ogorodnikov, who doesn't have the excuse of weight this time. He had to wait last time out, but with a 15th place finish, does not have that one. Oh, we're getting to, he's got 10 apparently. Oh, no, never mind, I'll rescind that point. So he has got a little bit of weight on, does Ogorodnikov. Right up there in the championship, he needs a good result here. I would say it doesn't need to be a win. It doesn't 100% need to be a victory. A podium, something like that, something that starts to show some consistency. If your goal here is to win the championship, that's enough to start the charge on applying pressure for that championship. I think getting onto the podium will be good enough for today, and then aiming a little bit further down the line, potentially, to be fair, Snetterton is where things will be aiming at the moment. He's lapping very quick at the moment. After making that move on Grasler and up into 5th place, he is trying to send in some very, very healthy lap times. And as you were saying, he needs to right now.
I'm looking at the lap times here. He's about, what's that, half a second faster than Niels van der Kekelt. And Van der Kekelt's out in fresh air right now. And that was last lap, Ogorodnikov made that move on Alexander Doroket. I wonder if Van der Kekelt is double stinting these tyres, and possibly Ogorodnikov has taken fresh wet tyres, which might explain the 5/6 tenths of a second difference per lap.
Yeah, but there's not enough time between Van der Kekelt and Ogorodnikov at the moment, and I'm still not 100% sure about that. I think the curious thing at the moment is, I mean, maybe Ogorodnikov was being very patient over that first stint. Obviously, he wasn't battling out with anyone; he was just driving by himself, so potentially just looked after the tyres a wee bit better. The question does come in though, is that Ogorodnikov has come in. We know that he's put more fuel into his car as we're watching this battle for 8th place, and Patrick Grasler is into the pit lane. Patrick Noj defending from Lucas Kreutzer as they run into Maggots, Beckett and Chapel. We know that Ogorodnikov is running a slightly heavier car at the moment after putting more fuel through in that pit stop. And to be fair, maybe that extra little bit of weight is actually just sort of helping the balance on the car, and maybe that's what's throwing off Van der Kekelt. He's running a slightly lighter vehicle at the moment than he's used to. So we'll see when they come in for their final stops as to where they all cycle out. This battle for 7th position now becomes, as Grasler has been to the pit lane, Herbenau as well, not too far behind. I was critical of Herbenau's pace earlier in the race. To be fair, seems pretty decent at the moment as Kreutzer goes off the road.
Yeah, doing a decent job to get up into 9th position there, so it'd be very, very interesting. Some decent talking points actually from our production team behind the scenes, Michael Hamlet and Mike Yao. Niels doing a 47-second stop, wondering if that was a slow stop rather than a dedicated longer stop. Because obviously you can't do tyres in 47 seconds, so it must have been a slow stop from Niels van der Kekelt. But Yeager doing 59 seconds in the pit stop must have taken tyres on that one, so that would explain again. And we'll see here, we've got a yellow flag for P4, but saying that, the gap now between Ogorodnikov is about 9 seconds, and Van der Kekelt, oh my goodness me, 3 wide down the straight.
Yeah, there was the issue. There was the yellow flag. Ruoff just in the middle of the road and going either side, Hakkinen and Schumacher style, trying to pick their way through. Kreuzer's made the move on Patrick Noj, and Jakob Ruoff, after that mistake coming out of Aintree, has just allowed the McLaren to gain the position. Perfect stuff, and just what he needed to clear at the moment. That was pretty scary. I was surprised that Patrick Noj tried going around the right-hand side of the Lamborghini, but that was the choice he made. Stuck with it, held his breath, and didn't quite work out for him, but did for the McLaren of Kreutzer.
Yeah, great job all around, and it's nice when you see racing like that, because that's exactly, Lewis, what these drivers are capable of, racing like that at such high intensity, but still with that level of respect. And it looks like we've got a little Porsche battle going on here between Grasler, Käfer, and Curtin. Nice to see them kind of sticking together and fighting it out with each other. It's a little mini Porsche Cup that we've got going on here tonight. But yeah, look, the point being is that these drivers are capable of driving exceedingly fast, like faster than I can drive, faster than a lot of people I know can drive, but also can race side by side respectfully and not take each other out.
Saw the battle of the Porsches. We're now seeing the battle of the Bentleys as Borchards is battling it out with Doricott. All these drivers stopped. Owen Wenlock, who's been jumped on his final stop, is in that Aston Martin behind as well, trying to work his way back up the order on the rear end of Doricott as well. Saw Herbenau in that Mercedes, who's actually the car off. We've got yellow flags out. 94, that is Marcel Fusi, who has caused a yellow flag on the exit of Beckett's as we're focused on this battle for 17th place. So a day goes from bad to worse. It had been good in the support races, but not so good for the championship leader. Doricott to the inside of Borchard, nearly contact between the two. A little bit of a cutback from Doricott, and then he snaps the rear end, and Owen Wenlock might be a part of this as well.
Thrilling stuff. Wenlock's got a run potentially on the two of them. He's at least going to take Doricott. They're side by side going into the corner, and how there wasn't contact, I don't know. But Doricott backs out, thinks better of it, and Wenlock takes that place. Thank you very much.
Lovely stuff. No point in fighting too hard from it, especially when you've got the feisty Herbenau closing in. Back to the battle of the Porsches as Daniel Kiefer has made both of his pit stops. The two either side of him, Grasler and Kjerten, have not made their final stop. So at the moment he is fifth of the drivers who have completed both pit stops. They are both, now ahead of Marcel Fusi with a pit stop to go. 24th place, the driver that's been in the top 10 for both of the races previous. Looking like he's going to struggle, to be honest, even to get a top 30 based on how things have been. There's the snap for the... Oh, that was a hard hit from Marcel Fusi. That was just coming out of Cops. That was coming out of Cops. So does he get stuck after this point? Or
I think I think he just got going. He's done it again.
The car would have been very damaged at this point.
Oh dear, that is... I can imagine that air turning blue for Marcel Fusi right now. You hate to see it. What you don't hate to see, though, is these Porsches, 3 in a row, looking absolutely resplendent coming through. Maggots and Beckett's and, Grasler, Kiefer and Curtin really doing a great job of catching up. But the gap still stagnant between Van de Kekel and Ogorodnikov. Still at 9 seconds. I can't see Ogorodnikov making inroads.
Just seeing ahead of shot as well into Stowe. We're watching Wenlock, who's been... there's going to be contact as well, as Doricott was still trying to force his way down the inside through the club chicane, heading onto the Hamilton straight, and Owen Wenlock is fighting this one out as best he can. He feels like he's got pace on Doricott. They're still side by side, as he got by in the previous lap in this section. The harder they fight, look at that, who's closing. Herbenau in 20th position is back a part of this fight in that Mercedes. As the race has progressed, it's headed back the way of Herbenau, who I said was struggling in the early phase of the race. Seems to be doing well in these wet conditions. Thought that might have been a little bit too hot from Owen Wenlock as they head into Village and then into the loop. It might have been a little bit hot from Doricott as well, who nearly made contact with the rear end of the Aston Martin. This battle is feisty, and it looks like with half an hour to go in the race that this one could potentially end in tears.
And a very likely will, knowing our luck, but half an hour left to go. We've already done a full hour here at the Best of British Round 3. What a race we've had so far. It's just been absolutely spellbinding from start to this point just now, and I'm really loving it. We've had thrills and spills and action all over the place. More is going to rain like this pretty much until the end of the race. You can see those dark clouds over the track here at Silverstone, and Wenlock, that ends of the car, and little Doricott got it all wrong coming out of the corner there. That drops him even further back, and Wenlock now free to chase down Borchardt.
Yeah, that was a big snap as we're seeing these two Porsches go side by side. Oh, there was nearly contact as Daniel Kiefer makes the move on Grasler. That was fantastic as they head into Maggots. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely sent it down the inside. Owen Wenlock, who we're focused on now in 18th position, does set his sights on Borchardt ahead. Definitely won't be able to take his eyes off of it, bearing in mind the green and red rear end of that Bentley. Doricott and Herbenau behind. Herbenau not able to make much progress. Daniel Kiefer, who is past Grasler now, that move we just saw, is not too far back from this battle. Saw him come through the rear end of shot in that blue Porsche. There he is again, and he'll be closing in on this battle. A four-way fight for 17th position now, but when Bridport comes in, Novikov, Rantanen, potentially even Harrison, this will become a little bit further up the grid, bit by bit, as everyone waiting to complete their final stops. Hearing that Doricott, driving down the inside was Wenlock. Hearing that Igor Ogorodnikov is dropping off the pace of Van de Kekel. Owen Wenlock's now fighting out with the Bentley, and no way through at the moment. The 89 and the 90 going side by side all the way around the outside of the loop, all the way around the outside of Aintree, and nearly trying to fight it through. Space given between the two. What a display back to the inside at Brooklands. He's going to have to do it the long way round. These two fighting out as hard as they can. That might be in too hot from Wenlock. No, it is not. not, he might just wrestle it to the apex of Luffield. What a display from this quartet, as Herbenau, as well as a part of it, moved on from Wenlock, and Doricott a part of this as well.
Oh, take a bow, guys. That was incredible racing. That is unbelievable move from Owen Wenlock. I mean, that was just incredible stuff. And Doricott to have the awareness to just hold things off there, keep it to the back there. But look at that, Borchardt is still trying to have a look at Herbenau, is trying to get involved on this again. And I think that Wenlock, if he plays his cards right, can just shoot off into the distance on this one.
Compare the drama of Donington Park in what would be comparatively easy conditions out there in Leicestershire. We head to Northamptonshire in some very drastically different conditions, much harder for the drivers, and the racing there, the respect between them in these hard conditions. Take a picture of that and show it to the entire grid, because that is how it should be done. Excellent display from that lot, and hopefully we see more of that in the season to come. Still 26 minutes left on the clock as this battle for 13th position, Rantanen and Novikov fighting out. You can see there on the order 9.6 seconds separates Niels van der Kakelt and Yiga Ogorognikov for what is currently third position. The drivers were expecting to battle it out for victory as the yellow flag is out again. That is the number 23 who has been off the road. Not ideal, that one down at Brooklands.
Yeah, it certainly is. And that's Jordan Soanes. That's another really poor evening for him just now, all the way down in 29th place, second, two ahead of the last car there. So really has been a race to forget right now. And what a race we've had so far. 25 minutes left to go in the race, and if you've just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome. This is round 3 of Best of British. It is, of course, Lewis McGlade and myself, David Christie, taking you through all of the action. A huge thank you as always to our commercial partners, to Thrustmaster and to Coach Dave Academy for allowing us to put on these incredible events. And Lewis, I mean, I feel honestly this has been one of the best nights of racing that we've had here.
I've spoken about this before when it came to another championship that I'd commentated on before. We did back-to-back rounds. One was at Hockenheim and the other one was at Hungaroring. Now, Hockenheim's not necessarily considered to be a particularly troublesome circuit, but in that, of a 22-car grid, we had 10 finishers, which is quite a high retirement rate. So you would assume going into Hungaroring, a much trickier circuit, that the retirement rate would be in the thousands on a 22-car grid. Who knows? But there is something about going into a circuit like that. You understand the conditions, you understand the difficulty of that track. We saw one retirement across the entire race, and I kind of get the feeling that that's kind of the same here. You have the dry sunshine of Donington Park, where people sort of almost just like they underestimate the conditions. They think, look, it's fine, it's dry, we'll just go racing, we'll try it as hard as we can. You come here where you've got the wet, and suddenly it's the rain makes everyone just wake up, makes everyone focus, and makes everyone really judge about how hard they can break into a corner. You're in the realm of the unknown. And as things have gone over the first hour and 6 minutes of this race, I would say, you know, we've had 3 or 4 silly little moments between some drivers, but nothing insane, nothing crazy. Everything's been sort of fairly well judged, to be honest, and some of the best racing that you'll catch anywhere in sim racing, and potentially even that of motorsport as well. Chris Sever into the pit lane to complete his final stop on the road. You can see all of the green in that tower. A lot of drivers completed their final pit stops. Marcel Fusi being one of them. Said he's going to struggle to get himself a top 30. He's currently in 30th place. And he is down in 30th with what is going to be a very damaged car. Alexander Herbenau, who's currently on screen, having completed those pit stops right on the back of that battle, said he was going to be a part of it. No way through on Borchardt at the moment. Getting told as well that Boothby, very similar to how he was running things back at Donington Park, waiting until the very final moments to make his pit stops. As he made one halfway through the race, and then the other 2 he waited until the very last minute. I think he's kind of doing the same thing today. He'll take both those stops in the final 20 minutes of the race. Chris Sever's come out behind Bridport in 14th place. So that McLaren back on screen again.
And the pace that Boothby has got is just incredible. I mean, at the moment, like for example, Niels van der Kekelt doing 205.2s, Zogger Ordnikov doing 205.5s. Boothby consistently over the past 5-10 laps has done 205.0s. So he's got a lot of pace there. I wonder if he's going to try and do 2 splash and dashes at the end. And I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's going to work, because it's surely going to have to drop him down into, say, 3rd to 5th place.
It may not come out in terms of a victory, but remember, he's got 35 kilos on. He's come into this as being a very much like way outside of the championship when he joined at Donington Park, and now he's up to 2nd place. When he comes in to serve his pit stops, as much as he's potentially not going to be a part of the victory battle, but he's still going to be a part of something. Good cutback from Chris Severe to the inside of Aintree on Cameron Bridport. Position done, position gained for Severe. Nice work, well judged on that cutback for the American. But yeah, with Boothby, he's just sort of tried to play and get as many points as he can. He could still fight out for a podium here, and that would be still fairly nice. Remember that obviously in wet conditions you tend to use less fuel because you're on the throttle less naturally, so you do use a bit less fuel, so you have to take less fuel over the race than maybe some would have expected. That, and also at the moment, considering he hasn't stopped, he will be in a lighter car at the moment than the likes of Van der Kekelt, than the likes of Ogor Ognikov as well, because he hasn't come in to put any extra fuel. He's just running that fuel that he started the race on, so he's on a lighter car at the moment, which might explain some of the pace differential.
Potentially, but the other thing is that Mesa, Van der Kekelt and Ogor Ognikov still have that 1 pit stop left to do anyway. Mesa actually has 2 pit stops left to do. Van der Kekelt, though, is 37 seconds behind the leader. So let's say a splash and dash takes 30 to 35 seconds. That still, I think that still puts Boothby in contention with this. We'll see how it plays out, but I honestly, I've got a sneaky suspicion that Boothby could be on a really wild card strategy.
His strategy last round was what won him the race at Donington. It wasn't. It was incredible pace and ridiculous consistency, which you times that by 10 when you hit wet weather racing, and it could end who knows where, potentially with a victory. There's only one way to find out, and that's to stick with the race over the final 20 minutes and see if it can be back-to-back victories for Boothby, see if Van der Kekelt can bounce back from a dramatic Donington Park to take victory here at Silverstone. Plenty of storylines as we pass the halfway point in the season. Of course, 2 more rounds to come at Brands and Snetterton to round out what has been an interesting championship, it must be said, on these brand new British circuits for Assetto Corsa Competizione. Jakob Ruoff comes in for his first pit stop of 2. Here he's in 9th position at the moment, obviously went quite long in that Lamborghini, trying to push it as far as he can. I think that one's going to work out for him, but still could be potentially somewhere inside the top 20 come the checkered flag. We'll have to wait and see for him.
Yeah, we certainly will. 20 minutes left to go. I mean, this race is just absolutely flown by right now. I honestly cannot believe how quickly it has gone by. Käfer in the DK Racing number 97 Porsche, all over the back of Herbigno in that 123 Mercedes. And yeah, I think that any comment that I had earlier about the Mercedes being able to do well tonight has gone well and truly out the window, with the fact that the highest placed one at the moment is 11th place of Ilkka Rantanen.
Yeah, and he's obviously got a pit stop yet to go. I think it may end up being Herbinau, who's currently on screen just ahead of us as we ride on board with Daniel Kiefer. You can see that the clouds coming over, the sun's slightly setting, I guess, in a way. The circuit has become dark as Herbinau has a big catch as we head through Chapel. That was monstrous. You saw from the onboard there that the lights on the front of the car are becoming slightly more prevalent as the cloud coverage really taking over here at Silverstone, and lighting on the car is just becoming a little bit of a factor. I don't think it's too big of a deal realistically, but it's enough that your brake markers around the circuit is a decent move complete there from Daniel Kiefer. The brake markers that you have may just change slightly. We all know that rule number 1 of sim racing and motorsport in general is never, ever, 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 ever use shadows as brake markers, and yet we all do it. We're terrible for it. For anyone who's using shadows as brake markers, well, they'll be changing quite a bit at the moment as Sheldon Muscat comes into the pit lane for his final stop. With the track surface changing, with the cloud coverage changing, the shadows are also changing, to be fair, at the moment, because of the overcast coverage. They're almost non-existent.
Yeah, that's really where you have to try and use trackside points for your references. And the other thing that's quite scary is just how dark Silverstone is at night time, because obviously it doesn't benefit from any trackside lighting. It is really, because it's such a wide and open circuit, it is very difficult to get any lighting anywhere near it. So yeah, there's some parts of the track that are very difficult. I found that one out to my own discomfort doing the C1 24-hour race for real about 3 years ago. And you know, you're going through the back half of the circuits, so like towards Maggots and Beckett's, and then along the Hangar Straight, and you kind of get taken aback at just how pitch black it is. And then you come back over to the Hamilton Straight, and you know the brand new section of the track. It is like night and day through the different parts of the circuit.
Interesting using the word brand new. I don't mean to pick on that. I know you were backing out of it as you were saying it, but obviously resurfacing of the circuit and the change of structure happened. I'm not throwing you on the bus, it's just facts, isn't it? Happened in 2010, obviously that complete in 2011 with that new fantastic wing complex. And you're absolutely right that I would have thought that, you know, when they were doing that, they might have attached lights somewhere. You know, might just put up a couple of lights. But no. It'll be in its darkness. I've done some endurance racing, not in real life around here, but elsewhere in sim racing around this circuit, and it is very dark at night time. It's quite tricky to judge your way through, especially around a circuit that's such high commitment. Nearly a very nice cutback there from Daniel Kiefer, but did not get to the inside of Borchardt. Does run very wide. Coming onto the Hamilton Straight. Did Herbenau get ahead of Daniel Kiefer and they switched positions again?
I'm not too sure. I was too busy watching the time screens because Boothby's already come in for his first of 2 pit stops and is still ahead of Niels van de Kekkel.
They're just getting confirmed that they weren't the other way around. I'm just going crazy, which is fine. I accept it. Yeah, first pit stop though completed in that top lot. This is where the battle is going to become very interesting. With just 15 minutes left in this race, the 90 minutes of Silverstone. This is where things get very interesting. Yeah, George Boothby to the lead of the race, holding what will effectively become the lead of the race. Mesa, at the moment, we're being told, has set a personal best. So as the fuel is dropping off from these cars, the tyres are holding on well. You know, this is kind of what we were expecting with wet conditions. The tyres hold on fine. The fuel comes down. They start setting faster times later in the race. And this is where Igor Ognikov's call of taking tyres seems like a very questionable one. It certainly isn't working out here at Silverstone, and those that are double stinting the tyres or taking the tyres to the end of the race, they seem to be the favoured drivers here at Silverstone.
They certainly are, and I think that if Boothby has gotten that advantage and can pull that pace, all he has to do is push that to its advantage, because we're on a level playing field now, because Boothby and Van de Kekkel both still have 1 pit stop left to do. And I've got to be honest, I think with the pace that Boothby's got, I think he'll be able to start pulling a little bit of a gap over Van de Kekkel. And as you said, that could be costing him quite dearly, because Mesa is coming out of the pits and he jumped Ogorodnikov. So Ogorodnikov at the moment might not even get a podium.
Mad scenes. There is Andre Mesa. We saw coming through shot the orange McLaren of Niels van de Kekkel. A pole position from Andre Mesa, so we knew he had pace around this circuit. It was a bit of a shock pole position, but nevertheless has some very strong pace. We ride on board with Mesa. You see this McLaren ahead. That's Niels van de Kekkel. You can see as well on the track map, there is a car just going through Stoke Corner there. That is the 666 of George Boothby, looking for back-to-back victories in the Best of British Championship. Who's got to take a longer pit stop when it comes to this final one? We'll have to wait and see. Taking that second set of tyres has worked very much against Igor Ogorognikov, who's not on the podium at the moment, approaching the final parts of this race with an hour and 20 minutes completed. Look at how close it is. 4 seconds separates the top 3 as we rush towards the checkered flag at Silverstone.
crazy stuff. And I've got to be honest, I mean, I had a bit of a wing and a prayer on George Boothby and that strategy. I wasn't convinced it was going to work, but I thought there was maybe an outside chance, and now it's definitely beyond possible that he could take the win right now, because Mesa is hunting Van de Kekelt down something rotten right now. You can see them just coming out of the corner there, but there is George Boothby to the Sidemax Motorworks 666 outfit. That car is just looking so firm and planted, and if Niels Van de Kekelt has got his wing mirrors full of Mesa, I think that potentially could slow him down quite a bit.
Potentially. If I'm Mesa, it's where you have to weigh it up really well. Do you apply pressure to Van de Kekelt, or do you trust in his pace to try and close this one back down to George Boothby across the line to set some decent times? 2:04.9 on the previous lap from Boothby as he runs wide at Copse. Oh, it's a bit of a pressure cooker, and he's also got traffic as well from Grasler and Keirton as well ahead.
That was some lap there from Boothby. I mean, just straight out of the pits, that's a 2:04.965 for George Boothby. That's incredible. Remember, Van de Kekelt is on, say, lap 15 or 16 on his stint. So potentially, he's got more. Boothby will have more fuel on, you would think, than Van de Kekelt right now. And Boothby's already setting faster lap times, comparable lap time.
He's got to be careful of track limits here. Was a little bit balked by Grasler and took too much curb in the club chicane, so maybe feeling the pressure of the chasing pack of Van de Kekelt and Mesa as well. He's got Olivier Keirton as well just ahead. But yeah, it's track excursions, the watchwords at the moment for George Boothby, as he ran wide at Copse, he ran wide at Stowe as well, trying to find all of the limiters. Darkness is upon us here at Silverstone. Final pit stop for the 992 Ferrari of Moretti, who's come in now, and he'll drop behind the likes of Muscat and Sever. Our focus very much on this podium battle. We look backwards from George Boothby to the orange McLaren behind even Patrick Grasler. They know that time is ticking down in this race. It's 5/10 of a second. It looks like it's been caught over this lap, courtesy of those mistakes when Boothby was closing up to Grasler. Of course, traffic gives, traffic takes away, and etc. When do they come in for their final stop? Because that could be the key factor when it comes to who's going to come out on top of this race. Fight further down the order. We've got Doricott versus Wenlock for 14th position on the road, running into Stowe Corner, and Doricott's not close enough to make a move yet.
It does feel like it's going to be a matter of time with Doricott, though, because the patience that he's had right now, and look at that side by side almost with Wenlock, but thinks better of it. That is good, calm, patient driving from Alexander Doricott. I've got no doubt he will make that happen further down. But going back to the battle for the podium positions, as Doricott goes very wide out the corner there. You said that the lap traffic gives and takes away in terms of the issues that they cause with the cars in front, and that's exactly what's happened, because Boothby now is starting to stretch again, and Van de Kekelt still under all that pressure from Andre Mesa, and we've got more traffic coming up, because that is going to be the number 7 of Olivier Courter that your leader of Boothby is coming up to now.
I mean, I thought it was going to be driver of the season last time out from Boothby after not taking part in the championship at Alton Park, and then coming in dominant fashion and taking victory, of course, ahead of Patrick Nodge and Will Tregertha. That is a very interesting line from Alexander Doricott into Brooklands, taking a lot of the curb on the inside, maybe being misjudged by the darkening conditions here at Silverstone. Winning in front of that crowd. Of course, we lost Will Tregertha for this round, who's, as you alluded to, off to a very snowy Nordschleife at the moment over in Germany, alas not taking part in the Simgrid this time, pulling out the season. I think for the likes of Boothby, that display just really reinforced his self-belief, and then coming into Silverstone, even with 35 kilos, qualifying up there towards the front end of the field, and then leading at this point, he was just out to do what he was doing. He was just focused in on himself. He wasn't bothered about other people's strategy and other people's pace. Saw him over the first few laps of the race. He was almost letting people by. I wouldn't say he was, pulling over and allowing them through, but he was just playing the long game, and we love to see that. Doricott to the outside, Stowe. There's going to be no way through there on Wenlock, but potentially a cut back to the inside. It'll give him the outside through the club chicane and try and carry momentum through in the Bentley. I think he might well have just dragged himself alongside the Aston Martin, but Wenlock is putting the car in all of the right places at the moment. Doricott sent it in a little bit too hard, and the Aston Martin hangs on.
Just about, though, because Doricott is throwing everything he possibly can to the Aston Martin in front, and this is the best of British here at the best of British, Bentley versus Aston Martin, and this is just a cracking effort from these two right now. They're really throwing everything they can right now, but Owen Wenlock getting a little bit of daylight here on the run through the infield, and yeah, it's swings and roundabouts, is it? Because every time we look away, they're sort of getting a little bit of a gap, and we come back to each other, and they're nose to tip again.
Jan Zemes into the pit lane in 7th position as we focus on the battle for 9th. Driver of the season at the moment from Sheldon Muscat, who's up inside the top 10 under pressure from the McLaren of Blackhawk Racing's Chris Sever. Jan Zemes then will be in for his final one. We're still awaiting the final stops of the likes of Ilka Rantanen, of Patrick Noj, Kreutzer, Ogar Ognikov, Mesa, Van der Kelt and George Boothby. Hearing it in chat that George Boothby doesn't have a single track excursion warning at the moment, which is interesting, and it does bring up a good point that we've not seen any drive-throughs courtesy of track extensions, despite seeing an awful lot of them. Which does suggest that here at Silverstone it is fairly lax with the concrete runoffs at Stowe and Cop, so drivers getting away with a fair amount. Of course, if they push it a little bit too far, race control still have the chance to sort of step in and slap them with a wet fish and be like, yeah, could you not do that please, that'd be great. Jan Zemes dropping down the order, he's outside of the top 10 at the moment, behind even Cameron Bridport, who's yet to make his final stop as things stand.
Yeah, of course, the way that the sim determines is whether or not you've gained a advantage as a result of your track excursion. Oh my goodness me, Sever, and absolutely almost getting mugged there from the 15 of Muscat. What a great cutback though from Sever.
Oh, great stuff between the two. Muscat allowing himself the opportunity to run wide. If I'm Chris Sever, I'm not particularly happy at that, because the only reason that Sheldon Muscat's held that position is by flattening out the exit of the final corner at Club, and I think he might be rightfully a little bit frustrated by Muscat's attempts there. Look at that from P3. Andre Mesa into the pit lane. 5 minutes left on the clock with a 2-minute lap. It means we've only really got one extra opportunity. It means pit lane's going to get fairly busy fairly shortly, because we're still awaiting those final pit stops. Andre Mesa's the first to blink, waiting for Ogar Ognikov, waiting for Van der Kelt, waiting for Boothby, who's setting the timesheets alight with his pace at the moment, pulling away from everyone else. Does he have to take a little bit more fuel in that pit stop? I don't think so. I think this is looking very, very good for back-to-back victories for Boothby.
Yeah, it's looking very, very strong indeed. I mean, regardless of what's it, it's like 1 litre or something that they've got to take in during their pit stop as a minimum. And I think, even on fumes, that'd be enough to cover them for a lap or two around here at Silverstone. So it's been an exemplary drive for George Boothby. It's not in the bag just yet. We saw chat getting a little bit carried away and saying, well, can we congratulate George just now already on it? And not just yet. Anything can still happen in these final 4 minutes. Novikov again! A huge wobble. Anything can happen. I wasn't expecting that. That was on the braking zone as well. That's really unusual.
I think he was just pushing it a little bit too far with Luffield there, and just ended out there in the sticks. If you remember back, if you can recall to a wet British Grand Prix of 2008 and Felipe Massa struggling with the wet conditions, it can happen to the best of us. Plenty of wet weather driving, and it's just so easy to sort of snap a bit of a lapse of concentration, and you just allow the car to get away from yourself. It is an hour and a half, and to be fair, they'll be glad that it's only a 90-minute race here, because 90 minutes here is hard enough in the wet weather conditions. If it was a 2.4 hour race, it would be a very, very long day. We are seeing pit lane entries from Van der Kelt, from Ogar Ognikov as well. With 3 minutes left, this is looking like it could be a very dramatic end to the Silverstone 90 minutes in the Best of British Championship here at the Sim Grid.
Certainly could, and all eyes right now are on Andre Mesa, the number 91, who's currently coming across the start-finish line. I think Mesa might actually have done it. He might have got the undercut done on Van de Kekelt. They're both out, and they're going to be on the same part of track at the same time. Van de Kekelt keeps that position, but the gap now down to, what's that, about a second over Andre Mesa, and Andre Mesa is going to have the speed and the warmer tyres as well. This is going to be a thrilling end to the race here.
Penultimate lap of the race, still waiting for a few drivers to come in pit lane, those being Jakob Ruoff waiting for his final stop, Bridport, Rantanen, and of course our race leader, the 666 of George Boothby. It looks like at the moment, if all things happen, if it's a decent pit stop sequence, making sure not to come in a little bit too fast, making sure not to pick up a drive-through penalty or anything of that such, Boothby realistically should be coming out ahead of this. We were told coming into this that it's roughly 32 seconds in that sort of vein for a pit stop sequence to take the 1 litre, the mandatory pit stop time. What's the gap? 34 seconds. That is extremely tight. He'll have to come in this lap. We're on the penultimate lap of the race here. Darkness has really enveloped the Silverstone circuit here. It's got so dark over the last sort of half an hour that, like I said, picking out those braking markers, picking out those points, that's where things get a little bit difficult. And it's the panic of these drivers that may just cost them a mistake at this late stage. George Boothby, race leader, into the pit lane. Where does he come out in comparison to Van de Kekelt and Andre Mesa?
Oh my goodness me, this is real high stakes stuff right now. I think Van de Kekelt might have enough to hold off Andre Mesa. What an inspired drive from Mesa though, to get that done and keep that pressure on right now. Ogorodnikov has kind of fallen away from the line, but Boothby comes out of the pits. I think Boothby's got it.
He certainly does. He leaves pit lane, coming through at absolute speed. Niels van der Kekelt is going to be closing and closing and closing. It's going to come down to this final lap of the race. And George Boothby, with a perfectly executed strategy, taking 2 pit stops very late in the day, has headed the field here in the 666 car with 35 kilos. What a stunning effort. And we'll be catching up with him after this race. Van der Kekelt is still in the region of recovery, of bouncing back from a troublesome Donington. But we cannot look past the drive of this man. What a stunner.
I think I'm more concerned at something else, Lewis. We haven't had a single penalty notice in almost an hour. That is that is incredible.
And there's been hard racing as well. Let's not forget, there has been hard, fair, clean racing. Exactly what we want to see.
Oh yeah, 100%. What a race we've had, and we're coming through to the dying throes of this race. It's been an absolute masterclass in strategy, yet again from George Boothby. I cannot believe how strongly he's performed in this race, and what an effort for the championship it does. Van de Kekelt getting some huge championship points as well, and Andre Mesa finally setting his grip on the championship.
Time has ticked down to 0. We've only got a couple of corners to go through. Brooklands, Lovefield and then Woodcote for one final time. You can see the battle for second position behind. Niels van der Kekelt under an awful lot of pressure from Andre Mesa for the final couple of corners. We focus on Boothby, who wasn't at Alton Park, who absolutely dominated at Donington, has flown under the radar after qualifying in 4th place here. And the quote of the day comes from David Christie of these McLarens. I'm not sure about them here at Silverstone. Well, they're 1, 2, 3 on the road as the 666 crosses as victory here for Boothby, back-to-back in the Best of British Championship. Van der Kekelt nets himself a second place in his first podium of the season, and Andre Mesa from pole position comes shy by just 3 seconds on victory. It is 3rd position for him and another podium. Igor Ogorodnikov gets himself another top 5 with 4th place. Lucas Kreutzer in yet another McLaren across the line in 5th, and I said he goes well in the wet. Chris Sever looks like he's going to come across in 6th place, and Sheldon Muscat, what a drive that is. Top 10 for him, 7th place at the moment, heading Patrick Nodge, Christian Kelly and Chris Youn Zemis as well. Our top 10. What a thrilling race here at Silverstone. Can we have more of this when we head to Brands, and yet again when we head to the finale at Snetterton? What a race.
Well, I guess if you're going to be wrong, you might as well do it quite spectacularly.
It was quite bad, yeah.
It was. But, I mean, come on, the McLarens, what a dominant performance from them. 6 of them in the top 10, absolutely eclipsing almost every other manufacturer out there on the grid. An amazing, amazing effort from all of the McLarens tonight. Stunning end to the race, though. 1, 2, 3 for George Boothby, Niels van de Kekkel and Andre Mesa there. A really, for me, Andre Mesa to get into 3rd place was a brilliant drive, but Van de Kekkel and Boothby with that strategy, that was something else. That was just absolutely sublime. The fact that he's got such confidence in his own driving ability, his own pace, to pull off a move like that, that was just sublime.
Catching up with some of the action throughout the day as well. We're catching, of course, this towards the start of the race. It was all done from Boothby when it came to that start. We started from 4th place, got ahead of Ogorognikov to make it a McLaren 1-2-3, battled out with Ogorognikov as well. And there was that battle early on to, not to forget, between Van der Kekkel and Andre Mesa. They made contact as well, going on to the Hamilton straight. Considering how dark it was at the end, it shows how bright it was early in the race. It is very jarring seeing footage from this early. With that, there are a few drivers though days to forget. Marcel Fusi, 4th and 5th. Alton Park Donington comes here to Silverstone. We're expecting the same kind of thing. It was drama all day. Ended 30th on the road. Herbenau as well, another driver after a great drive at Donington, ended 15th on the road. Patrick Norwich was a little bit further down the order, but still inside the top 10. That's okay. But for a lot of these drivers, Novikov as well, look at him, 5th there in shot. Not a good day.
Yeah, not exactly the best day at the office, but you can't take away anything from back-to-back winner George Boothby there, winning at Donington Park, taking a win here tonight at Silverstone. And this is exactly what championship winning drives are made of. It's all about being able to deliver that consistent drive and that ability to keep calm under pressure and not get yourself involved in any of the nonsense that goes on. Although on that note, I mean, I think we have to, give credit to all of the drivers. There was none of the madness and the chaos that we predicted in the early stages of the race, really.
Absolutely not. It was a superb race from start to finish. And I think we're now in interview territory. We're going to jump down to having a little bit of a conversation with a driver who finished a runner-up in today's race. Niels van der Kekkel, who qualified fantastically in 2nd position, battled it out with Andre Mesa in the early parts of the race, had that incident as well coming through what would be the final corner onto the Hamilton straight, so a little bit earlier with Andre Mesa. Worked your way back up the order. What a fantastic drive that was.
Hey, good evening, guys. Yeah, that was quite a thrill, wasn't it?
Talk us through how. So there was that incident earlier on where you had that half spin, right? Coming onto the wing complex section with Andre Mesa. You kind of seem to recover from that straight away mentally and just go on the attack.
Yeah, I was maybe a little bit too eager. But, at that point, I wanted to back out. I was on my brakes, but, it's such a tight corner, especially in these conditions. It's super hard to go through there side by side without having any contact. So luckily for me, it ended in just a very small tap. So I could recover from it. And, I almost rejoined straight into the racing line. So I'm lucky that I didn't get collected from behind. But yeah, after that, I was kind of annoyed, to be fair. I was kind of annoyed. At that point, I didn't know if whether it was on my own or whether it was on Mesa, but I was like, oh, come on, my pace is so good. And strategy-wise, I was on something completely different than George and Mesa, because I was on like a very tiny amount of fuel. So my intention was to just get P1 as soon as I can and then just drive off. And well, as you can see, I've only came short 2.4 seconds in the end, so it almost worked out for me. But yeah, it was definitely quite an exhilarating drive. It was fun. It was very, very, very fun.
When I first commentated on the SimGrid a good month or two ago at Snetterton, you drove really, really well in very tricky conditions there. It seems to be, at least on these British circuits, wet weather seems to be your forte. Very, very strong in these ones.
Yeah, I like me some rain. I don't really know what it is. Like, I'm not particularly fond of driving in the rain, but I always seem to crack on pretty well. So yeah, it's always quite enjoyable for me. I think in the dry, I probably would have had even more advantage over George, because the rain does nullify the ballast a little bit, as he showed. Because with the maximum amount of ballast, he still won. I'm kind of annoyed about that, but yeah, great drive by him as well. I have to say, amazing drive by Mesa as well. He did incredible.
It was a great battle all the way through the race. So fantastic stuff. Glad you put on a good show for us.
Glad I could put on a good show for you guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Niels van der Kelt, runner-up here today. But let's take a quick word with our race winner. It is a fantastic drive. Good to have George Boothby back in here for another interview. Back-to-back victories in the Best of British Championship. Taking that championship lead, flew under the radar. What a drive. Talk us through it.
Thank you. Yeah, I knew I had the ballast, so I knew I wouldn't be able to battle too well for overtaking and stuff, so I decided to just put maximum fuel in and just run as far as I can, don't change tyres, and then just put, I think at the end I put in 20 litres to push it to the 1 hour 30, and then the final stop just 1 more litre, so just 2 splash and dashes basically, so I didn't know the tyres would last that long, to be honest, but they held up really well, and I just barely, I was so close. I just can't believe that, man. It was such a good race.
You qualified in 4th place. You got a move done on Ogorognikov at the start, but then after that point there was a little bit of dropping back. We were a little bit concerned in the commentary booth that maybe the pace wasn't quite there, obviously with the weight and such, but you played a really, really smart game. When these drivers were attacking you, you just didn't fight them that hard. How does that kind of work with your mentality through the race of just sort of trying to play that long game?
Well, it can be quite daunting because basically everyone's just driving past you, because I think I was on basically twice as much fuel as everyone else in that first stint. So, just watching Igor and the others just drive about 10 kilometers an hour down the straight quicker than you is a little bit daunting. But I knew that the strategy would hopefully pay off at some point, so there was no point fighting, because fighting's going to lose me time. So I was best, because I think with the strategies, a lot of them I weren't racing, so it was best to just do my own thing and just see how far it would take me.
It really was a stunning effort, but obviously, we've got a couple of weeks break now, then we head to Brands Hatch, a circuit where, to be honest, at least from my memory of doing some races there, weight does play quite a key factor. It can be a bit of a tricky one. 35 kilos there, it's going to be pretty tricky for you to go for 3.
I'll try. I think we got quite lucky tonight, I think. But, I'll give it a go. I'll try my absolute hardest for a hat trick.
Well, hopefully we'll see you there fighting towards the front. George Boothby, back-to-back victor here in the Best of British Championship.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you so much.
No worries. Well, with that, we did have Andre Mesa who popped up in there. I think he's disappeared off. I'll head back to David Christie for final thoughts on what was a truly incredible Silverstone race. And again, that tantalising prospect of the championship fight we've got heading into Brands and Snetterton.
Yeah, huge implications for the championship. Back-to-back wins for George Boothby really put a stranglehold on the championship. You've got to wonder if he was there in round 1 at Oulton Park, what would have happened. It would have been a very, very different story tonight, I think, for him, and we might have already been looking to wrap up the championship. In all honesty, this Best of British Championship has been an absolute revelation. It's been such a nice little surprise addition to the roster here at the SimGrid. It's kind of come out of nowhere. A lot of planning gone into it, and yeah, really been enjoying the racing. Some firm but fair racing. And I think over the next couple of weeks, we're going to see this build up in terms of drama and intrigue.
Okay, one final question to you then. Considering where Marcel Fusi was today, Mr. Super Saturday, came into this leading the championship, was basically nowhere today. Do you think maybe he rolls back a little bit the Super Saturday persona and focuses more on the championship? Because he's definitely in the fight.
I don't know if it's so much about the him rolling back the persona. I think it was us that gave him that persona. He does. He just enjoys racing. He enjoys taking part. But I think we saw today he really struggled at Silverstone in all of the races. He won the first two, but I think that was because that he didn't really have anyone on that sort of level to challenge him. Then took the podium on the third race in the BMWs, but again it just showed how much he was struggling when you had that competition there. Looking forward to the 90 minutes of Brands Hatch and the 2.4 hours of Snetterton. Again, both very fast flowing circuits. I think Brands Hatch might be a bit of a tall order again. But Snetterton, I think he might come back into it. But also remember, I mean, he's not known for having these top tier finishes. He's not been on the podium yet. So tonight, he's kind of just had a serving of what everybody else has had so far through the championship.
Indeed. The prospect of what's to come. Of course, don't forget to subscribe to the SimGrid. Follow us on all various social medias. You'll see them pop up in the top right of your screen throughout the broadcast. And follow us for more action throughout. Of course, Best of British goes on a little bit of a week break. We take our time off. We return on the 10th of April at Brands Hatch. It's another 90-minute race. For those of you wanting to know what's coming next in the SimGrid, of course, remember, next weekend, it is the big one. 12 o'clock British summertime here, the SimGrid VCO World Cup. Round 1 heads down under to see who can tame the legendary mountain. Of course, they've also got Sprint Cup Season 3 heads to Imola on the Thursday afterwards. Then we return for the Best of British. Get all of your content here, of course, all of our partners as well, Coach Dave Academy and Thrustmaster, helping us guide through our Best of British Championship, as well as all of the content here at the SimGrid. And hopefully we'll see this fantastic championship continue in the form we have seen it in today at Brands Hatch, and hopefully you'll join us there. Thank you very much for joining us through our take on this action here at Silverstone. Of course, to Alex Goldschmidt and Luke Rogers earlier in the broadcast. Lewis McGlade alongside me has been David Christie, and also in our ear, Michael Hamlet, Mike Yao, doing the broadcast and guiding us through it. We couldn't do it without them. Until next time then, thank you all, and bye-bye.